What is up, guys? Welcome back to us. Day number 3 here for the Iesf Asians Championships. It's the road to the WEC. And now, once again, it's me, Nice, joined here with Mirko to bring you the action. We'll have another caster with us later today, but we're kicking it off here with an exciting matchup. It is going to be Vietnam versus Indonesia. As you guys saw, some of you are already piling into the stream. So real quick, before we talk about the matchup, I want to invite you guys as well to check out the official website to stay updated to the standings. You can go to iesf.gg. You'll probably see Nightbot putting it in the chat and the YouTube, and you guys can check out all the standings and the groupings and stay up to date. Now, with that being said, Mirko, it's been 2 days, man. 2 days of a bunch of action already. I feel like some surprises as well. So for this matchup, how are you feeling? As people like to ask you, how are you feeling, Mirko?
It should be okay. I should be feeling good. It really depends on the result later, right? If Indonesia can get it done or not. But it looks like for Indonesia and Vietnam, they're kind of tied in the standings now. It's 1-1, 1-1. So they both have, 3 points to play with now. So both teams very desperately need a win to get to the next stage. In Group B, it's already kind of a tough group already. You know, we got Malaysia, we got Indonesia, Vietnam as well, and Laos. So the fact that Indonesia lost yesterday means that they cannot just, take a chill pill today. They got to go all out here up against Vietnam. They cannot hold out for too long. They can't wait. Yeah, they cannot wait. They can't be too patient with the moves. They got to take that momentum.
They definitely do. So this is today's schedule, and as you guys see, we are going to be opening up. There's these 10 a.m. matches are all happening, right? But we are streaming Vietnam versus Indonesia, and like I said, you guys can all check out the standings for the off-stream matches that are happening. As you guys see, there's a plenty of them. And then later on, of course, we're going to see Cambodia and Thailand, and then later on Myanmar and also Thailand, and some more matches. Of course, the ending match for today, though, we go back to Mlbb women's. So these first 3 matches for you guys in store for you are all these men's matches. But again, a lot is happening off stream. So if you really want to stay updated and see where everybody's kind of falling into place, then you have to head over to the website. Now, with that too, they're all best of 3s. I know we had, kind of some mixes of best of 5s yesterday, and some people asked, why was there a best of 5? Again, they're all divided into a subcategory as well. And yesterday, when you saw the best of 5s, there was only 2 teams in that region, that sub-region. For example, Guam and New Zealand. So they just had a best of 5, and they moved to the WEC directly. So for this one, again, I think there's nine nations for this category. That's why you have all those games happening at once. Vietnam and Indonesia is that first match for the day. And, I think some people would be rather surprised, maybe, depending where you're from, on what happened with yesterday in Malaysia versus Indonesia. Mirko, anything that stood out to you the most on why Malaysia was able to go and get the 2-0 against Indonesia?
I think for the first thing that I want to talk a little about when it comes down to that matchup, right, how Malaysia was able to take control of the game all the way from the start as well, I think has got to be in the drafts. It does feel like Malaysia had a better grasp on the meta compared to Indonesia after the patch that we got. And Indonesia, they really tried to implement some of the new stuff, right? They tried to go for the Brody pick as well. They tried going for still the Fredgen, but with a temporal ring. And I actually just figured that out. Shout out to Arashi, by the way. He went into a custom game to test that out, how that actually works out. So you don't actually need to use your ult to get your other abilities, your skill 1 and skill 2 cooldown for the temporal rain. All you need to do is use the taunt. Because apparently the taunt, you level up the taunt together with your ult, right? So technically it kind of counts as an ult somewhere. So that's why it was used. But yeah, they tried their best to, implement some of these new strats, some of these new items, emblems as well into their gameplay, but maybe they just haven't really gotten the the full understanding of it just yet. They're still in the experimental phase, it feels. And maybe with that experience now, with a loss to Malaysia, now coming in against Vietnam, they should be able to adjust accordingly. They should also understand that maybe the prio picks, maybe the Ling, the Rogers that we saw from Malaysia might be prioritized here for both Vietnam and Indonesia.
Okay, we'll see exactly how they want to start that draft, because we've seen a lot of different things, but we're going to take a look at the lineup here for Vietnam. First, we got Zhao Miao. Love the combination there. whole lot of he's there, Nart, and then Fugo. So Jiao and Miao, Nart, and Fugo, these guys from Vietnam, again, we have to see exactly what their playstyle is going to be, because already on the off-stream game that we saw, or that we didn't see, but we saw on the website, they are tied 1-1 right now with Indonesia. So there's a lot of weight to this match, if I would say the least. There's a lot to wait here, a lot weighted here to going to the playoffs spot, of course, and then moving on to the WEC. For Vietnam, I'm going to just assume that they play very, very fast, because so far from what we've seen, aside from our first 32-minute game that we saw yesterday between Bahrain and Jordan, for this region, this area, man, we know that they like to clash it out and battle it out, and we saw too how big the changes are with the Lord now. So I feel like this really highlights some of these play styles for these nations, and we're going to take a look at the Indonesian roster as well in just a second. But similarly, like what we saw yesterday, they want to battle it out. They want to test things out. And of course, for Indonesia, very familiar names here with Boots, Albert, CW, Sands, and Keyboy. And, at least from my perspective, I was just watching the game yesterday because you and Arashi were casting this.
Yep.
And I was surprised with the result, but I was also like, you know what? I can see that there's some experimentation going on, because I think all these teams really are doing that. At the same time, I would say that, it feels like Malaysia, for some reason, the meta, and I don't know, because I can't say that we have established a meta just yet, but we know that Malaysia is known for that certain strategy and that Lungar type gameplay, where they want to just battle it out. Indonesia is as well, I would say, coming here in comparison to some of the teams here from the Philippines. But I would say Malaysia just really profited in the fact that what they drafted in those games, both those games, and the way that they executed it worked out really well for their play style, and highlighted the fact that they were very confident with what they brought to the table. And I think Indonesia, I'm sure they learned a lot from the matchup there versus Malaysia. And I'm sure that we'll see some of those key changes here happen for this matchup against Vietnam.
I think I gotta agree, right? For Indonesia and Malaysia, both of them have a very, very aggressive style. And yeah, for Vietnam as well. By the way, just a fun fact for you guys, Vietnam is also the record holder when it comes to the fastest game. And it was also at Iesf, just in 2022 in Bali, up against Namibia. 6 minutes,
they were the
6:15 seconds.
Oh,
6:11. It was even less than 15, right? Yeah, so Vietnam, they're known to go for the aggressive style, especially now considering the meta is kind of pushing them towards that way too. I think Vietnam are going to go start, shooting all the way from the start of the game. They're going to try to get an early game snowball as fast as possible. But also, I don't know if this lineup is deceiving again, because we did see Boots in that lineup as the XP lane, but yesterday we saw Lutpi play. Same thing as well. On the lineups, it was Boots, but in-game, it was Lutpi. So I think it is going to be Lutpi that actually comes down and plays for Team Indonesia. That has been the main XP for Fnatic Onyx for the longest time for this team. But honestly, I think the other parts that I want to talk about from that loss yesterday, Indonesia versus Malaysia, has got to be the jungle. I think for Albert, there's still a lot of improvements that he needs to make, and I think it should be because he's a little bit rusty there, right? I think for the team as well, they're preparing for multiple tournaments here and there. Maybe Albert didn't get as much training, but with that experience yesterday, and now with a reality check that they can't just take this group lightly, they can't just go and go through this group as easy as they expected. They're going to have to dig deep again and play with that meta. They have to try to experiment again, and they have to try to rebuild the confidence, because it's really strange, Naisu, to see someone like Albert, a guy that is known to play Ling, to play these assassins, to not go for the Ling when it's up for grabs, and giving it over to Malaysia. That choice to not deny the Ling or not to pick it up for themselves proved to be costly there against Malaysia, because Malaysia have a phenomenal Ling player as well in Skies, and I think it should be the same here against Vietnam. If Indonesia hesitate to pick these prio picks up, Vietnam are going to take it, and Vietnam will understand how to play it in the early game, how to utilize that big pick to snowball and take control of the game.
It's funny because I'm looking here at their matches that were off stream, because I just wanted to get a peek at what was drafted and how long they went. So like both Indonesia and Vietnam swept Laos, and they were rather quick games. So there was no game that I think that was over 13 minutes. It's looking like Indonesia did it faster with a 10:36. Like they had a 10:36 game here. And it's funny that you mentioned the Ling, because in that game that was 10:36, the Ling was picked up. So that was locked in. And then it looks like Vietnam plays the Ling as well. So it almost makes you wonder, like, with that information being out here, if they're going to contest the Ling, for example, or some of the other assassin heroes that we've seen banned out. Even yesterday, right? There was so many banned out. There was the Ling, the Hayabusa. Here in Asia, we haven't seen the Hanzo being banned out yet, like we did in Africa, you know, but that could possibly even pop up still. And I think just overall, you see a lot of Valentina from both of them. Interesting lineup from Vietnam, though, yesterday. They had a Valentina Zask combination, and it looks like that Zask went into the gold lane. It seems like it did. So Vietnam might have something up their sleeves, you know, in terms of their experimentation and whatever heroes they bring to the table here. And I think, you know, for both of them, we can just kind of expect, let's see if they go the assassin route. If they do, if it's, for example, Albert that gets his hands on this Ling, or Vietnam that gets it, they could also go ahead and play around the fact that we have seen pretty good utility junglers still. It's just they're used differently. Like you mentioned with the Fredrin, I'm glad you guys tested that out, because I was kind of wondering, like, how does that temporal rain work? But now it makes sense. You know, you get to do it with the energy eruption, right? You mentioned it was the energy eruption, so they have that. And then Baksha has been another, I feel like, mainstay. Like he's almost coming up more than obviously the Fredrin and the Barretts before. So I feel like Baksha is doing a better time at like fitting in currently. And maybe part of that too is just the fact that he moves around the map so much, and usually when it's paired up with Baksha, you have an Angela usually. So if it's the Angeling, great. Maybe it's the Ba-ling. I don't know if that Boxling, I don't know if that works, but that could work. And Jaxia could work too, you know, whichever way you want to do it, man. You know, it's up to you. But that's the thing. I think it's either the Bakshas that's contested, the Rogers we've seen constantly pop up. And for both of these playstyles, now that I've looked at the stats here from their off-stream games, they both had dominating sweeps against Laos. Now it's their time to go ahead and go against each other. And I'm hoping we kick off today with a 3-game series, because we had it yesterday. And now, you know, today, as we get a little bit closer to the playoffs and, you know, the seedings start to happen here, this is where I want those 3 games. You know, those 3 games, hopefully they're not all 32 minutes, you know, but it was good to see finally a long game yesterday.
Day number 1, we started off with a series that didn't go for full clean sweep, right? It was 3-1 to Kazakhstan. Day 2, we did it again with Indonesia. Actually, no, with Cambodia versus Myanmar going 2-1. So it'll only fit the pattern. We've been a big fan of patterns here all throughout the African regional qualifiers and now even the Asian regional qualifiers. So let's see if that pattern can continue for Indonesia and Vietnam. 2 teams that really want to fight for that early game. 2 teams that really want to fight for the early to mid game control. It does make sense that they are going to be a little bit more of a risk taker in these games, right? Especially in the early stage. So whoever takes control of the early game, they should be able to take control of the game. They should be able to develop the snowball. But my concern right now, or you know, one of my questions right now for the meta game is, where does Lo Yi fit in in this meta? Where does she fit in? Because it's kind of different now with the diversion being nerfed. We saw even Sans try to utilize it yesterday, and we did see some of these creative ways that you can still use a diversion, but it just feels like you're kind of limited. You're already kind of denied from going for, you know, all these spams to reveal vision, because back in the day with the Lo Yi, with the diversion being on such a short cooldown, you can just keep on spamming that. Spamming into the bottom lane, just getting vision. If someone's there, all right, don't take it. And if you do want to take it, it still makes sense. But now, because the window is a bit smaller, I think it's a lot smaller, especially in the early game when it's, you know, when you just leveled it up, it just makes it kind of difficult to utilize. Like, they go to the bottom lane, once they see the Lo Yi and bot, they know that for the next 2 minutes maybe it's not really going to be up, it's not really going to be a threat. And maybe later on in the game, if it does go to the super late game, then we can get to see the normal creative Lo Yi diversions. But even the chip, these global presence heroes like the chip, the Lo Yi, we haven't seen a whole lot of success on these 2 picks. Lo Yi is a bit more 50-50, I'll give him that. But for the chip,
this has been good.
He's been the top prio pick in every MPL for the longest time before the patch, and now as the patch drops, he just disappears. gone, completely gone. And we thought, you know, with the chip, you would actually be able to push in that early game even harder because there's already a Sky Piercer, there are already these big items for those early game picks. So if you want to go for early game brawls, it makes sense, in theory at least, that the chip would do good, right? He brings everyone into the fight, brings everyone to go and get that snowball early, but we've seen it once, I think, in the Asian regional qualifiers, and it was from New Zealand, and it didn't work too well. They weren't able to get the win on that chip. So the two global presence heroes that are still relevant, I guess, should be just the Moskov and the Angela. Those are the two picks that have still been working out.
And I would say, like, is this a welcomed change? Like, did people have enough of Lo Yi and Chip already? Because it was, like you said, and especially in the professional leagues, it was picked up all the time, or it had to be banned. And it was in a weird kind of state where it's like, if one of the teams does get it, it's such a huge upper hand that brings to the table, which is so weird because Lo Yi was not, I mean, she was slept on for so long. Like, think how long Lo Yi's been out. I'm not even recall like when she was released in the game, but at one point she just got a little bit of a buff, and then boom, here she's every single match. So for me to see that change kind of unfold here for the past couple of days, I'm like, you know what? I like it. I like that she's not as strong. And to an extent, we saw some teams do crazy things with diversion, you know, and I feel like at the same time, with the current state of the game, let's say the cooldown didn't change. Let's say it was like still the same for the most part, but all the items and the changes that with the Lord and stuff came through, I think you still have to be very calculated in the usage of the ultimate, because just like I said yesterday, I was like, man, you get to the even 32-minute Lord was already kind of crazy, but it was happening before that. Like even around the mid 20 mark, you know, you're having some of these Lord fights break out and you're seeing it. And some teams can't fully commit to like just holding the Lord there. But with a Lo Yi, a lot of times before the changes came out, they just be popping diversion after diversion, not even taking it though. Like sometimes it was just to juke them out, to think that they were going to go on this portion of the bush or, you know, in one of those hidden bushes and then come through the Lord that way. But now it's a lot more calculated. And overall, I just feel like Chip, I don't know. Chip is great. I think the shortcut can still be utilized. It's just for some reason we have not seen it work out too well. I don't know what exactly changed or made it so difficult for Chip to be able to work in a lot of these compositions. I think he still fits. Maybe it's like more now, instead of him just being banned or picked up, it's like he's a niche pick. He's still very valuable when it's picked up in a certain lineup, but you know, leave it at that. So interestingly enough, we'll see if these pop up here. But like I said, I think the Ling is going to be in contention for both these teams, as now we jump into the draft here for game number 1 in this best of 3 between Vietnam and Indonesia. Again, for you guys joining us just now while we wait for the draft here, check out the official website for the updated standings and brackets at iesf.gg. And you guys can get a peek at what's been going on. These two teams both swept their opponents in the previous off-stream games, and they're sitting at 1-1 in the standings. So they both have tied points. Now they need to pull through ahead. And interesting, as we were talking about it, there's the Chip. It's going to be banned out by Indonesia first.
All right, so they're going to be respected here, and it seems, you know, it makes sense this time around. With the chip ban, because of the fairness ban, Vietnam really wanted to set up for that chip, really wanted to set up for the early ganks and to try to take away the maybe second HP bar that you can get with the Nether Realm. They go straight for the fairness ban. That's already very, very unique of a start, right? We don't really see a lot of fairness first ban. We usually see that for a lot of different heroes, but not the fairness. Maybe even the Roger at this point of the game, right? We've been talking about how Roger has been super prio because he's been able to be used as a flex pick into jungle, into gold, and it works in both lanes really, really well. Both roles really, really well. But it seems, again, for Indonesia, it's still going to be the same bans. Chip and Harith. They're still prioritizing that Harith ban over some of the others like the Roger as well. Meanwhile, for Vietnam, this is what we've come to expect really on the blue side. On blue side, you get so much more room to actually go for respect bans over the prio bans because red side's automatically going to be the one forced to go for the for the prio bans because of that first pick. And that's why I think across all the different regions, blue side has been getting way more successful, right? They've been getting so much more value in the meta game, and it seems it is going to be the Angela as well. Finally, we get to see a prio ban from the side of Vietnam, but I guess it's a bit of respect as well for Indonesia. They could just go for the Angeline combo if Vietnam leave it open and go for a different first pick. But now for Indonesia, the big question is that Lo Yi still super prio? Or will they go for the Roger? And it is going to be the Roger. That's the adjustment made by Indonesia. The Roger that kind of terrorized them as well yesterday, all the way in the early phase of the game. Even in the jungle, I think it was, yeah, it was Skies on the Roger, right, yesterday. And then it was Loliel on the Moskov.
Where there is light, there are also shadows.
So interestingly enough that they go this way and they make it work. So Lo Yi's locked in.
Lo Yi does get locked in here by Vietnam. Still a first pick prio, despite, you know, all of our doubts that we were talking about earlier, that we raised earlier about the Lo Yi, how limited you are to make those kind of like feints happen. Back in the day, very easy to do those feints, just pop in a diversion, make them think that you're going to be rotating back and then maybe look for a different angle of attack, or even just utilizing it to clear waves like we saw usually, right, with the Claude. You get a Claude and the Lo Yi, you should be able to clear out these waves together with that Lo Yi, but it's going to be the Ling and the Farsa. There you go, Indonesia finding a little bit of confidence to pull off that Ling, but it does give Vietnam an opportunity now to go for maybe even a Baxia, to try to stop the Ling from snowballing all the way from the start. Maybe if they want to go for additional CC, the Fredrin could still work. I'm not a big fan of the Temporal Rain, though, still. Even though, now it makes sense, you know, why you would go for the Temporal Rain to get the cooldown on top of the taunt. Me and Arashi, we kind of agree that for Fredrin, at least, it's still the three best picks on the emblems, at least for Fredrin, has got to be the Impure Rage, the Concussive Blast, or the Brave Smite. Either one of those three. And it is going to be the Claude and the Fredrin locked in, that combo that we've been talking about with the Lo Yi. You can go for the clears, but it works a bit differently now. You do that and you're open to a lot of attacks, and you technically have a time restraint as to how long you can't make creative plays happen.
I like the, this is almost going back to pretty much what we had before, like meta-wise, you know, Claude, Fredrin, Lo Yi locked in from Vietnam. I'm wondering if there's going to be that much of a change, though, for the last two picks. But you can see that Terizla locked in. So I'm assuming Indonesia might want to go ahead and ban out the Yuzhong, at least to force a different pick in the XP lane to deal with this Terizla. Also, another hero we've seen pop up constantly and do really well is the Exborg, Mirko. So, you know, that might be an option too, because main thing here is really allowing this Ling to shine. Like I said, in their matches off stream, Albert obviously loved playing it. They had a very quick game. We're talking about 10 and a half minute game when he played the Ling against Laos. So, you know, with that, I want to see how they kind of complement it. They already have a ton of damage with the Farsa too. Great lockdown with the penalty zone. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and lock down the Arlot not being able to be picked up. So we'll see if that is going to be another XP lane ban, or possibly even roam, because right now you still have to see where that wants to fit in. Looks like a Nathan ban, late game potential security there. So this also might mean Indonesia wants to pick up possibly, I'm wondering if they go Brody. That was the other hero they picked up in their game against Laos. They picked up Brody. You mentioned you were a fan of it currently in the meta. Look at this Masha. Here's the Masha ban. So interesting last bans. XP lane for Vietnam. I'm almost just assuming, like I said, the Yuzhong does get picked up, but they'll probably go for one more gold lane ban. I'm wondering if they actually want to go and ban out the Brody. I'm not sure if it's worth the ban, but it's definitely a solid pick.
I think the safer choice might just be to go for a roam ban here. I'm not too sure what roamer, though, would actually fit in for Indonesia, right? Maybe Minotaur could be a good option as well to go for the neutral objective contest, but they end up going for the Moscow ban. That was a big pick that we saw picked up instantly in that Indonesia versus Malaysia match yesterday in the first phase, even with the Roger for Malaysia. So not even utilizing the flex pick of the Roger, but going for that. But the Grok will be left open. This is a signature pick for Keyboy. He gets himself on that Grok. And I guess they're really just trying to see if they can actually utilize the Brody in lane, right? Because There's one thing about the Brody, even though it's great with the Sky Piercer and all these new items, that's a glue pickup by the way from Vietnam, but if you're up against a lot of CC, if you're up against people who can actually dive you, it'll be very, very hard as a Brody who cannot really utilize the flexible battle spell choice that we are used to seeing from Natan, Moskov, Roger, even the Claude. All the meta gold laners right now, they have an option to actually go for Purify or even Sprint to some of these like Claude over the Flicker. So that adds a lot more flexibility to how they can actually play out that hero in lane and in these team fights. And that's something that Brody can't have. So maybe for Indonesia, they're really just trying to see. That's going to be the Kaja as well for Team Vietnam. This is an interesting draft from Vietnam, right? The Loyi Kaja combo as well. So they're going to be very reliant on using a diversion together with the Kaja to get him into different angles. But even then, Indonesia should still be able to read it out in the early game at least, when the cooldown is still, you know, massive on that diversion. So Indonesia, big decision to make now. Do they want to go for the safe choice, which is probably the carry, or they want to go for that Brody? Go straight for the early game with the snowballing of the Pharsa and the Link. Take the game under their control and start. That's what they go for. That's a Brody.
I was gonna say, man, when you asked, I was gonna say I was leaning towards the Brody for the, especially when we saw the glue and the Kaja locked in, because you want to play with the range, like you want to play with that advantage, having that range available to you, and you get that too because honestly, whenever that tempts to blades or wherever Albert goes to set things up, and even the feathered airstrike, like think about how much overloaded damage that is against Vietnam. The Brody should be able to easily just get the shots off, get the marks, and then hopefully, you know, fade away torn apart memory. That's the best part about Brody. It's very, very finesse-like. And so for the lineup for Vietnam, they have a great way to kind of cause chaos with diversion alone. But I think this is a huge game for Nart on the Kaja, because if he's able to lock down the right targets, it doesn't have to be Albert, man. Like it could actually just even be CW or Sands. If he's able to get the lockdowns with the Divine Judgment and they lose one of those major sources of damage, then the extended team fight will be great here for Vietnam. So let's jump into the game here. Game number 1. Again, it's a best of 3 between Vietnam and Indonesia, both tied for points currently in the standings. And whichever team will get off to a good start. Oh, Nart. Okay, he's going to be fine, actually. So let's jump into the Land of Dawn here. First team to get first blood in the series is going to be off to a good start, securing that slot into the playoffs here as we get a look at both teams starting up. For Zhao on this Fredrin, he's rolling the Concussive Blast. So he's at least on one of those emblems. Oh, look at this. Focus on the top. So they already BMI's out, but has that Concussive Blast. I think this is better for this. The interesting that I want to point out, man, is Nart is on Concussive Blast as well. Usually we see Kajas roll with Focusing Mark because it gives that little extra oomph, you know, to get the damage and get these early kills on. So I'm wondering, you know, they just want to kind of push some of the lanes in, have a little bit of that extra damage, I suppose, and tankiness, dealing with the amount of burst damage that's going to be thrown at this lineup from Vietnam. And you can already see it, right? Both teams kind of just getting their rotations down, setting up. It is going to be the Lithwander already taken here by Albert. He's almost level 4. Zhao should be as well. First items, interesting too, fall into place. You can see some of the difference there. Already does go ahead. Oh, hold on. He.
All right, Albert trying to go for the dive here. Goes for the Retribution as well and will be able to pick up first blood in the bottom lane. Good job by Lutpi to give Albert that free way into the kill. Meanwhile, up top, Keyboy's going to be traded down, though. Zhao going to get that kill down, and it is going to be equal on the board in the early game. The XP for the roam. But I would say, if we're talking about the Concussive Blast, right, I really feel like for Nart, the idea is he wants to match the clear speed of the Grok plus the Pharsa in the mid lane. Try to give the Loyi a little bit more pressure to play with, and also, as we can see here, just get the better clear against Keyboy.
Yeah. So Turtle's up here. Actually, they're both teams getting in position.
Penalty zone. Gonna be able to lock 2 members down. Zhao, though, will be able to get a taunt down onto Albert. Now with the Tempest of Blades, still able to get out, gets the Blades, and will be able to just dash towards the Turtle once again. Nart, no Divine Judgment just yet. Still level 3, as that's gonna be Keyboy with the Power of Nature, just holding it down. Wild Charge as well. Albert securing Turtle number 1 for Indonesia. Suns deals a bit of damage to Nart. We'll have to respect Nart here. He's about to get that level 4. It turns out, no, he's actually still quite far.
Yeah, he's got a little more time to go here. You saw that too in that exchange. That CW first item was the Sky Piercer. He picked that up. So definitely want to play around at this first item. Yeah, there it is right there. It does get the level 1 boots as well. So with this, I mean, what we just saw too, Albert being able to go in and get that kill, swoop on out, get the turtle, is good for them because he's sitting on a double kill on a Ling. Like, this is the best case scenario you can be on with a hero like Ling, and we know it's a signature on that. So it's up for Vietnam to kind of stop this from getting out of hand, and that's where Nart comes in at this point. You know, and I think it's going to be a little bit tricky on being able to catch Albert. So it might just be finding the target that you can. Oh, here they go.
Good wall charge on the Nart right into the Defiant Blades, and that's going to be a killing spree that Albert picks up. Now on the signature Ling, jumps in with the Finch Poise onto Fugo with the Tempest of Blades as well, gets the knock up, and that's the damage coming in from the Feathered Airstrike from Sans in the mid lane to take Fugo down. Indonesia 4-1.
4-1. 3 kills on Albert. He picked up the Berserker's Fury as well, so he's in full snowball material right now, snowball mode. They're already, what, 3,000 gold ahead with that, and so this early portion of the game, 4 minutes in, they're setting their eyes on possibly a quick game. You can see the idea from Vietnam here on the top lane trying to make a play, but Keyboy is going to spot that out perfectly fine, there to help CW in this exchange if it does break out. And that's what I'm saying. It's so hard because for Vietnam, really the play this entire time is just on Nart. There's not much else that they can do, really, if you think about the initiations, because even with Fugo, he has to, once again, decide on where he wants to put that diversion. It is crucial. He's got good, good damage, especially with the passive with Lui Yi, drops down a rotation, that second skill, but it's still difficult for them because even that, Yandere needs time on the Claude. In comparison to Brody, he just picks up the Corrosive Scythe for the Claude, and when you're going against a CW here, it's tough to deal with that damage. So now with this turtle up here, Vietnam gets in position once again.
The penalty zone again, lock Joe down. Miwa on the back. It's going to be the slam pass on Albert, but he gets the Tempest of Blaze now. Goes straight for the turtle, but actually misses out on the Retribution. Still able to get the last tick in as Mlbb does some damage to the Joe. Able to dodge away from the Appraisers. Rat dealing some damage back and actually taking a kill without actually dying as well here. In the bot side of the map, Mlbb outplaying Zhao and the other 2 members. And it seems for Sans, he's really just going to be staying there in the vicinity. Fugo pops into diversion now with the dispersion as well. Up top, CW getting a lot of those stacks down. Last hit, turn up our memory, and no, the Sky Piercer cannot take him down just yet, but Albert will. Right with the Finch Poise and the Defiant Blade. Fugo going to be caught under the turret with the Feather Airstrike, dodging with the Flicker as Nart walks up together now. Doesn't have the Divine Judgment to really lock anyone down, and Mlbb will just be munching on these stacks from Glue, getting all the sustain he needs, and pushing Hehe back again. He just respawned, he just rotated back towards that bot side of the map, and he's already forced down to so low.
My goodness, what a fight. Albert go in to clean up another kill. 5-0-1 already here. Indonesia very dominant.
Again with the Tempest of Blaze, Nart will not be able to survive that one, and now with the Finch Poise, he gets out as well. Yandere trying to go for the Blazing Duet, but a Feather Airstrike deals with Fugo with one last shot from CW2. Indonesia on a roll in this match against Vietnam.
Hey man, like I said, it's tough to catch Albert. He's 6-0-2. He did pick up that Sky Piercer just last item, so we didn't get to see it proc for CW, but for Albert, now they have to watch out for both. Vietnam in a very tough situation to be in because you're just seeing them really struggling because everything is being thrown at them at different directions, and that's the tough part about it. And like you mentioned earlier in that turtle fight, Loopy has been on point with these penalty zones, man. Whether it's with the Flicker or not, the combination is there. Yandere,
whoa,
in trouble.
Good prediction too on the battle mirror image there by Sans. Flies in, throws it at the battle mirror image. That's the Sans we know.
Yeah, again, kind of dealing with this whole 360 lineup, I would say, from Indonesia, from Vietnam. Their head has to constantly be on a swivel, trying to find out where Indonesia is coming from. And even with this, they're going to use the diversion. So they find their own placements. Let's see if they can do it.
Nart with the flicker on Divine Judgment, but now cancel out with the Wild Charge. CW going to be taken down, but they're all going to be stuck in the clump zone. And now the Feather Airstrike deals enough damage with together as Albert and Mlbb swing their hammer. Albert will be able to walk in towards the turtle, getting it down. The Finch poised to re-engage on the Joe, who gets a 3-man taunt, but they're all hitting. They're all taking him down, and his HP bar will not be able to handle that much pressure. Now with one member left standing, running towards the wrong side of the map. It seems for Indonesia, they'll be able to pick up this kill as they say to
So they get him there, and this is just devastating, Mirka. I mean, we're talking 8 minutes in, 10,000 gold ahead for Indonesia, and it looks like Albert just so confident that he's gonna go ahead and take this purple away.
Almost getting Fugo, now getting knocked up, so there's a cancel there. Good save by Joe in the bottom lane. Wild charge right into CW with the smooch now, and he doesn't even need to commit a torn apart memory. Just a few basic attacks is enough with the help of that wild charge.
Okay, like I was saying, this is a massive lead right now for Indonesia, and looks like they actually want to just possibly start knocking on these base turrets even before that Lord comes up. It was not a good usage of the diversion. You called it. They used it, they went to the bush in the mid lane, and then they were left to their devices for the rest of the team, and it all just got collapsed on. Like I was saying, man, it's a 360 lineup. You don't know where Indonesia's coming from. So now that they get this Lord here, that could possibly be the Lord. I know it is only the first one, but this could be the Lord that Indonesia uses to end the game early on. We saw both these teams go for 10 to 13 minute games in their previous matchup off stream. Sans?
Gonna be caught, doesn't have the flicker, and will be taken down. Sans with the signature overextension as well, right as they get the Lord. And it will be Sans who gets taken out here. Albert picks up a BOD, 12-0-4.
Jeez. That's also just war cry. Like, I don't know. Are you sold on the war cry now? Like, do you think it's a pretty good emblem to pick up here?
Yeah, I've got to say that the war cry is really good, especially considering, on the Ling, when you use the Tempest of Blades. Even before that, I think, just when you use the Finch Poise and then Divine Blades into the front, you already get the proc. So it's very easy on Ling.
Oh, man.
Sans,
3 members. SPA, 3 members having the Sky Piercer. Even Sans wants a part of this, and so they're going to deal with that. This is very tough for Vietnam, not only being down nearly 13,000 gold, now working against the SPA, the Sky Pierce abuse. And so Lord makes its way top side. Vietnam on the defense. Indonesia looks to go in with conceal.
Penalty zone, locking 2 members down. Keyboy still holding on to that wild charge right now. Sans is able to pop the wings by wings. The Divine Judgment, the lock Mlbb down to the back line right now. That's going to be the base turret taken out. Indonesia still going for this fight. With the slam and the pass combo to the front. And Joe will be able to get the taunt down onto Albert, but now is very, very low. Will still be able to escape with the split as Vietnam get rid of the Lord. But now another wave comes into that mid lane with the bottom lane as well. It seems for Indonesia, they'll just have to be satisfied with 1 base turret.
That's all they get. I'm actually surprised that is all they get in the exchange, given how far ahead Indonesia is right now, and even with the 3 Sky Piercers. But I think it's also just a form of discipline that they're showing for Indonesia right now. With the lead that they have, they probably could have punched it in even further. Hold on. Wild charge.
Mlbb with the winner crown actually gets up to Divine Judgment. The torn apart memory takes him out with the help of the Feather Airstrike. Now as Albert goes in towards the back, is very, very low. Needs to be careful. Goes out, escapes. Joe goes in, and that's going to be the double kill secured by Sans. As now it's going to be running away with the split. Another chase down up top with the Finch Poise, and Albert will be able to get rid of Joe up top. Now another 1v1 as it's going to be Yandere who tries his best to take Albert down, but he's a bit too slippery. Still with the Finch Poise, escaping. Another Feather Airstrike onto Yandere. One last shot should do it with the Sky Piercer, but he's unable to get that final hit. Still, Yandere trying to go against the defense of 5 members sieging down their base. Albert will just dash towards the back, go for it right now, and they're gonna go for a few more kills, a few more hits onto the Vietnam members before they ultimately secure game number 1.
Decisive game here from Indonesia, man. 12,000 gold ahead. It took them a little bit longer than what I thought, because with that first Lord push, I was actually expecting Indonesia to end it there with how far ahead they were, and then 3 Sky Piercers. But, for Vietnam, there's a lot. I feel like that their lineup just was not able to hang with the pressure, the speed that Indonesia was at for this one. And like I was saying before we went into the matchup here, Mirko, I was like, you know what? There is like Vietnam's play style looks like it would be able to be similar, at least match up against Indonesia. This game was different though, because the lineup is a little bit slower, you know, and like when you look at Indonesia's lineup, and even if you just see a Ling, like, you know, the idea is to snowball, and I mean, anytime an assassin gets picked up, like that's the general idea. But then they paired it up with Sands on the Farsa, and they had a Brody. So, I mean, the Brody takes a little bit longer, but traditionally I would say Brody is like, he's like a 2-item marksman. Like once you have probably 2 items, you're already actually quite a bit of a threat in comparison to the Claude, for example, where you need many more items, you need a lot more time. But, you know, late game, it's again, it's not up to CW just to pump out all the damage, because of the fact that you have a Ling and a Farsa already that covers so much damage potential from start to mid game. And that's what we saw here as we take a look at the highlights, right? Albert came out swinging is an understatement. The guy was just everywhere that he needed to be. He ends up eventually just snowballing out of control on this Ling. So for all you Albert fans that wanted to see him play this Ling, now you get to see it on stream, and man, was it a dominating game. And also that was just in part to the amazing setup potential from Mlbb and Keyboy. As usual, these guys got all the sets, as you see from the wild charge, that they needed. Really good usage of just even the Guardian's barrier a lot of times to make it even more difficult like that to get out of, you know, any of these aggressive plays from Indonesia early on. Again, this is only 3 minutes to the 5-minute mark, and this, you know, the setups that Keyboy and Mlbb were doing, like look at Mlbb, he's going 1v3 for the most part, takes out a kill and stays alive. That's why Tarizla right now, I feel like, is probably going to be maybe the #1 pick for the XP lane, if not the second pick, because he's just massive right now. And I don't know if it's just, you know, some of the changes with the items, but just Tarizla was great before, and now he's even better. And so teams are definitely going to have to look out for that. With this, again, like I said, it just took too long for Vietnam's lineup to really like pull together in a game that is against its time that they're both after, but with different timings and power spikes. Indonesia just knew theirs, which was really in the early game. And even this fight, man, they just get smashed here, and great placements time and time again from Sans with the feathered airstrike, able to find the right targets even on the BMI. Really well placed on finding that. And, you know, at this point, like I said, it's in full snowball territory. He really just trying to run away, but he gets taken out here, and there wasn't much he could do on the glue. I didn't feel the impact of the glue at all in this game, just because of the fact that it got way too out of control, where you're the tanky guy. You know, you and Fredrin are the ones that are supposed to go and start some of these fights or get to the back line, but how can you when you're getting blown up like this? And we're talking about Sky Piercer as well. It wasn't, Sky Piercer was a first item for CW, but that was pretty much it. You know, it took, Albert picked it up, I think, second or third item, and then Sans gets it later on. So for the most part, these tanky heroes, you couldn't really use them the way they needed to be in comparison to Mlbb and Keyboy. You know, they had way more value out of the tanks they had because they just scaled up better too, and quicker with the snowball that they had. So for Vietnam, with a lineup like this, they definitely need to cover more grounds in terms of that early game. There was a lot here for them for that late game. And we see this once again. This was interesting because they forced this fight, and a good response from Keyboy to go ahead and collapse down and start this all up. But, you know, in the mid lane, this is, where they diversion out of here? No, that was earlier. So, you know, again, team fight after team fight, you can already see massive leads for Indonesia, and for Vietnam, not able to withstand that pressure, that momentum that was built up here. You still got to go, you know, you got to see all the team fights that unfolded between them, but MVP is probably going to be Albert, you know, on this Ling. I don't know if you agree with that or change it, but here, let's go ahead and look at it. Yep, player of the match, MVP for match #1, Albert, 13-0-5. This is a nearly, I would say, every Ling player's dream to have a game like this, especially when you get to snowball like crazy.
For sure. I think, you know, Albert being the MVP here is a no-brainer. He was 13-0-5. He took the game to his own hands. I think after the first 3 kills that he got in the game, and around the turtles as well, he was perfect, securing every single neutral objective on the Ling. You'd expect him to get 3 kills early, but I don't think you would expect him to out-retrade, to outtake the Fredrin on the neutral objectives, especially considering there's a Kaja on the enemy team. But I do want to talk a little bit about that Kaja pick, Naisu. It definitely did feel like there were too many targets to go for, kinda.
Yeah.
Like you said, right, in the draft, the Kaja could go for Sans, could go for CW over Albert. And again, maybe the fact that, you could go for all these members makes it so that it's just very, very confusing for him. He doesn't know who to go for in the end, and they have had those countermeasures. I think after a while of trying to go for Albert but not being able to catch Albert, after a while of going for Sans and not being able to go for Sans, he decided to go for CW. And he was able to get that, I think, in the second turtle, around the second turtle. Good Divine Judgment with a flicker to catch CW, but then that's why we saw the adjustment from CW. Instead of the normal Wind of Nature or a Rose Gold Meteor, he decided to go for the Winter Crown. That is now Adaptive Attack. So yeah, he can still get the value out of that Adaptive Attack to go for physical, and while simultaneously also getting that suppression down, getting an untargetable item used up so that he can actually escape from the Divine Judgment. And that's actually what we get to see. Because he popped in the Winter Crown and Nart popped, tapped on the Divine Judgment. The Divine Judgment went to Lutfi, I think it was. And very, very good baits, very good adjustment from Team Indonesia in this game throughout, up against that Kaja. After some of the successes that we saw from the Kaja, it responded to it almost instantaneously, right? So maybe something like a Kaja with the Loyi, it doesn't work as well anymore. Because we were already talking about, how we are doubting the Loyi pick. We're doubting how prio Loyi is in this meta. With the chip too, to be fair. But the chip did get banned. The Loyi didn't, and maybe that's why they didn't ban it. Maybe that's why now they're actually banning the Roger over the Loyi. You're so limited now on the Loyi. It just feels like that creative diversion is no longer creative. It becomes super easy to read. And even if you pull off 1-2 good diversion plays, send the Kaja back. Once you do that, and if you don't get the big play, you're done, right? The diversion is going to be out for such a long time. And I think for the Loyi as well, at this point, maybe we might see like a fleeting time Loyi. Maybe they might try to go for some additional cooldown on that big ultimate. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like the Loyi has been getting a lot of success. Sans tried to pull it off yesterday. Didn't work out. Now today, it's Vietnam would try to pull off the Loyi, and it still didn't work out.
Times are changing, and like I said, it's good.
I hate Loyi.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's good for me. I'm happy with the way things have shifted. I'm glad that at least the mid lane, for the most part, too. Even looking at some of the off-stream games, there's still good variations for mid lane. I mean, like yesterday, we even saw the mid Terizla, which threw me off, right? But yeah, I think there's still a lot of good variation and flexibility that can happen in the mid lane. And for the longest time, it was just, Loyi Novaria, and maybe, a different hero here and there. But so far, I think even from the African qualifiers, now here for Asian, we've seen a good mix of different heroes in the mid lane, and it's refreshing. I think Loyi had her moments in her time, and she can definitely still fit in some compositions. It's just she's not as OP now because of the way that diversion works, and you really have to be careful in using that. So, and I think it's a good thing you pointed it out, like the combination of Loyi with the Kaja. In this, you lack the damage because for one, Loyi, we know she can actually do pretty decent damage early with her passive and everything, and dropping rotations and getting those the yin and yang combinations off. But the problem with this is, like you said, at some point, especially when the Radiant armor started to come online, you lose so much damage in comparison to a Farsa combination. Like Farsa alone, her damage is pretty good throughout the entirety of the game. And I couldn't recall on exactly the build path that Sans went, but I love the magic items right now. Like I love the fact too that even with the glowing wand, it has that built-in Necklace of Durance passive now in it. You have the Wishing Lantern, which we got a glimpse of yesterday. But there's still a lot of the same paths that some of these heroes are taking, and it's just, for Loyi to be most effective, you need to be utilizing the utility she brings to a team. And so far, it seems like that was the biggest hit she took. was the fact that she could use that diversion that way. So I think teams will slowly start to feel this. They'll really like adjust to it. And this opens up more room for diversity in the mid lane anyways. I know we also still see a lot of Lilia pop up, which still is a great hero to put there. We actually saw some Gourds pop up here throughout the tournament. So I think, you know, overall, the next shakeup we need to see happen is also the XP lane. I was saying before the patch that I love the XP lane because we did see quite a diverse range of heroes picked up, but man, to be honest, so far for Iesf, it's been the Yuzhongs and the Terizlas, and that's about it. There's been a couple, maybe here or there changes, but I think, you know, you're seeing just how strong the XP lane heroes are that are commonly picked up, which is Yuzhong and Terizla, and it's still the same though. Like Miracle, I would still say it's still. XP lane is probably still the most impactful lane for me right now, unless we get to a situation where it's like the assassin jungles just kind of get out of control with like this new patch. I'm not sure if it'll get to that point though.
I think there's a case to be made for the jungle though, right? Because I mean, looking at the Lings that we've been seeing, the Rogers as well, even to a certain point, to a certain extent, the Bakshas as well. The fact that you're able to dictate the game so early on, maybe, you know, the jungle could take the role back of the most impactful role in Mlbb. Because for the longest time, it has always. I think it's got to be like what, M3, maybe M3, around M3, and then M4 we still saw like a few junglers taking the game into their own hands, but I mean, like, you know, Kyrie. But after that, really, the jungle became a retry only kind of lane, you know, retry only kind of role, where you're there specifically to go for retries, to Lord dance, and that's it. And I love the change.
Get that retry.
Exactly. Hold that Lord, LDE, they enjoy those Lord dances, right? And a bit too much, I feel, you know, they enjoy those Lord dances a bit too much. But now with the assassins coming down with the damage dealers as well, I'm very, very curious to see how the meta actually shifts again, because so far it seems like we're only seeing the Lings, the Rogers in the jungle as assassins. You know, we have seen Lancelot from here, like time to time. I think Ken was able to pull off the Lancelot, but again, he lost on that. Albert tried the Hayabusa, lost on that pick as well. So I wonder if some other assassins can actually make their way into the jungle and be super prio too. Because so far it's just two picks that are really prio that you can make work as a first phase pick. That's crazy. Assassin first phase, damage dealer jungle first phase. It's something we haven't heard since what, M3 it has to be, right? That was the last time we saw the assassins really fully prio, and even the marksmen in the jungle with the Roger too. But yeah, now that there are some changes, I really hope that they maybe figure out something, maybe like a Granger to come back in the meta with the burst. The Sky Piercer should be pretty good on the Granger, right? Especially with the Death Sonata. The fact that you can have the Sky Piercer with that kind of range as well. Very interesting
Granger
stuff.
Jungle?
Granger Jungle, yeah. I'm talking about Granger Jungle. We saw Granger Jungle, I think, a couple of times already. Not in this tournament, but, you know, in some other tournaments, the Granger Jungle has been popping up. It's still very, very easy to pick off in the early game, very vulnerable, and I get to see why. But maybe if you can get winning lanes in mid and XP, or mid or gold lane, you know, 2 winning lanes, maybe it sets up for a pretty good Granger pick.
I almost feel like we're going to see a very well-known player from North America maybe bring it out in one of the tournaments in the future here coming up.
Mlbb,
I hope to see it because, you know, I am all for jungle becoming that kind of role again that is not just retributions, like you said. You know, it's not just that role that, you know, stick them there, deal with the Lord, get the retribution. Because I think it changes the path of the game, of course, like when the jungles can be like this, like we just saw from Albert. But so far from even the tankier jungles that we've seen, like the Fredrins, like the Bakshas, you know, they actually, the pacing of the game isn't so different, you know? I mean, when it is utility, I can't recall when the last time we've seen really like tank for tank jungles though go to head to head. It's usually been one utility versus one assassin so far through Iesf. So we'll see if that changes here. Draft though for game number 2. Indonesia going to be on that blue side, so they will get that first pick. Vietnam here on the red this time around. Bans coming out. I'm wondering if Vietnam wants to ban the Ling. Like, you know, they ban the chip. That's kind of what we used to see, I would say, is teams ban the chip. So they go for the Barretts. So I wonder what the game plan is for Vietnam. After a game like that, and very, you know, being very one-sided there, you've got to have an idea of, number one, I would think, I don't want to play against Albert's Ling. You know, we can't do that because also, okay, Angela's banned out. So Indonesia is the one to ban it out. And we'll see if this last one is that respect ban towards Ling. Even if it is, what do you think's open here for Indonesia in the first pick?
I think the Roger's going to be up for grabs. They go for the Ling ban, but it does leave the Roger up for grabs. And it should be a pick for Indonesia. Both Albert and CW play the Roger really, really well. It's also just a really, really good flex pick. Unless they want to try the Lo Yi again, right? Maybe it didn't work out against Malaysia, but maybe it'll work out against Vietnam. I don't know. I don't know if they even want to go for the global pressure of that Lo Yi. I think a few times before the patch, at least, we saw that the Moskov was super prio as first pick as well, but I'm not too sure if Indonesia actually want to go for that. I think the safer choice has still got to be the Roger. That's the safest choice you can go for. Or maybe, you know, you were already talking about how the XP is very impactful. Maybe go for something like a Terizla, but they go for the Harith, which is something that's super prio as well. I think has lost a bit of prio since the patch. It's not as crazy as it was before, but it's still a really good pick in the gold lane. You get the snowball really quick in the game, especially when you get level 4. Once you get level 4, it almost seems like, you know, I don't think any gold laner is really able to go 1v1, duel
1v1,
against the Harith. Maybe the Esmeralda, if we do get to see an Esmeralda like we saw yesterday, but it's going to be with Fredrin and the Roger, so removing the potential of the flex instantly, putting the Roger into the gold lane up against a Harith. Roger wants to win the lane, Harith does the same thing, and I think does the same thing a bit better, at least for the early phase, especially after level 4. So Vietnam, an interesting choice to go for.
You know, when you're talking about the Harith here, it makes me think of yesterday where Al was playing that Harith, and he was able to really just kind of keep himself in the side lane, and what ended up helping them win that game and push it was the fact that, yeah, you couldn't 1v1 him. You know, eventually, especially 30 minutes into the game, Harith just gets to a point where it's so tough to 1v1 actually from level 4, but even late game, you kind of have to send at least 2 people to kind of deal with Harith, unless, you know, you're able to eat through those shields, which is, like you mentioned, the Esmeralda would be great. But wow, Indonesia. Okay, on the response here, they're gonna go ahead and give their chance at the Lo Yi. So let's see how they utilize this pick this time around, and also the Noland, who has so far done pretty decently, you know, in the way things are kind of shaping up, just like we saw from Takiza yesterday, right? Takiza is the one that played the Nolan, if I remember right. We saw the Nolan come out with some success, and I think it was also with the combination of a Nolan and a Harith, if I remember right from yesterday. So, and then the last pick for the first phase for Vietnam, they're going to pick up the Terizla this time around, placing that in the XP lane. So they might, I don't know, maybe just deal with the Yu Zhong if it slips through, unless they ban it out. That looks like, yeah, that's Tigreal, right? Tigreal being banned out.
All right, Tigreal ban. All right, so we're really respecting Keyboy here with the Tigreal ban, but we haven't really seen Tigreal come out a lot here. I guess anticipating maybe the way that he could use the Tigreal with the Lo Yi to find those creative angles, you know, with the flanks. I guess I could definitely see that as well, but maybe for Indonesia, they might be going for just a standard Grok as well. I think that would still work out. It's a good Terizla pick, by the way, for Vietnam, right? The fact that they picked it up, it's a good deny away from Indonesia, because they really need someone tanky in the XP lane now that they have technically 3 damage dealers in their composition. Novaria ban to try to deny that scouting potential of that Astral Echo, especially when you want to use the Lo Yi to get these angles, to get these flanks. You want to take away that Novaria, because I think for the Novaria, every single ability, could be used to actually scout out. Put the Astral Meteor down, you get vision of the bush. You can throw out the Astral Recall, second part of it, the Astral Sphere, and you can get vision across and Astral Echo as well. The Grok will be banned out. I was expecting the Grok for Indonesia, and it's a good read by Vietnam to take that pick out, because it feels like with the Fredrin even, right? It doesn't really matter if the Fredrin is better at contesting these neutral objectives than any of the assassins that's picked up by Indonesia if there's a Grok in the hands of Indonesia. Because then they'll be able to just utilize that wild charge CC around the walls, get that CC down on the Fredrin, and it basically becomes a full 100-0. No 50-50 at all for the Retribution. Full easy retry for whoever the jungle is, and it's gonna be the Valentina ban. So again, also respecting the fact that maybe they want to be going for these big ults. I think the Minotaur might show up now, because the Valentina, as of right now, the 3 picks that we have for Indonesia, there's no real pick that actually warrants, you know, the Valentina ban. Maybe the Diversion, but even then, we don't see a lot of Valentinas go for the Diversion anyway, so maybe they're just going for some big ults in the second phase. Maybe an Arlet and a Minotaur. I think both those could work.
Yeah. I was trying to think here too for Indonesia, maybe the Kaja or Edith Rome also. I'm not sure, but Kaja, like this is, if it is Kaja, they could be just a complete pick-off, kind of pick-off-esque lineup. I know we already shared our thoughts about Kaja with a Lo Yi though. And so it might be, you know, might not be something they want to do, but if it is locked in, then we get to see Indonesia try that combination this time around. Another thing I could think of is, of course, the Edith Rome that has popped up a couple times. And again, it really, like, they're so overloaded on magic damage right now, and we saw what kind of happens to teams that do this before. So I think, you know, you kind of have to take that into consideration. So it looks like the Arlot is going to be picked up. That's also a good source of physical damage, but it's mostly that final slash that you can use. And, you know, if you're just trying to sweep them into the Zaman Force, that might be a game plan already. Wow. Okay, interesting that a Guinevere is going to get picked up here, and I'm assuming that is going in the XP lane to, unless it's going to be Rome. Like, Arlot could go XP lane as well. Who does better against the Terizla here, do you think?
I think the Arlet definitely needs to go to XP, right? The Guinevere XP, though it can work, I'm more of a fan of the Guinevere as Rome compared to XP, but that's going to be the Phoveus as well, and that's a great pick by Vietnam. So many dashes from Indonesia. Every single one of them can actually dash, except for the Lo Yi. So incredible value here as the last pick comes into the XP lane. And oh wow, I'm really impressed with the Phoveus pick. We don't get to see Phoveus a whole lot, and we finally get to see him here. We usually see him even in the mid lane, and I think that's what they're gonna do. The Phoveus will be in the mid lane for Fugo, not on the XP. It's gonna be Hehe still on that Terizla. All right. What do you think, Naisu? Do you think the Phoveus is better as an XP laner or a mid laner?
I think for this, mid lane, because you want to be rotating wherever the Nolan is. And like, so you want to be able to, you know, you want to be able to join those fights, those early skirmishes, and possibly once you have the demonic force available, like play around that. So I don't know. It's tough to say, but I think this is better. You know, it does fit with this lineup, and mid lane is the way to go here. I think before, actually, no, even with like thinking some of the major teams, I think it just depends on what the lineup's going to be. He works great in XP and mid. So with that, let's find out exactly how it's going to be executed in this land of Dawn. Game number 2 here. It's match point for Indonesia, looking out to close out the series against Vietnam. And again, remember, they are tied for points. Hold on. It looks like, I'm not sure if that's going to result in anything, but they were pretty low there as they got to the lanes here. As we take a look at the junglers getting set up, Albert already rotating in, gets that level 2, and you can see it, right? Again, Vietnam needs to even out the series here, get to a game 3, because they're tied in the standings. You guys, real quick, can also check out the standings on isf.gg to stay updated with everything happening. Now, as we take a look even at the emblems here, nothing crazy that sticks out except for Fugo. He's got the war cry on the Phoveus. So this is going to be the first time that we actually see this. Well, first time in for a pick for Phoveus in general, but then the war cry emblem on top of the Phoveus pick. I'm wondering how this is going to work out. An extra 8% damage for a Phoveus, especially when he has demonic force. I feel like that could be kind of scary. Could be tough to deal with, plus the fact that Yandere has it as well. This is, you know, not so new. We have seen Rogers play with this emblem now at this point, and it works out. So it's a lot of extra damage they could play around here.
For sure. And the fact that they're going to go for the war cry means that they want to go for the prolonged fight. They want to try to out-sustain Indonesia. In these skirmishes, Albert jumping in forward, not able to get the fracture down, so he's going to hold off onto that Keyboy, just relieving some of the pressure that Yonder has been able to put down onto CW in this gold lane, and will be able to help CW to shove this. But so far, Vietnam in the early game, they're doing a pretty good job. I think as long as Fugo is able to clear up and get to level 4 before the turtle, this is going to be a very, very good early fight for Vietnam.
You know what I'm wondering too here, Mirko, is like, what is the build path of this Phoveus in the mid? Because, you know, with things changing, he can do quite a bit of damage with the current item. So they do get a flicker out from Loot Beast all before this first turtle, this first objective take does come, but they do get these level 4s that are crucial for the fight. So even with the flicker down, Loopy might still just try to get a play. It looks like Keyboy's trying to get that level 4 as well, so that he can contribute to this fight. But right now, they're going to control this side of the turtle. Fugo, quite low. Looks like he's going to be fine, but now fighting for the turtle.
Yeah, Lippy has the final slash, can go for it, jumps in for the Vengeance as well, and that's gonna be the penalty to lock Albert down, but good final slash comboed in with the Retribution. Now that's gonna be the Spatial Migration and the Violent Requiem locked down together to give Albert some space to go for the Fracture and pick up a double kill on top of the Turtle.
Hey, you said, oh, I was going to say, I thought Yandere did survive. And I was going to say, good job surviving against CW using the Zaman Force under the turret. Eventually goes down. Zhao gone too.
Good Fracture too, and now Albert will be able to use the dash, but now is gonna try to bait Fugo into the turret. I'm not sure if Fugo wants to take this, and he does with the Demonic Force. Gets pulled way too far away from his turret. Is forced to use the Purify. Now it might be the re-engage from Albert, catching Fugo, overextending. And Fugo has lost the entire minion wave on top of that, right? He's gonna be so behind in gold.
I'm not sure, like, if he was just like, oops, you know, if that was an oops because he goes too far.
It was like multiple oopses.
Yeah, that would have stopped 2 before he even got there. But, you know, it's unfortunate because even looking at the gold, he's already fallen quite behind Sands. 700 gold already, and this is a 5-0 lead now for Indonesia, very similar to what we saw in the previous game. So Vietnam struggling, and look at this, invading that purple buff.
Razor's Wrath and Retribution combo together. Violent Requiem, though. My goodness, Nart gonna be knocked up straight into the Fracture and a Dispersion. Now it's gonna be Lippy because it's gonna be combat. Diversion gets placed down, and Sans will be able to escape. Keyboy next to the chopping blocks as they go for the chase. A Demonic Force as well. But Keyboy will be able to enter again onto the Spatial Migration, getting Joe knocked up. CW rotating back again as Joe goes over the top, but CW has rotated, goes over to Synchro Fission, and it's gonna be Hehe completely isolated, alone. The other members went back. And the Terizla will be taken out 7-1 as Joe is still looking for an aggressive maneuver here into the enemy jungle. Has a Retribution as well, but it seems Albert will still be able to pick it up for himself. That 2-level lead coming in handy for the Retri battle.
I'm so, you know, it's hold on, it's mid lane. I don't think Nart
again. The Vengeance resets with a Dispersion. The final slash. Nart gonna be displaced and taken out by the Vengeance, and now Joe can't even go and utilize that Retri advantage that he got from the purple buff invade. Albert's just gonna pick it up for free, no Retri needed, and they're gonna plow through the next engage here onto the enemy jungle. Fugo caught but has the Purify, and it seems for Indonesia they have a 5,000 gold lead already. The Diversion is going to be used down to the bottom lane to go for a flank, and that's going to be the sandwich. Albert picking up the kill together with the rest of the team as Lutpi is even winning up against the Terizla now in the lane.
Yeah, this is very punishing with what Indonesia is doing to Vietnam, not giving them a chance to breathe. Even earlier, it looked good for Vietnam when they were starting to fight back and they caught a couple, but then, oh, hold on, Nart, again, oh my goodness. The burst from Albert is just too much. He's 7-0-1.
Final slash, Synchro Vision right into the stacks. Albert, what triple kill? And now he's gonna go for more. The Maniac waiting for him, and that's gonna be the Spatial Migration to knock him up to give the Maniac over to Albert on a silver platter. The Diversion into the bottom lane, perhaps a hut for the Savage. They don't know where Yandere is, and he will be able to recall in time, denying that Savage. But man, Indonesia, 6 minutes in, 13-1, complete dominance.
Complete dominance. Look at the damage that Albert is doing on this Nolan. 31,000 damage mid lane.
Nart again not having a good time, not even given the chance to use the Primal Wrath. The CW jumps in forward, does have the Purify now, will be able to get locked down by the penalty zone, but that's gonna be the Demonic Force munching onto Keyboy's HP bar, as that will be Keyboy falling down. Lippy with a Vengeance, now with the stun as well, trying to bait out some of these Demonic Forces, and he's going to get the Purify, but will not be able to survive in that skirmish. Albert just comes in, takes him down, and wants to go for more. You gotta respect this Fracture again. Albert takes the double, punishes an overstaying.
My God, good Nart, all having a hard time here against Albert. 12-0-1. We saw the 31,000 damage earlier. I'm wondering what he's at now. It's got to be 40,000 plus, because my God, we thought the Ling was good. Look at the Nolan, look at the moves, right? And for Vietnam, this is tough. This is more than a tough. This is dire. We're 7 minutes in. They're 10,000 gold behind, and that's a turtle. You're not going to see any of your buffs. You're not going to see any side of your jungle. And even with this lineup, oh, again.
Oh, I can't even say it was a Spatial Migration. He just disappeared. Nart, 0-6-0. This Edith. It's supposed to be a sustainable pick. You know, it's supposed to be a pick that can allow you to re-engage, but I guess when you get bursted down like that and the diversion gets placed up top, Yandere, oh no, you gotta start running, buddy. Albert is coming down now. He has the passive and the basic attack, and he won't even utilize all. Did he use get the fracture? I don't even know if he got the fracture there. Is it on that short of a cooldown?
I think so. Look at the items. He's also got the Sky Piercer. He's got the Hunter Strike. He's got the Malefic Roar, man. It's just, you're seeing even the tankiest members of Vietnam just get deleted in an instance. And now the Sea Halberd to go ahead and take care of some of the sustainability. Not even sure if that Sea Halberd was needed or if it's overkill, but they'll get these tier 2 turrets down. Indonesia is just waiting for the Lord. They're still a whole minute away from it spawning, so they're gonna go and get these shields. I'm not sure if they actually continue to like force a fight possibly against Vietnam, but right now Vietnam doesn't have much that they can do other than just watch their base start to crumble here. And it looks like you have to keep an eye on Keyboy. Oh,
stun into the, oh my god, the final slash into the Violet Requiem. Well played, Indonesia. Lutfi and Keyboy working that synergy together. Penalty zone, locking Keyboy and Sans there, but he has the Purifies. Yandere just gets bursted down, I think, by Albert on the fracture, and now again it's Hehe isolated all alone with the rest of the members having to flee from the fracture. CW dashing forward, still has his Amon Force as well. It's gonna be Lutfi with the final slash again, connecting on a 2, forcing the Purify out as Nart finally gets the Primal Wrath, but not for long. It's just to survive for one last, you know, bit of damage from CW to take him down. Yandere, Joe, and Fugo on the defense. Albert, level 15, jumping in fracture. Oh my goodness. Fugo disappearing again. The assassin is assassinating anyone. And that real Keyboy with a spatial migration. Get the Violet Requiem too. And that's the combo together with the dispersion. Indonesia gonna get things done before the 10th minute of the game.
Holy moly. Is all I can say from seeing that game at 24-2, a massive game for Indonesia. I don't know what happened yesterday. I feel like they felt a certain way and they came here, and Vietnam had to deal with that just built up power from Indonesia, man. I don't know. Every single lane, it looked like they were just on point. Albert, I don't even know what the heck his KDA was for this series alone. Like, this game.
Put those stats up, man. Get those stats up, right?
13-0-1. Earlier, he was what, 12-0-1 or something like that?
13-0, I think, game 1, right?
13-0. My goodness. What do you even break down from that point? And now, you know, we're going to have to take a look here at the highlights, of course, because this is just going to be a highlight reel that we're going to see from Indonesia. Just like in the first game that they had, man, Vietnam never really had the opportunity to find a breather here. Like, from the start, I mean, look at this. And it was such a good combination, too, with having Keyboy on that Guinevere. We saw that, you know, time and time again, landing those spatial migrations. But honestly, when you're going against this type of damage on Albert with this Nolan, what do you do? Like, how do you deal with this? And this, I mean, Fugo, like, this makes sense. Phoveus, you have a Nolan across from you. In theory, it should work really well. You're dealing with those dashes. But then this overextension, I mean, it was already 4-0, and there was already 2,000-3,000 gold ahead. So even with that, again, things already fell apart. And you'll see multiple setups once again from Keyboy on this Guinevere. And even for Lutfi, the final slashes were great. And really, as we go through the highlights, there's only maybe 1 or 2 instances where we see Vietnam actually kind of have an upper hand in the fight. This might be one of them, if I recall. They actually fight back here, and it looks like they're going to be okay. I'm not sure if this is, but it's one of those instances where they fight back in the buff territory, and then they overextend again and keep losing the fight. So it was just tough for them to really kind of deal with here. Vietnam at this point, you know, 6 minutes in, you're so far behind, man. And it's one of those things where, like, if it's a big snowball down a hill and you try to just stop it with 2 hands, you're probably going to get crushed. And we saw that time and time again, trying to fight this fight, and there wasn't anything they could do. I mean, even if you think about it, even if Vietnam was able to take out, let's say, who's the easiest one? Maybe Sans? Maybe?
Yeah, that's the easiest one.
That would probably be the easiest. I don't know, but Albert, it didn't matter because just the amount of damage he's pumping out on this Nolan. I haven't seen personally a Nolan this strong or this much of a threat, especially now that we factor in the whole Sky Piercer item. you see just how often they delete these tanky heroes from Vietnam. And maybe part of this, again, is the fact that they just had this kind of lead. I mean, a great final slash. You're going to see Keyboy land a multiple member knock up with the spatial migration towards the end as well. And, you know, look at that. Yeah, this is automatic death. I mean, Nart had a terrible time on this Edith. He just, oh, there it is. That was beautiful, by the way, from Keyboy. But it was tough because Nart was the person trying to find the setups for them. And on the Edith, he just couldn't, right? I mean, there was no breathing room even for your tanks to move around the map. And talk about, I don't know if this, I think this is probably one of our games with the most lead that we've seen from one team. And again, MVP of the match for game number 2 is Albert at 16-0-3. My God, I don't know what else to say about Albert here, man.
Dude, the only thing incomplete about this, you know, stat sheet is his itemization, right? He could have gone to BOD. So for Albert, man, you could have done better, man. I don't know what he was doing the entire game, right? Like, how could you not build the BOD? I'm joking, obviously. 58,000 damage dealt, 16 kills in a 9-minute game. Usually you see that kind of stat for a team to have 16 kills. Yeah. This is a single player getting 16 kills in 9 minutes. The Nolan wasn't farming creeps in the jungle. Albert was farming heroes everywhere and anywhere, anytime, any place. The man knows what aggression is. At this point, in this game particularly, it feels like he is just aggression, you know? If you read Albert the wrong way, it'll probably just be aggression. I don't know how you'll read it, you know, you gotta be kind of dyslexic to do that, but still, aggression is probably, maybe his middle name, Albert Aggression Nelson, right?
It could be, but, you know, I hope when we get to maybe speak to one of them. Maybe we get a chance to talk to Albert on the interview, because
I really hope so.
I gotta ask him, man. And I'm not. So I don't even know, like, if this is just the Nolan plus the Ling. Are these his best? Like, are the best current picks for him right now, or is it just like they knew that this was the way to go because of the snowball potential with both those heroes? Because I know that, I mean, Albert at least his most signature would be the Ling, right?
Yeah.
So, like, signature, I mean, the way that he played even the Nolan, like, this is that territory where it's just like, man, it's the threat that Albert has on any of these assassins that are currently picked up in the meta that is forming here. It's quite scary, and I'm trying to think about what some of the teams out there can do against this kind of snowball, because, like I was saying in the highlights, man, I don't recall a time that we have seen this kind of dominance. Like, maybe in one of the women's games, if you recall back then, but, you know, This is different because it's also just, you know, what is it, 24-2? It was a quick game. The amount of damage that Albert had even before they ended it, remember, was like 31,000 damage. That was like almost all the members from Vietnam combined. And so, like, what do you do against these kind of very fast snowballing heroes that will lock in these kind of items, especially the Sky Piercer? When he locked in the Sky Piercer, it was almost like there was no chance for these tanks. And maybe part of that is some of the build paths that go on. It makes me think about the future, like, metas that are going to be forming. How do the roams out there deal with these changes? Because when I'm watching this kind of unfold, I don't know the answer to that, man. As someone who plays roam, like, in my own games, like, I actually, you know, I haven't dealt with something like this kind of snowball get out of control, but, like, makes me think, like, how do you stop this? Or, you know how before, even in different leagues, we see some amazing comebacks, like just crazy defenses. Is that even possible right now with something like this, with this type of snowball potential?
Technically, I feel like the answer to your question was already answered by a different team yesterday, right? Indonesia's aggression can be answered by Malaysian aggression. We saw that yesterday. We can see maybe that in the future, maybe if we get the matchup again, Indonesia versus Malaysia, you know, that both these teams will just be fighting for that snowball. But I get your idea right now, right? It's really tough to actually counter that kind of snowball, but I think based on the data that we have, based on the matches that we've watched, the easiest way to say that, you know, one style that can counter that aggression has got to be, you got to fight fire with fire. You got to fight aggression with aggression. You got to try to get your own snowball before that snowball hits. And yeah, it is going to be very risky. Technically going to be a bit of a gamble in the early game. But it worked for Malaysia yesterday. We'll see if Indonesia can continue this run, you know, now with the momentum in their hands.
We're going to find out. Let's go ahead, and I think we are ready for the interview. We're going to invite Albert, actually, to come talk to us for the interview. Ring, ring. Albert, hello. Can you hear us? Hold on. I always have to unmute this. You can hear us. Great.
Hello.
Albert, congratulations. By the way, very dominant series. 2-0. I'm going to ask you right off the bat, man. How did you feel about both your games? Insane KDA, I think you had a 13-0 and then a 16-0. The Ling and Nolan, how does it feel to be in the current meta where assassins seem to be rising once again?
I think it's just it's because the enemy is not that strong. Yes. And
Okay,
we
so-
just explore the new patch, right?
Yep.
Because it's
Let's see.
Awesome.
There you go.
They're scary, man. Mirko, go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So Albert, a quick question, right? I mean, with your dominant performance today, you said the enemy is maybe for Vietnam not that strong, but I would want to ask you personally what happened yesterday up against Malaysia, right? Do you want to share some insights? Did you guys make some mistakes, or were you just not ready to go up against Malaysia? What was it?
I think Malaysia is just he's improved a lot. Malaysian team, all their team improve a lot, and because the their representative is SRG, right, from SRG, the champions of MPL Malaysia also.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why they so strong now.
Awesome. Yeah, I think there's a lot of teams, a lot of regions and nations that are getting a lot better. Albert, last question. Is there a team you're looking forward to facing off? Is it like a rematch against Malaysia eventually that you're after?
I think I want to fight against Malaysia again because I hope we can get our revenge to Malaysian team.
Awesome.
There you go.
Great. Albert, thank you so much. Congratulations again on the very dominant
Thank
sweep,
you, Albert.
and best of luck to you guys in the rest of the games. Take care.
Thank you.
Good luck, bro.
Bye.
There we go,
There
man.
you go, man.
So,
Yeah.
that's from Albert himself, of course. His thoughts also on Vietnam, and they want the rematch against Malaysia.
As expected, for Indonesia, I think at this point, if they suffer any losses, they want to get that vengeance, right? They want to avenge their loss later on. And so far, I think with how the group is shaping up, they are going to be coming out second in this group, unless later on maybe Malaysia loses to another team. But no, it's been confirmed. If you guys want to check it out yourself, iesf.gg. Again, Malaysia now are 3-0. They have won every single game, every single match possible in their groups, and it doesn't seem like they didn't drop a single game. This is another invincible run for that roster. We know, throughout the season, I think for SRG, that team in particular, they've been going on an invincible run. And even here in Iesf, they're continuing that invincible run. Very impressive stuff. But, Naisu, I was for a second there thinking, okay, is he going to ask for a translation, right? Because a lot of times when we get Indonesian players and I'm here, they'll always just be like, all right, you know what? Mirko's here anyways. Can you just speak Indo to me, just translate some of these questions and translate my answer? But dude, Albert's saying, Malaysia improved a lot. I'll say you've improved a lot as well. His English got way better, man. Maybe he's just been, practicing with Yeb and Kyrie in the team, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say I was surprised because I was expecting, I've seen it before. But big props to Albert, of course. The English was great. And
shout out to Albert.
Just shout out to Albert. Just as good as the gameplay.
Maybe he can join us later on the desk.
Oh, maybe he could, man. Maybe he could be a guest for us. Very, very good game. And like you mentioned, they locked in their slots for the playoffs. So, but Indonesia is going to play against number 1 from Group A, and then Malaysia will place from number 2 from Group A. So it looks like that's going to be the bracketing eventually here. But we'll look at the next matchup that will be on stream, because our next matchup is going to be Cambodia versus Thailand. This one is also, I believe, a pretty important match for both of these teams. I'm going to go ahead and look up here real quick. How are their points looking for both of them? So I know, Thailand is second currently in Group A, and Cambodia is number 3. So very important game for both of them. As long as this is updated, I think either of these will also get them that number 2 slot from Group A that they need. So very crucial match between these two. And, Mirko, I know we've already gotten to watch Cambodia play, but on stream we have not been able to see Thailand, I believe. And I remember seeing the comments yesterday on some people asking, like, what about Thailand, like the team from Thailand. So I think there's going to be a lot to kind of like uncover as those two kind of battle it out. But are you thinking Cambodia has this? Because we are somewhat familiar with Cambodia.
Me personally, yeah, my prediction has got to be Cambodia should be able to take this, right? They were really, really close to Myanmar. I think those two are really going to be the real contenders coming in from this group. But Thailand, they're looking undefeated as well. At this point, they're 2-0, 4-0 in games. So based on the group up against Brunei and Timor-Leste, let's hope that Thailand can actually, come in with a curveball, maybe get some big wins here, maybe take a game off of Cambodia, because that'll be very, very interesting to see another nation, another region climbing up rapidly as well, because that's what we saw from Cambodia and technically from Myanmar as well. There's that one time where they just boost up in skill and they're able to just tell the world that, we're here to compete. We're here to be contenders.
Yep, I can't wait to see it unfold. I'm going to be watching and spectating that one because you're going to be joined with Eterna for the next one. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break here. It's going to be about 50 minutes before the next match because, hey, the last series was quite fast. So take a break, 50 minutes, get the food that you need, and then we'll be back after this. Again, I'm Nice, that's Mirko, and we'll be back after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Iesf as we are in the Asian Regional Qualifiers, day number 3, and we are heading into match number 2 as we were able to witness a 2-0 victory from Indonesia in the early stage of the day for match number 1. But now we are moving forward to our second match of the day, Cambodia versus Thailand, and whoever wins this should be able to make it to the playoffs for them to eventually go onto their road to Riyadh.
Welcome to this match. I'm sorry, I got kind of like, spooked there. Is that Eterna with glasses? This is the first time ever that I'm seeing this, by the way. So yeah, okay, Eterna. But yeah, amazing fight that we have here, obviously, for the next slot in the playoffs for Group A. Because for Group B, we've already confirmed the two teams. Indonesia with the win up against Vietnam. They've been able to just secure that victory, and now they are in the playoffs with Malaysia. Grouped in, later on, I think you will be able to see the brackets as well. If you guys want to see the updated results, isf.gg. Go ahead also for you guys to check out Group A, because this match is going to be a super high-stake match. It'll be Cambodia possibly securing their playoff slot, and also for Thailand to have the chance to do the same. Thailand are standing at 2-0, Cambodia are standing at 2-1.
And with that, with them being doubled and tied in, we are going to see a very intense match and a very big deciding match between both of these teams to see who will be able to qualify, because so far we've had a little bit of a taste for Cambodia as we were able to see them on day 2 yesterday going head to head. But for Thailand, we haven't really seen a match from them, especially being streamed in, as most of their matches have been done offline. So finally we get to head and see a little bit more of what Thailand and their gameplay has to say, especially going head to head against Cambodia, who has done quite well so far here at ISF in the Asian Regional Qualifiers.
It's unfortunate that they weren't able to beat Myanmar, right? But they were able to get it so close. It was 2-1 in favor of Myanmar. So they were able to take a game off of Myanmar. It was even a close game in game number 3. Very climactic. I'm expecting Cambodia to actually get the job done here up against Thailand, with them having much more experience compared to Thailand, especially in the international scene. I think we're no stranger to this lineup, Eterna, for Cambodia. We've seen See You Soon for a long time, but maybe here one of the concerns for a lot of the fans is the fact that for See You Soon, they've been playing with 2 imports for the longest time. How are they going to adapt with the rest? I think yesterday, that's why they kind of suffered against Myanmar, but now they should have already adjusted and adapted properly to their full Cambodian lineup.
I mean, technically, that's kind of the same concern that we saw from Indonesia, right? With the full Onyx roster, they didn't have Kyrie in the jungle, and so Albert had to step in for a full Indonesian lineup. Sure, we did see them kind of fail against Malaysia, I think, to a lot of the hatred of a lot of Indonesian fans, and of course the disappointment of the Indonesian fans, but today, right, against Vietnam, they really pulled through. They won very convincingly, very dominantly, with even Albert in the jungle picking up a maniac in almost a 10-minute game. It was 9 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So perhaps we're going to see the exact same dominance coming through from this team, as we are going to take a look at the official team lineup here for Cambodia. We have Ra, Lucas, Boxy, Felix, and Run. And these are kind of familiar names already, right? We've seen Ra before in the mid lane, and a couple of the other members as well, Mirko.
Yeah, for Ra, Lucas, Boxy, Felix, and Run, I think mainly it's Felix, Boxy, and Ra that have the spotlight on them in MPL Cambodia. They have been able to go through quite a lot, I think, in this regular season, for at least for MPL Cambodia, right? Because I think in the regular season, it looked like this lineup was really struggling. It looked like they were not going to make it to playoffs even. A lot of fans, a lot of analysts predicted them not to make it to playoffs, but they were eventually able to do so, and now they are, again, representing their country, not only later on in MSC, but here at IESF. And what of a better way than to start things off by going full aggressive mode, right? Because even up against Myanmar, the one win they got in game number 2 was through the early game. If they get that early game snowball, they're a team that just completely dominates their opposition.
So we're also going to take a look now at Thailand's official team lineup, and I'm going to apologize in advance if I do not pronounce these names properly. We have Mizi Mink, Lord Flash, 007, Nile, Easy, and 3333. Is that a double 33? I think from the last player here in the official team lineup for Thailand.
33.
Third, yeah, three. That's gonna be a tongue twister for Mirko to do the play-by-play later on.
33. I'll just call him 33.
Okay, deal, 33. And I think Thailand has quite a similar playstyle. I mean, probably from different players and of course different teams, but from what we've seen from Thailand is they're also quite aggressive in their playstyle, right? And with the meta shifting so heavily and dominantly in the early stage of the game, we're gonna see a clash of playstyles, of course, unless we see a different layer of Cambodia. I think the last match that they played in against Myanmar, you were expecting a little bit more of that early game threat from Cambodia, and instead they're kind of playing towards that late game. So maybe those kinds of adjustments is exactly what Cambodia needs to go head to head against Thailand later on.
I hope that's exactly what we get to see in the drafts now, because the Roger has been such a core member in that early aggression for Cambodia. They decided to ban it out straight off the bat here on the blue side. So already very, very interesting. Usually Cambodia want to leave that Roger open so that they can first pick it themselves on blue side. But for Thailand, they're going to get rid of the Ling. Already pure respect so far based on the banning phase, at least at the start. Something that we're not really accustomed to. Usually it's the blue side that go for more of a respect ban, and it's the red side that goes for more prio. Maybe they're just going to try to look for the trades on these big picks later on in the drafts. Maybe go for the trade Lo Yi as well. Alright, so we were talking actually off cam about how the Lo Yi hasn't really been finding a lot of success. I want to add one more hero into that not finding a lot of success category, which is the Chip. The Chip was super broken for the longest time ever. It was prioed every single region, but now we're seeing it get left open a lot. And even when it does get left open, we don't see the big impact on it anymore. We don't see that early snowball going as crazy as it did before.
I mean, that's kind of what we thought about the Luo Yi, right? And then Indonesia came and picked it up in the second game of that first match that we saw earlier against Vietnam, and they were able to kind of slaughter and snowball with the Luo Yi. So maybe we're going to see kind of a similar thing with the Chip. We do see that it still does get banned out here in the first phase. And I mean, technically the Chip didn't have any adjustments in the recent patch, right? Is it to do with the items?
I think so. I think it might be because of some of these items, and because some of these utility picks have just become stronger. I think that Angela has been a very, very good pick, and that's why we're going to get to see it as well. Banned out by Cambodia. Angela is probably the most prio pick in the game, maybe with the Roger. It's like contested that much. Especially if you let the Ling open, right? If you get that Angeling combo, usually we see, even before the patch, that it's already like at a very high win rate once you get the Angeling. Now that the Sky Piercer is built in as well, some of these assassins can go for even crazier fights with the War Cry. Yeah, the Angela becomes super prio, but it seems it's still going to be that Harith that will be banned out. Leaving a couple of picks open here. I don't know what Cambodia want to go for. They actually first pick the Claude. Oh, early, okay.
All right, that's actually quite interesting, right? Because if we're talking about the gold lane, I think off stream as well, we had a little bit of a discussion about the gold lane, how it feels like a lot of these teams and a lot of these players are still experimenting as to the priorities in that particular lane. Obviously, the Roger is one of the biggest highlights, but of course, the Roger was banned already. So I think they're going to go for a Claude here in the first phase of the drafts. I mean, technically, the Claude is quite a safe pick, right? I mean, it does quite well in the early stage of the game. As compared to maybe the Moscovs, right, of the game. But of course, when it comes down to the later parts, they're also still very impactful in these team fights, especially when it comes down to already taking in those important items in the Claude's kit to dish out that damage. But Thailand will respond quite quickly here with a Matilda and a Charizla. One of the two priorities in that lane as well, right? With the Matilda just really amping up in terms of priority, and so has the Charizla along with the Yuzong. The Charizla, again, still a very great utility tool to, you know, hash out in these particular team fights. In the laning phase, it doesn't do as bad as well. But do you think perhaps Cambodia wants to go for something of a counter towards the Charizla? Is an Xborg still good against the Charizla in lane is a big question.
Yeah, actually, the Xborg has been finding a whole lot of success here in the current patch, I think. The fact that you get the War Axe, and it technically is already a War Axe and a Bloodlust Axe. Two items that you could utilize really, really well. That's also technically why, though, we get to see the Charizla a whole lot. But this is the more natural pick up against the Charizla. Not in lane. Like, in lane, you actually don't bully the Charizla. It's more of a 50-50, but the Charizla does have a little bit of an advantage early on. Yuzong would just want to try to survive the laning phase to go and look for those those fights around the turtle. But same idea with the Yuzong, right? You get so much more value with the new revamped War Axe, and it seems it's also going to be the Valentina to try to steal away that penalty zone or even that circling eagle, depending on the moment. For both drafts, understandably for now, it's kind of like reactive actually for Cambodia, and for Thailand, it's more of that proactive, prio-centric draft that they're going for. Last pick in the first phase, and they're going to go pick up that Moskov, global presence, one of the global presence heroes that still actually finds a whole lot of success with the Angela, because as we said before, Lo Yi Chip, there's something with these global presence heroes and them just not being as strong as they were before. And to a certain extent, it also applies to Moskov. He isn't as strong as before. His early game has kind of fallen off a bit. Even his mid-game power spike is not as crazy as it was before. But the fact that you can participate in all these early team fights is still an advantage that you can utilize. And it seems we get the respect ban there, an Odette ban, coming in from Cambodia towards Thailand. We haven't seen Thailand at all, but maybe that's how they've been able to get some dubs.
Yeah, maybe they've done their homework, right? Because Odette is definitely not a pick that we see quite often in the mid lane. Usually we see the Valentinas, the Novarias. A lot of Feramis's has actually been picked up recently after the patch. But the Odette, very interesting. I mean, technically, it still can be utilized really good potential in these team fights with the AoE damage. And then we go for a Fanny ban here from the side of Cambodia, followed in with an Edith takeaway. So with this current composition, now Thailand does have first pick. They've already picked up the Moskov, the Terizla, as well as a Matilda. So we're lacking in the jungle as well as that mid lane. Assuming, of course, this Matilda is going to the roam. For the mid laners, what do you think will pop up here? Vexana? I guess Vexana is still an option if they still want to prioritize these team fights.
That's true, but if I'm looking at Thailand's games here, they're actually... Alright, I was about to say that they actually have been playing a whole lot of the Valentina. Maybe that's why it's going to be denied away from them in the first phase, but they go ahead and go for the Kadita pick, which is usually something we expect from Indonesia, right? I think for Thailand as well, this is going to be the first time ever that we get to see the pick on Kadita for them. Yeah, it was Xavier once, and then he played the Angela and the Valentina twice. So a debut pick on this Kadita for Thailand, as we get to see the response now from Cambodia. You know, early on, I think, again, off stream, we were talking about our expectations for this match. We expected Thailand to be the ones to go for aggression. Okay, they do. They finished off the draft with a whole lot of aggression. I was about to say, the Valentina, the Yuzong, and the Claude, it's aggression, but it's not like, it's not Thailand level of aggression, at least from the first 4 picks. But then they ended up with a Hayabusa and the Cho, a signature pick for Boxy. And now I really wonder how Tuzu is going to play in the jungle, because I believe that is also a substitute. We were expecting Lucas to play for Cambodia. Now that it's Tuzu, maybe he's just more comfortable on the assassins. Maybe that's why we get to see the Hayabusa.
We've seen the Hayabusa pop in. I think with Indonesia, Albert picking up the Hayabusa, it didn't do too well. Like, despite the changes to the Hayabusa, despite the, I would even consider it being like a buff to the Hayabusa, right? But it hasn't really found much success. We'll see how it does, because of course one sample isn't enough. And I'm excited to see whether or not this works out. And as well, with the Cho being picked up, the Cho has also been adjusted, right? That damage is a lot higher. So will we be seeing a Cho damage or a Cho more defensive, a Cho tank in this roam position? Because of the changes and the adjustments to the Cho, it's very likely that they would go for a little bit more damage, right? It's a little bit more worth it for the Cho to go damage. So an assassin Cho.
Ooh, I mean, we did technically see that as Rome as well in Indonesia, right? With the lethal ignition as well. Shout out to Drian. But it seems we're just gonna head on to the game first, Eterna.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 1 in this best of 3. The deciding match of who will be able to step forward to the playoffs from the group stage, as they are inching closer and closer to get to Riyadh for WEC. But as you can see here, taking a look at the emblems, right? Still concussive blast for the Cho. So assuming that they're gonna go for a little bit more defense and utility for this Cho instead of the damage. But by the way, that was the last pick, Martis in the jungle. I'm actually excited to see whether or not this works out.
All right, that Martis pick in the early game is going to be really good, but you can already see that damage from the Cho. That passive doing work already. Now there's a little bit of physical defense shred built in for the Cho. So it actually makes sense to combo it together with an assassin. Right, we were talking about the adjustments. I think the main adjustment has got to be that Jeet Kune Do now getting more range, and also the passive that you can actually see now. There's an indicator where the mana is supposed to be. Usually that's just empty for the Cho because he doesn't use mana, but now we get to see exactly how he can utilize that early damage on towards Nile and Mizzy Mink, forcing them to move back already. Ra and Boxy winning out this mid duel so well.
I mean, you would think, right, with a Matilda as well as a Kadita, that they would have a little bit more mid-trio prio when it comes down to the mid lane. But how much damage that the Cho is actually doing up until this point has really been able to help Cambodia in their rotations. And as you can see here, you can see a rotation coming through from Lord Flash in the top lane, going to be able to get in that jungle creep. But for the most part, right, I think now though, Thailand wants to go in for the contest of the damage. Doesn't get that much yet, as both of these teams are going to start setting up for the next neutral objective, which is that turtle.
Yeah, and the fact that Mizzy Ming actually already used the Petrify is a bit concerning. Boxy was able to Shunpu out of that, gets the Jeet Kune Do, that passive again, getting it procced down, but Lord Flash is already first onto the turtle, doing it so fast with the Impure Rage, doing some damage. Tuzu walking up and goes for the Retribution, but it's still gonna be Lord Flash who picks it up, now with the Mortal Coil, looking for one last Whoa, he actually went in a bit too early there, and Felix won't really be able to fully go for it. Mistargeting for Lord Flash. I think he was going for Boxy, but was unable to go for a Jeet Kune Do flicker combo right into Felix. Now is that's gonna be the Breath of the Ocean, used up penalty zone, connecting onto Felix, only onto Felix, as Nile gets the guiding win to bring his XP laner back to safety.
That was a really great disengage though from Thailand, right? They were, focusing on to the objectives. There was a re-engage coming in from Cambodia, and then they went in for another re-engage from the side of Thailand to perhaps look for a little bit more after that neutral objective take. But at the end, there was no trade-in coming in from Cambodia. So in the first 3 minutes, we do see that Thailand is holding a little bit more control, especially after that neutral objective take. Now looking at the items, we do see a lot of warrior boots being built in. They are going to be respecting in that physical damage coming through, especially if we take, a little bit of a teleportation into the gold lane. But that looks like is that a Sky Piercer being built in?
Does seem like that is. That's the first item, Sky Piercer for the Martis, and you can see the damage coming in from the Breath of the Ocean into the rough waves. Mizzy Mink able to punish Boxy, who was way too overextended there on the Cho.
It looks like Lord Flash is going to be picking up a neutral, an XP lead for that neutral objective contest. And again, right, the Hayabusa, a hero that we thought would have a little bit more kill pressure, especially for the past times that we've seen this Hayabusa being played in. We haven't really seen the impact of this Hayabusa, still sitting at a 000 KDA in terms of neutral objective take, gonna be falling far behind Lord Flash on the Martis. So we have kind of yet to see the advantage of picking up this Hayabusa despite the hypes coming in, especially after the changes into the patch. But now both teams going to be centering once again on this neutral objective. It looks like a corrosion scythe has been built in by the Claude. Will he be able to participate and have a little bit more say in the damage given? As, oh, look at that.
Again, a good catch onto Boxy. They use the Decimate too, though, so two big ultimates going to be used up as Nile's going to be taken down. The Decimate stolen away by Ra. Now going for it again. One last execute should get him, but now it's going to be the Mortal Coil used up once again. Now Run the King able to escape as the Furious Dive goes into the back, and Lord Flash is able to get a trade off. Spirit Destruction connecting onto Felix, but now it does seem like at least for Iesf, he's just gonna prioritize the turret up top. Cambodia getting some kills, but losing out on some big shots onto the turret shield. Iesf, good rotation.
3-for-2 trade, right, for Cambodia. So they are clapping back here in the first 5 minutes of the game. It looks like Boxing going to be able to give some vision as well as information for their team as to the whereabouts of Nile on the Matilda. But we are going to take a look at the replay of what happened earlier on, because initially it was a great call coming through, right? But they did have to burn in a lot of the resources, right? And so Cambodia, they were able to capitalize over that. But I think in the early stage of the game, with how things are progressing, that mid power spike coming in from Thailand is coming through. Tuzu finally being able to have a little bit more say in that team fight, dishing out that damage, but Lord Flash is actually able to pick off Run the King in the gold lane. Meanwhile,
We're on a turtle. It's going to be Cambodia who secures the neutral objective. But take a look at Iesf. That veterancy from this player as a purple buff gets stolen away as well by Lord Flash. 007. Maybe that's why we get to see the 007. He's an absolute spy, just invading the enemy jungle, not letting Cambodia get any free trades around the map. But so far, it's still a 300 gold lead actually held down by Cambodia. I do want to leave a fun fact out there, by the way, for the people who are actually watching, who've been watching Mlbb for the longest time. I just noticed, you know, for Thailand, wait, there's a little bit of a skirmish up top with the quad shadow and the shadow kill. Iesf is gonna be next to the chopping blocks. They go for the assassination under the turret. Run the King, getting the last hit down as Tuzu goes and pops that quad shadow back towards safety, towards his own jungle. 33 and Felix going at it in the bottom side of the map now. Felix actually winning it out just with the passive there. And it seems for Ra, he's looking for another skirmish. Petrifying the Furious Dive committed down, but 33 is able to flicker out. Another fight up top is that going to be the dragon onto Mlbb, but he is still able to survive. Tuzu, quad shadow again onto Lord Flash. Okay, both of them disengage. Shoutouts to Iesf because he's an MSC champion, actually. Boxy again, Way the Dragon, knocking Nile down, has the guiding wind. The Spirit of Destruction connects, and Iesf will not take it. Man, all right.
that's going to be it. It does look like Cambodia is going to be able to get a little bit of a trade here at the bottom side of the map, picking up that turret to go for that 1v1 equalizer in the, of course, turrets and as well as the structures. But finally we get to see the damage coming through from Tuzu, right? I think initially I was wondering what this Hayabusa game plan was, because technically neutral objective take should be more in favor, but wait a second.
Good G Kundo right into the Decimate. Ra again, constantly stealing the Decimate. And now the quad shadow follows Iesf back with the shadow kill. Iesf gets the help needed, but still it's going to be Tuzu who survives that onslaught of damage. Boxy with the Way of the Dragon, just bringing Lord Flash all the way to the back. No follow-up now, but Felix wants to go for the dive, it seems. Gets a few shots from the turret and will be forced back. Boxy on the show again. Now looking for the flank on the 33. Gets hit by the hammer. The penalty zone will be able to connect on the Felix, but he can just use the Furious Dive defensively as Lord Flash gets poked back. Tuzu. All that was a distraction, turns out, from Cambodia to get Tuzu free space to get the turtle.
And that's a level lead now. And so the entirety has kind of shifted back over onto Cambodia, right? Because in the early few minutes of the game, Thailand was the one holding a little bit more pressure when it came down to these neutral objective fights, the rotations, and of course the dominance over the map. But Cambodia, they are fighting back, and they're fighting back hard with Run the King on the Claude, already picking up another structure in the top side, and it looks like that wave is still crashing in favor of Cambodia. They really do need to think about housekeeping now for Thailand, as boxing over and over. Wait a minute.
The Purify out by Run the King as he pops in place, and when a Decimate follows through, and Boxy will be decimated now. It's going to be Run the King that falls as well. A good double kill by Lord Flash as he uses that Decimate really well. With Black Dragon form now is going to be used up by Felix. Almost taken down from the skies. Iesf taking a whole lot of damage as Tuzu just tries to hover over. But again, before I was interrupted by these fights, right? These amazing fights, I wanted to say that Iesf is an MSC champion. 2017 back in for Thailand for IDNS. So the fact that he's still playing and still representing Thailand is just crazy, man. Veteran. We got an absolute veteran here.
And that experience and that knowledge should be able to get into his gameplay. But wait a second, a 1v1 in the top side.
Oh no, the caster curse. I just called him a veteran and he gets assassinated by Tuzu. Oh, you hate to see it. The instant curse right live here as Boxy goes for more. Nile, the Circling Eagle, that's a good combo with Mlbb as he goes for the Guiding Wind, and that's gonna be the penalty zone, locking him down with now the Decimate following through. Boxy's gonna be next on the chopping block, but the Guiding Wind gets popped in by Flash, so he actually rotates back instead of taking Boxy. Turns out maybe it's a good way to actually escape, because that could have been a shutdown for Cambodia to take on Lord Flash.
Again, right, Cambodia picking up that pace, and it looks like Tuzu on the Hayabusa has actually opted to go for BOD, the Blade of Despair, so additional damage. And that was before he went in that 1v1 against Izzy on the Moskov. And you would think that Moskov, as a gold laner, is actually one of the most independent, especially with the kit that he has, that CC coming through with a spear. But against Hayabusa, it looks like in that 1v1, he's not going to be able to have that global presence as initially thought for. But Black Dragon form opened up already. And it looks like they're going to be able to pick up that Lord.
Penalty zone as well. It does seem like Felix will be forced to use that. Furious dive defensively. Very, very low. Mortal Coil going to be used up. And Felix gets the Petrify. Baits on Decimate now in the back. It's going to be a good rough ways with the Petrify from Mizzy Mink. But unfortunately, not able to catch anyone. Boxy again, just with the G Kundo. Trying to go for some of these feints. Cambodia losing Felix, but getting the Lord. Another quad shadow just to go to his own purple buff.
15 seconds left on the clock for Felix to respawn into the Land of Dawn, but you can even see that most of the Cambodian players, they are still pushing in the pressure, trying to prevent Thailand for picking up anything. Easy going to be able to clear in that bottom lane. However, that top lane is still pushing. So far, he still only has 2 items on the board, right? A Corrosion as well as that Golden Staff. So he is still apart from that power spike that is supposed to hit for the Moskov. Meanwhile, the Claude already with 3 with the addition of the DHS. But meanwhile, look at the damage coming through.
Tuzu with the quad shadow into the shadow kill. Mizzy Mink won't be able to survive. 33 as well. Taking a whole lot of damage from that Hayabusa. As you can see, Lord Flash is in that bush now. Goes in with a Mortal Coil. No anti-CC to play with anymore. And Boxy goes for the G Kundo. Knocks him up. Gets him the kill. Meanwhile, what happened in the back? It seems for Thailand, they're not even able to enter their own jungle. Cambodia taking the jungle away from Thailand.
They want to get as many points as possible. They want to be able to make it as they go in for more.
Another shadow kill as Ra picks up the kill, this time without even the Decimate. Thailand wants to go to the bottom lane, trying to defend here, and the turret splash has already been used up. Boxy again is fainting. Tuzu goes in with the quad shadow, now into the shadow kill. He does have the quad shadow to go back, and he does use it just to distract for Run the King to run to the turret to take it down. Boxy, again, just using that G Kundo. This guy is so annoying on the Cho.
Extremely. That pressure, that kill pressure, that utility in his kit, that CC. The fact that he's able to get the Way of the Dragon, but it looks like the Black Dragon form has already been opened up.
Yeah, straight into the back. Oh, Petrify into the Furious Dive right as he baits out the Purify, but IZ will still be able to survive with the help of the photo and the Guiding Wind from Nile. But they will still be able to utilize that as a distraction to go for these turrets. They've gotten 2 base turrets with the first Lord, and now it's giving the Shadow Kill onto Nile. Not enough stacks to take him out just yet. Mizzy Mink barely survives there. The Spirit of Misery does connect with a fadeaway, but Tuzu gets out with the Quad Shadow before it can land.
They were clumped up as 4, Mirko. They were clumped up as 4. And Mizzy Mink nearly got taken out by the Shadow Kill, by the damage coming through from Tuzu. And it's so unfortunate to see, right? Because Cambodia, they're whipping out everything that they have. They're whipping out all their aggression on the board. And the fact that they are leading with a, how much is this? For 8k gold lead right now in the 13th minute of the game. It looks like Thailand are looking for opportunities to push this back into their own hands. Because so far, Cambodia, with the kill pressure that they have, with the utility that is built in into the kick, and with the Malefic Roar, by the way, now built in for Tuzu, it looks like they're going to look for more.
Oh, Voxy with a magic trick, man. Saying goodbye to Lord Flash in the bottom lane. Still a split push as well, as it seems Boxy alone is able to zone them all behind towards the bottom side of the map. And it seems even with their rotations, they're not able to get anything on the board. Thailand completely out-macroed here in game number 1. They don't even need the jungler to take the Lord. Felix, by the way, you see that damage by the Lord? Almost taking Felix down now, though. Oh, good shots by Izzy to take Tuzu down. Finally, shutting him down, punishing him for overextending.
And that's great. And hopefully, right, he can actually catch up to the lead that, of course, Run the King has been able to build in for himself. And now Tuzu with a 501-3 KDA, that is going to kind of remind him just a little bit. Like, hey, okay, you've been able to hold a little bit more ground from that early game to this mid game. But of course, we are also catching up on our items. And we do also have that damage coming through. And we can see that being portrayed. But look at that.
3-man penalty zone. Good Purify now as Boxy will lose Immortality, but now the re-engage comes in with a Blazing New One as well. The Decimate not able to take him down as the Mortal Coil gets the knock-up done. Good way the Dragon to lock him down, and that's going to be a trade, but Lord Flash only loses Immortality. Felix doing some damage back again, but the sustain is insane. Hold up, the Lord is marching to the base, and only Izzy can recall. Look at the mini waves crashing down on the base. The Lord just going for the hits. How low is it going to be? Izzy trying to look for the defense now as that's mid 33. Lord Flash and the rest of Thailand trying to look for the defense as well.
No.
The base is wide open. No ranged members to actually go to hit the crystal, but Boxy gets a G Kundo again, and Thailand, wow, are still able to defend. Maybe not for long though. Tuzu, Shadow Kill clears out the way, does some damage on the 33 as Boxing is forced back again. Tuzu gets out to the quad shadow. Thailand able to prolong the game a bit longer.
That was so close. That was a little bit way too close for comfort, especially for Thailand, right? All the supporters from Thailand all around the world watching Iesf right now, they have got to be shaking because it was that close for it to be the end of them in game number 1. If we take a look at the items earlier on, before they went in for the Lord Clear, thankfully Easy was able to pick up a little bit more damage items, right? The Malefic Roar to help in with that clear, and now has also picked up the Wind of Nature. So that's a little bit more that he has in comparison to the Claude, actually, who went in for the Malefic Roar instead. I think now just going on the way to Wind of Nature doesn't have that yet, and maybe that's why he was taken out really early into that team fight, right? With Lord Flash just pumping through into the back line, going and wreaking havoc onto Run the King. He was taken out, and that's a big problem if Cambodia looks to close this game as soon as possible.
Slowly but surely, Cambodia are just playing with the waves now. They're trying their best to actually freeze the waves, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to fully suffocate Thailand because technically, I mean, you can see it in both ways, right? Fortunately for them, these waves are constantly going to be slow pushing back towards Thailand, which is good for the Lord setup, but it's not really good if you want to suffocate them, if you want to take as many resources as you possibly can, because technically for Thailand, they'll always be able to farm up these slow pushes that are constantly pushing towards them. Mizzy Mink looking for a possible pick-off there. A very unique push to stay in the quad shadow. Used up by Tuzo. I think he reveals Mizzy Mink up there. And see, you can already see from Boxy rotating over. Shadow kill with the Sky Piercer. The execute is enough to take Mizzy Mink out. And now that's one man down right as the Lord Enhanced in the 17th minute spawns in the game.
This is the best case scenario now for Cambodia to have more of an advantage when it comes down to this Lord Dance. And Thailand knows this, right? With Mizzy Mink off the board, that threat, that damage coming through from the Kadita has actually been taken off the board. So they're not going to go for the contest. They are going to be playing a little bit more safely as Easy picks up in that Rose Gold Meteor. We are going to get a little bit of a replay as to what happened earlier on. And there you go, right? The Quad Shadow was able to open up the map, give them information as to the whereabouts of Mizzy Mink, and they were able to punish that oversight coming in from Mizzy Mink. And additionally, I think he thought that he would have had an advantage against Tuzu going for the burst, that 1v1, take him off the board right before the neutral objective take, and that was the 50-50, the gamble that Thailand actually went for, and unfortunately it didn't pay off, and now this Lord is going to be marching in this mid side.
3 lanes gonna be worked on now by Cambodia to go for that push in the mid lane, but it seems the mid lane will be pushing a bit further in first. No real mini waves coming down. The penalty zone now locked in as Lord Flash is able to use the Mortal Coil to go back. But look at the damage coming down. Just very slowly melting them away. The Winter Crown going to be bought by Lord Flash. That's going to be a good Petrify to take Tuzu before he can even go for the Immortality. Run the King with a Blazing Duet. And now the Guiding Wind with the Circling Eagle will be able to take one down. Run the King forced back again. And the Lord gets dealt with. Cambodia struggling to end in the 90th minute of the game. The chase continues on to Boxy. And you can see for IZ, just with the Abyss Walkers and now the Breath of the Ocean. Even with the Way of the Dragon, it does not matter. Boxy will be taken out. And that's a killing spree for IZ.
What a defense from Thailand again, right? 2 times in a row they have been able to pick up the pace and they have been able to create such great defensive plays. And yes, it looks like a 2v1 is happening. Run the King needs to be careful.
Okay, Felix just doing some damage onto Mizzy Mink. 5 seconds onto Tuzu, 7 on Ra. So for Thailand, maybe the best case scenario would just be to take this tier 2. They won't really be able to go for much more. That's a good Furious Dive into the Black Dragon form. Now chasing IZ down. Seems they might want to go for the fight. But look at IZ's damage. Already dealing a whole lot now with the Spear of Misery actually disengaging for Felix. Felix still going to be in the front side now, taking a whole lot of damage, getting the sustain from the War Axe and the passive, but will not be able to take anyone down. Good Guiding Wind by Nile there to save 33 for what looked like a full collapse by Cambodia.
That was a chunky boy. I mean, they were dishing out so much damage, and you would think that Easy at until this point has enough of the penetration and the base damage to go in for that 1v1 against the Yuzong, but man, Felix, right? Buying so much time. And unfortunately, Thailand couldn't look to capitalize over in that particular team fight, seeing as there was follow-up as well from the Blazing Duet that came in from Run the King on the Claude. But a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these team fights, the damage has actually been from Ra on the Valentina, and we finally get to see why, right? So aggressive in that itemization. We do see the Holy Crystal being built up as with the glowing wand, and then she goes in for, of course, the Blood Wing. So more sustain, more damage. There's utility built in as well. And now she's actually picked up the Winter Crown. So we're gonna see again this 5v5 Lord Dance coming to play, and it looks like they're going in. That's a flicker, burns out.
Good penalty zone, but look at that. Oh, Izzy, way too forward there, goes in way too overextended. Tuzu able to pick up that kill now, as that's gonna be the circling eagle to lock Tuzu down, but will not be able to find enough. That's gonna decimate onto Rod, taking him out again. It's gonna be 3 members knocked up by Boxy. Felix looking for some damage. Lord Flash still has the reset on the decimate. Meanwhile, the waves need to be dealt with by Thailand. Still a good trade for Thailand based on the members here. It's 4v3, 2 members down for Cambodia, but it seems now they want to just go for the end with the waves. Mizzy Mink gets baited in, and the Furious die with a Dragon Tail. Gets rid of Mizzy Mink. Now it's gonna be Lord Flash looking for the defense with the help of 33. Felix taking a whole lot of damage, but has to sustain with the War Axe, with that passive as well. Run the King with a BMI forward, trying to go for a shadow kill as well. The decimate going to be used up, but it's only going to be used up onto the immortality. Another one now onto Run the King, who has the immortality again, but now it's going to be Lord Flash, who ultimately takes him out. Again, Thailand are able to defend and win a team fight.
They were under in terms of manpower, right? Cambodia, and yet they still wanted to go for the commitment onto Thailand to look for an end. They're getting hasty with this decision making, and maybe they thought that perhaps without Izzy on the board, they don't have much damage coming through. But man, the fact that the Terizla was able to buy that much time and create those kinds of distractions and buy that much time for the rest of the members to pop in, especially Lord Flash on the Mardis, it created so many calculations coming from Cambodia, and they were able to once again go for a successful defense. And here they go again. Do they really want to commit onto this? This is a 3v3 right now.
Oh, they do. They go straight for it. A Spirit of Destruction too. Izzy, I don't think he'll want to take this one though. Run the King down. Still will be up in 3 seconds, but now with no Felix, they have a chance to just go for the Lord, and Izzy will be first onto it. Boxy trying to go for an angle perhaps. Izzy taking a whole lot of damage from the Lord. Good petrify. Tuzu still able to escape. The Mortal Coil gets used up as well, and Tuzu has baited in some of these big ultimates already. Boxy jumps in, not able to find the way to Dragon, as Izzy is able to escape. Now the Blazing Duet from Run the King goes to the back with the helmet of Decimate, but Izzy is still able to escape for a bit. Tuzu with Retribution, but no! Lord Flash wins it. The Shadow Kill not going to be used up just yet, as 33 will be melted down by Run the King and Rod together. Still has the Immortality and the Guiding Wind to get him back to safety, and with the Lord, they can still use this in the 23rd minute of the game. But take a look at the waves, slowly but surely clumping up together. It's gonna spawn in the 42nd, that minion wave. That's gonna be the Circling Eagle trying to delay the inevitable right now. It's actually now just gunned down from the skies. Lord Flash going in, Mizzy Ming trying to go for the rough waves, but Run the King's able to dodge away from him with the Battle Mirror Image. And now it's gonna be the Winter Crown bot, just in time, pops it in. The Lord spawns in, Run the King with the BMI again, dodging away from the penalty zone, jumps back in with the Blazing Duet now onto the mini waves to get some sustain, as 33 is desperately fighting with the Evolved Lord with the damage reduction. Run the King gets him down with the Battle Mirror Image. Once again, the Winter Crown gets bought, but Felix has rotated in time. And finally, 33 will be taken down. Cambodia, they get the Game 1 victory in the 24th minute of the game.
And they lead the series of a huge and risky play. Who would do that, right? You have a Lord on the way already. You are under in terms of manpower, and you still commit for the siege. You could still commit to go in for the end. And that could have went so badly for Cambodia, right? That could have been that ender to them. But with the fact that they were able to calculate it so well, they were able to close out the game. But man, that was a big 50-50 play they committed to go for that end. Whew.
It really was, my Lord, right? Without the Lord, it looked like it was going to be another defense for Thailand. It looked like they were able to actually delay for the Lord to actually spawn up. And if it did spawn in with some of those members still alive, I think they would have actually been able to pull off that defense, because Evolved Lord gives you the damage reduction. But we are going to be taking a look at the highlights here, Eterna, for Game 1.
We saw that in the early stage of the game, right? 4 minutes in, there was a little bit more to say coming in from Thailand, because they were able to have a little bit more rotations coming through. The pickoffs were there, but Cambodia in these 5v5 team fights, they were able to also find that opening with the damage finally coming through from Tuzu. And then it was quite 50-50, honestly, from the start of the game, right? And then we move on to the 6th minute here in the top side. Run the King does get a little bit more kills in and was able to get to that power spike a lot quicker, which is why we saw that Cambodia had a little bit more priority and a little bit more of an advantage, especially when it came down to that mid game.
Slowly but surely, they were able to take the game. It didn't feel like, the normal Cambodian style where they get a massive snowball and utilize that to steamroll their opponents. In this game, they were held back by Thailand in a lot of these early skirmishes, and I think we've got to give props to the trio mid. All three of them played so well in the early game to go for these team fights, sometimes even winning it. But this, again, was the moment that I was talking about. Iesf was praising him as an MSC champion. I'll never do that again. I'm very sorry, Iesf. I just had to point that out, man. But
it's your natural caster curse.
Yeah, dude, it's so unreal that it happens right as I say that. This guy's an MSC champion, right? Whatever. It happens. It happens to the best of us. But the fact that Thailand was able to hold on in the early game, kind of already. Oh, this is a crazy combo too, by the way. The split in the team fight. It kind of gave them enough time to wait for Iesf to get to his item power spikes, and that's why Thailand were inevitably able to defend. Their defense was really good because the wave clear came through from the Moskov. If it wasn't for the Moskov getting the item power spikes, I think for sure Cambodia would have ended like around here in the 13th, 14th minute of the game. Iesf was taken down here actually, right? Oh no, this is the moment where he actually got the photo.
And I think one of the biggest highlights was actually Ra as well, right? From the side of Cambodia. He dealt so much damage, and the way that he used his IMU was also very flexible and very adaptive according to what the team needed, right? Sometimes he would actually even pick up the decimate to go in for the last hits, the last kills, and he was the biggest damage dealer in some of these team fights. I mean, look at this point, right? He goes in for the decimate, was able to kind of take in to that immortal, and this was that really unfortunate moment here for Mlbb. They went in for that 50-50, they went in for the risk and the gamble play, but the fact that they were able to vision him out because of the quad shadow was ultimately how he was taken off the board. And there were so many moments as well for Mlbb, right? Despite him being on the losing side of the first game in this best of 3 match, there were a lot of moments that was actually created by Mlbb on this Kadita. So it's a pick that we don't see quite often, but in this particular sense, we do see the value of the Kadita, especially on the hands of Mlbb.
I think if you take a look at that earlier fight, Iesf just played it so well. Utilized the space, but right as I say that again, the highlights even, right? We get to see him overextend. That timing is a bit too scary now. It's a bit too on point. But yeah, for Iesf, he played it so well inside of his own base. But around these team fights around the Lord, it does seem like, positioning wise, he's trying to make that big gamble, that big play to actually get the game for Thailand. But it eventually became a big loss for them. The fact that Iesf died so early in that team fight meant that for Cambodia at least, they could actually just run down. And I think this was a very good choice to make. The fact that they didn't go for the safe route, which is just go for the Lord, they actually tried to go for the end. That was pretty cool of them. Actually, they were able to almost take the base. Unfortunately, some of these moments didn't go to plan. They got knocked up a bit too much. They got taken out as well. But in this final team fight, it was just Ra, the guy you were talking about, the highlight. Ra in the back together with Run the King. Iesf has always been able to play around the team with the wind of nature. If Ra can actually find an angle to attack, then that's what's going to happen, right? There's too much damage for him to deal with, and it's too many layers of damage as well. It's not just physical. Ra, again, though, with the steal on the decimate. I think if you count how many times he stole, any one of the ultimates from Thailand, he stole the decimate the most. He really likes going for the execute. He's always that aggressive mid laner for Cambodia. I love to see it. Again here with the Evolved Lord, it was just unfortunate that Thailand wasn't able to fully delay for that Lord to spawn in, because if it did spawn in with some of those members still being alive, it would have been really good for them. They would have gone on damage reduction. I think they would have been able to utilize that value, that benefit that you get with the Evolved Lord to maybe pull off another miracle defense, but it just looked like after the 17th minute, it was inevitable.
It really was. Actually, no, it was kind of 50-50. I thought it could sway both ways. But the player of the match, our MVP, goes to Run the King. Of course, on the Claude, being able to, despite having a little bit of a rough start in the game in the early stage, he got bullied here and there. He was still able to get to that power spike as fast as possible. And his itemization choices was actually quite standard. I think earlier on he went for a little bit more damage as compared to defense. I think Wind of Nature, one of his last choice in items, and that's why he was taken out in that particular team fight against the Martis. But as an overall, you can see his damage dealt, you can see his stats, and of course he was very impactful in these team fights from that damage that he was able to take out. But I think, again, honorable mention for me has got to be Ra on the Valentina.
Yeah.
Being that aggressive, by the way, on a choice of spell like the Purify is quite insane, right? Because if you want to make the big plays, you want to make the big things happen, especially with the IMU, if you want to go for things like the Decimate or even some CC heavy things, you would opt to go for a Flicker to be able to get to that spot a lot quicker, so you avoid as much damage taken as possible. But he chose the Purify, and that's how much impact that he was able to have. So imagine if this kid picked up the Flicker instead.
It almost seems like, at least for this game, right, the Purify enabled him to go for those aggressive maneuvers, because the Flicker would be a bit more aggressive. You get that blink forward, but I think for this particular game, there was just so much CC coming in from Thailand, right? So if he dashes forward, or even if he flickers forward, he would be very, very vulnerable to the CC layering. There's a penalty zone, there's a Breath of the Ocean, there's a Petrify, and a Circling Eagle knockup too. And with the Purify, he was able to do whatever he wanted in these skirmishes. Go in, dash forward, get the Terrify. Whenever they engage on him, he goes for the Winter Crown, goes to the Purify, gets the help from the team, and gets a Decimate, right? That final Decimate. Boom, right into them. I don't know, the flanks that, it really looked like he had the Flicker, by the way. If you just take a look at how he was able to maneuver around his opponents, it looked like he had a Flicker. There's no way you should be able to flank like that on a Valentina up against a Mathilda and a Moscow. These two heroes, very mobile, very agile in these skirmishes, but somehow, some way, he was able to find these plays together with Run the King. It makes sense for Run the King. He has a blink. Valentina.
Exactly.
I'm looking at the highlights again, and it's crazy that he got so many of these angles. It's about, I think, the smart pathing that he takes around these bushes, where he decides to show up, when he decides to go for these dashes. It's all really well played by him.
And also, you got to give props to the chemistry, right? Because most of the time he's always diving into the back line, but he's not going in alone. He's always with the Cho. He is always with Boxy that can actually facilitate these aggressive plays as well. So big props to the Cho, by the way. I think we were talking about it earlier on, and I was expecting a little bit more damage from the Cho with the changes in the recent patch, but even going for a little bit more of a defensive build, the damage in the early stage of the game does still show. So big props to all the Cho users out there that can actually maybe look for more aggressive angles in the early stage of the game. And I think that's also that was a big setter towards the tempo from Cambodia, right? We saw that wave clear happening, that damage coming through against the Matilda as well as the Kadita in the mid lane. And it's a interesting thing. That's why I just really enjoy having tournaments right after patch hits.
That's true.
Always so curious as to how these teams actually layer the changes, and we had a lot of changes with the items, we had a lot of changes with the emblems as well. There were so many adjustments on several different heroes. I'm actually waiting for Bane Jungle that hasn't popped up yet.
Oh yeah,
right? So we'll see. I mean, because Hayabusa went in for Warcry as well, right? So very aggressive emblem choice, a little bit more damage. I think additional 8% damage for the Hayabusa. And
I think Eterna, I just have to take the time to dissect what you said at the start.
What did I say?
Are you shouting out, all the Cho users, or a specific Cho user here? Eterna?
We have Q-Boy.
We have Q-Boy.
Right? Drian. I love me some Drian.
Okay. Okay. So Cho users, not a very specific Cho user that we all know that used to play for a team that is the color of your background. Anyways, Yeah, the Cho, I personally think, especially on roam, it makes sense for you to go just for pure tank because you already technically have additional utility now. You have physical defense shred with your passive, which is so good.
Yeah.
That's why they went for the Claude and the Hayabusa, I think. And technically even the Yu Zhong. That's why they went for 3 physical damage dealers. Because when the Cho goes for the Way of the Dragon out, if you get the proc on your passive before the Way of the Dragon, technically it just gets you to a spot where you're kind of like a Kaja Dairoth merge man. You get a kick, you get a pick off, and you get that shred with the physical defense. So the Claude and the Yu Zhong and the Haya can all deal with him very easily. I like that new change, man. You know, fun fact, Keyboy actually doesn't really like the change to the Jeet Kune Do. Now the range of the Jeet Kune Do is a bit like it's longer. It's actually you can actually dash further. But he doesn't like it because he can't stay within a bush, particularly the bush in the mid lane. Sorry, not the mid lane. You know, the one right next to the turtle, the small bush. Like this turtle, there's a bush here, and there's the wave. Yeah, that small
there are
a
lot of bushes, but I'm gonna just
the mid lane.
like
You know,
I know
bush
what
near
you're
to the mid
talking
lane.
about.
That small like circle.
Oh,
So
near the Lito?
Yeah, the one near the Lito.
Okay.
So usually back then, at least before the patch, you can actually use the Jeet Kune Do inside of the bush, and you won't reveal yourself. But now because you actually travel further with your Jeet Kune Do, when you use it in the bush, you're not going to be in the bush anymore. So you can't even go for those crazy ambushes anymore. There's a give and take, obviously. More range equals to better plays. You can go for pickoffs around the map a bit easier, but maybe for ambushes, not that good.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep an eye out for that, seeing whether or not they're actually going to pick up the Cho once again for Cambodia, as it looks like both of these teams have actually opted to go on a different side. So now Thailand has the first pick. They're going to utilize the bans here for the Ling. We have the Luo Yi being banned out as well, and it looks like Harith has also been taken off the board. So still, these teams are respecting that Luo Yi and that chip potential that we were talking about, and they're still gonna go for that. The question is, are they gonna go for the Angela and the Roger ban as well, or are they gonna go for something different to try and facilitate that first pick Angela or that first pick Roger?
Yeah, I think the only change, there hasn't been any changes technically. There's only been a change to the sides. There's also a change to who bans what. It was Cambodia who actually let go of the Harith in game number 1. It was Thailand that was forced to go for the Harith ban on the red side, but this time it's a bit too prior to let go. It does seem though the Mathilda will be respected away from Cambodia by Thailand here, and Cambodia will go for the last ban. It does seem like for Thailand at least they're trying to set up for one prio pick to be left open, whether it be the Roger or the Angela. We're gonna have to figure that out here as we see Cambodia's final ban. Maybe they might just actually leave both open, but no, they go for the Angela ban, leaving the Roger up for grabs. In Thailand, they have a chance to pick up that super prio hero. Great flex pick, really good in both roles that you can flex him in. The jungle, I think he's a bit better than in the gold lane. You get active way easier on the map early on compared to in the gold lane, and you get to participate in a lot of these skirmishes. So let's see, Thailand first pick. What else is up for grabs? Terizla?
Yu Zhong? Terizla? I mean, last time we saw that Cambodia picked up Claude in the first phase, but it looks like Thailand are taking their dear time. They're really thinking about this, despite the Roger being open. So if they don't go for the Roger, that is going to be able to be left open for Cambodia to pick up. And remember, we are at match point, ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 3. But no, they don't want to go for the gamble. They understand that prio and that Roger will be picked up first and foremost. Moskov is actually now the choice for Cambodia. They don't go for the Claude instead. So already a different kind of gameplay and strategy that Cambodia is utilizing here in game number 2.
The Moscow pick and the Terizla. Alright, so this time we get to see the Terizla on the side of Cambodia. With the Terizla and the Yu Zhong, I would say, especially in these team fights, they're a bit more 50-50. I think the Terizla has a bit more presence in the early game, but in the later stage of the game, the Yu Zhong definitely kind of outscales him in a way where he can sustain, he can deal damage, he can also engage, and has more layers to his utility, I would say. But if you want to actually snowball from the start, that's what Cambodia usually plays around. The Terizla pick just becomes so massive. And I think now, it's cool and all that we get the jungle in a place now that you can actually go for different picks, like the Roger, the Ling, on top of the utility picks that we are very, at this point, bored of. But now it seems like the XP is having a little bit of a jungle arc. We're only seeing Terizla and Yu Zhong. We're seeing We used to see Benedetta, CC, Xborg, so many different picks in the XP. Now it's mostly just Terizla, Yuzong. Hopefully, Cambodia batted out from Thailand, so we get to see at least a different matchup here. It's the Grok priority for Thailand, and also that Valentina. Taking it away from Ra, knowing how good Ra was in Game 1 with that Valentina, it's a great take.
And remember, right, with the Grok being picked up as well, there's just so many things that they can utilize, especially if they want to focus more on the neutral objective takes. The Grok clears super quickly, so that's already good mid-prio with the Valentina, who also clears fast. And it's going to be very difficult for them to kind of hold on to the tempo in the early stage of the game now that Thailand has picked it up. But Cambodia, once again, going to go for the Hayabusa pick in the jungle, and there's absolutely no flex. Meanwhile, Thailand can still kind of flex in their roster, right? This Roger can still be in the gold lane, or they can even flex it into the jungle. So that's definitely a layer that can be utilized to the advantage of Thailand as we enter the second phase of the drafts. Because, for Thailand, it's a little bit more straightforward, right? If you want to limit the mid lane, you can go for that. If you want to limit more of the roamers, you can also go for that as well. But meanwhile, for Cambodia, they kind of have to think about it, right? Do we go for the prio into what lane? But it looks like the Yuzong, like Mirko anticipated and like Mirko wanted from the very beginning, does get banned out. So I think at this point, right, Xborg, right? Is Xborg not doing well? Is that why we haven't been seeing him too often? Because before the patch hit, we've been seeing a lot of Xborgs to try and go for the counters towards these beefy heroes, right? Like the Terizlas, the Barats, the Baxias. Where did the Xborg go?
Yeah, I think it's because of the lack of the beefy heroes. Usually we have 3 beefy heroes in a composition, right? Only the mid lane and the gold lane isn't a beefy hero. They're usually, the only squishy picks are usually mid and gold. But the fact now that the jungle is seeing a lot more damage dealers, more assassins come up, it does seem like, for the Xborg, it has lost that damage value. But it has the what's it called? That survivability value with the Faraga armor, right up against the assassins. I think a lot of people, a lot of teams as well, have been banning the Xborg, not to set up for their tanks, but to actually set up for their damage dealers, for their assassins specifically. Because when you have an Xborg, you already have 2 HP bars. That's already hard enough to deal with. You get immortality, and you make that 4 HP bars. So assassins will have a tough time assassinating the anti-assassin man himself, Xborg. Let's see if Cambodia actually get rid of that, because I think it would be still a very, very good ban if they decide to go for the Xborg. And yeah, they actually do. Even though they don't have any beefy members, not a lot of beefy members, only the Terizla, it's double value for them. Xborg does well in lane against the Terizla, and it also can survive up against this damage from the assassin.
So the question is, what is the next ban for Thailand, right? They've picked off the Xavier, much to my dismay, by the way. I was really wanting to see a Xavier being picked up in this current meta, and they also go for the Carmilla ban, right? So what's the option here? Do they go for Vexana to try and facilitate more of these team fights, especially with the Terizla, right? They can definitely go for that. Obviously, it's a big resource that can be taken away by the Valentina. So what's the choice here? Novaria, Vexana. If they want to go for more clear, they go for Lilia. There's just what mid laner can you utilize that can't be capitalized over by the Valentina? There isn't a lot, right?
I guess the Lilia is the safest option. You give the black shoes over. I don't think you want to give these big ults. Usually I would expect up against this composition, if there was no Valentina, to just go for something like an Edith. But giving the Primal Wrath away or giving the real world manipulation away is usually something you don't want to be given out like that. But it does seem like for Cambodia, they're going to get value out of that. If they do give the real world manipulation away, that means for Mizzy Mink at least, he'll be forced to just stand his ground in that team fight. And that does give the Hayabusa a bit of a better way to flank in and to go for the assassination. But there you go. Yes, we get some diversity in the XP. I think this is the first Benedetta of the Asian regional qualifiers. And it's a Ruby pick too for gold?
I think Ruby XP.
Roger Jungle?
Oh no, wait. Roger Roger Gold Lane, right? Roger Gold Lane, Grok, Rome, Ruby. Wait, what?
Place your bets, man.
Who is going where, ladies and gentlemen? I'm having a hard time kind of placing where these heroes are going, because technically Benedetta can also be a jungler, right? But we do have a Tigreal being locked in for Cambodia for the last pick. And by the way, the Iesf has just gotten a buff, right? The first skill has additional damage, so it's a lot quicker for her to go in for the clear, which was kind of a big problem with the Iesf pre-patch that hit. You wanted to say something?
I think the logical roles for this would just be Roger Jungle, Gold Lane Ruby, XP Benedetta, and it does seem like with the trades, with the swaps in the draft as we enter the game, 33 is on that Benedetta, so that should be the case. I wanted to say, yeah, with the Iesf, technically it's a double buff. She's been buffed 2 patches in a row, right? The new patch and the one previously with the cooldowns being a bit reduced. It's been reduced. I think it was skill 1 that was reduced. So very good stuff for the Iesf. Let's see if she comes back. Also, she got like a visual revamp.
Oh, she's looking fly. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get to game number 2 in this best of 3 series, match point for Cambodia. And of course, their tournament lives are at stake here. If they want to move forward to the playoffs, they do need to ramp as many points as they can here in the group stage. And if Cambodia can go for a clean sweep here, they will be able to advance straight to the playoffs from this group stage. A lot of, very aggressive plays coming from Nile already from Thailand on the Grok, going for the invades, despite the additional damage that, of course, these invades can actually pose onto himself. But I think that does give them a little bit more time to have an advantage in this jungle. But so far, the Roger going to be able to go in for the mid clear, but they took that lethal away, actually. The Hayabusa doing work here. Tuzu once again on his Prio hero.
Clean retry steal there, but now he won't have retribution for his own camp, and it seems for Lord Flash, he wants to just go for the steal. Has a retribution, goes for the retry, but actually misses it there because of the pressure placed in by Boxy. Shadow Kick can be used up onto Nile, able to flicker out of it just in time. Well played as Izzy rotates towards Tuzu, wants to deal some damage. Run the King! That's a good Spear of Misery, connecting onto Izzy, forcing him back, and Tuzu gets the Gold Crab too. Early on, and a lot of small victories clumping up for Cambodia.
We're seeing that actually play into effect here in the first few minutes of the game. We're actually heading to minute number 2. And right now, Lord Flash at level 4, we do see that Tuzu is on the same level. So when it comes down to this neutral objective take, it is a little bit of a 50-50, unless both of these roamers say otherwise. But what?
Lycan Pounce going very aggressively. Lord Flash unable to get the kill down, and Tuzu now jumps back in with a quad shadow to find first blood. Oh no! It happened to Lord Flash around the green camp. Now it happens again as he overchases Boxy.
And now without a jungler, it looks like Cambodia has a little bit more space to work around these lanes as well. They don't directly go for the turtle. It looks like they're waiting in for the level 4s to hit just in case they go for a 5v5 team fight. But wow, again, Tuzu with the Sky Piercer on the Hayabusa. So much damage coming through as they go in for the neutral objective take.
Good dodge, secures it as well. Not a Spirit of Destruction, and that's gonna be the shadow kill now with the appearance of Run the King. 33, trying to deal some damage. Ra able to flicker out of the Eye for an Eye at 33. I don't know if he's able to escape from this, man. He has the dashes, but no Eye for an Eye. They're actually just gonna be taunting him in front of the bush, waiting for him to show himself, and now goes in for perhaps a trade. But Ra just spaces perfectly around that ability. And man, for Cambodia, what a great start for them. 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, 3-0. I mean, 4-0 technically if you count in the turtle trade in favor of Cambodia. And they are ramping up when it comes down to the items. Look at that. Look at that confidence coming in from Tuzu as well, going in very aggressively onto Nile on the Grok. And you can see in from the items, he does go for the gloves as well as the Fury Hammer. So there's a lot of adaptive damage. He actually has 2 of those gloves, by the way. So that's additional adaptive damage as well as the additional physical damage coming in from that Fury Hammer. And you know that he means business. He should be going for a little bit more later on. But so far, the tempo has been taken in. But that's a trade? Not yet, actually, as they were able to outplay that. So unfortunate as Terizla, Felix is still able to get out.
Very unfortunate stuff, man. Thailand, it seems like they're always so close to getting these kills, so close for going for these trades. But the timing might be off. Spirit Destruction all the way into the mid lane. Tuzu goes with the shadow kill. Now will be able to soak in some of that damage. Cast the wild charge, but will not be able to use it. That's a good real world manipulation as well to zone them away. But Boxy walking up. I think he really wanted to go for an implosion flicker there. But yeah, a bit too risky to go for. Lord Flash now might have to use a retribution onto the camp. Will do that as Boxy just dashes forward. Now gets picked off and gets a lot of that HP taken out. Gets the implosion down to 33. A good eye for an eye as Tuzu rotates over. A good penalty zone as well to lock him down. And the Petrify will be able to connect on to Boxy with the Phantom Slash dealing some damage to take him out. That's a trade though for Mizzy Menk as Lord Flash is very low. Tuzu has the quad shadow too. Sorry, I'm Felix just going with the hammers, bumping it down onto Lord Flash. That's skill 1 not connecting, but Tuzu has the quad shadow, will use it in the end, and that is going to be an assassination for Tuzu with the last hit connecting. Run the King trying to go for the Spear of Misery to pin Nile down. Meanwhile, Izzy going for the chase onto Tuzu. Spear of Destruction again. Run the King gonna follow it all the way. A good Purify to get out the wild charge, but Mizzy Mink is doing some damage. A good shutdown as well from Izzy as Run the King is trying his best to escape. Where does he go to? Izzy is in the bottom side. Mizzy Mink is gonna be in up top, and Run the King is able to escape. Oh, good dash and the shove over. Izzy with one last hit. Run the King will be taken down with the real world manipulation. Will lock them down into the penalty zone as well. Good Phantom Slash now as the Eye for an Eye gets popped too. 33 trying to go for some damage with the final blow, but unable to really go for it. Not for Run the King at least. A good implosion to lock Lord Flash down as the Lycan Pounce gets used up. Sorry, I'm Felix using the body of Smith to go for the damage reduction. Boxy very low. Lord Flash, no Lycan Pounce. He can go for it one more time, and the Lycan Pounce really can be enough.
Oh!
No! Sorry, I'm Felix with a fadeaway. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
That was one of the longest clashes we've seen so far, and of course it has to go down between both of these regions. Thailand and Cambodia once again is showing that they love the clashes, they love the aggression, and they love the drama and the spice coming through. But look at this, Tuzu still gonna be able to pick up that retribution despite the displacements coming through. And wow, it's just so dominant coming in from Cambodia, and it looks like Easy utilizing this ruby in the gold hasn't really found as much success, right? Run the King still at 112, gonna be able to farm, and the level is also still the same in terms of that EXP. What do you think was the idea with the ruby in the gold lane?
I think it's just to try to enable the Roger, but at this point they're falling so far behind. Izzy unable to find anything. Now very low implosion flicker. Boxy again finding Izzy, and the instant burst from the team, the instant follow-up. Run the King able to go for the Abyss Walker now with the Spear of Misery, but the Shadow Kill will be used up onto the back line. Has the Spear of Destruction as well. The Wild Charge knocks him up, and it is going to be an outplay finally for Thailand. They're able to punish Tuzu.
Yeah, he has got to be shut down, right? 423 Sky Piercer earlier on with the War Cry emblem as well. He is dishing out that damage, and he definitely has the kill pressure to go in for this 1v1s and have a little bit more say when it comes down to it. And Run the King not wasting any time. Once again, he was the MVP from game number 1, the player of the game, and here you can see kind of why, right? He's very quick with his decision making. He's really quick with the macro. But you're right, what happened in that 1v1? Felix gonna be able to take the Benedetta down, and now he's sitting at a 6-0-4. It looks like concealed play has been utilized.
Yeah, right into the implosion. Only connecting on one member though, as the quad shadow gets placed down as well by Tuzu. Just hovering over. Good, I'm offended to catch Boxy there as a real world inflation. We'll be able to lock them down for a bit. Run the King dealing some damage, but there's no collapse, not yet. Cambodia still wanting to play around a neutral objective that will be spawning back up in 8 seconds, but Nile tries to open up the map, pops in that power of nature to get the anti-CC. But even Felix is dealing a whole lot of damage now.
For sure, right? It's gonna be curious to see what the items are actually ramping up towards, but this Benedetta is still going to be able to push in the map, right? Play that far lane, that macro heavy style, pushing in that top lane. But meanwhile, that's a lot of damage onto Felix, actually.
Good, I'm offended as the penalty zone locks him down. Now there's going to be the Spirit of Destruction from Run the King, teleporting towards the bottom side of the map as Izzy is going to be completely assassinated here by Tuzu on that Shadow Kill. Now doesn't have the Quad Shadow, and that's going to be a 3-man Petrify into the Phantom Slash. Great kill back on the Tuzu, but the Spirit of Misery catches him. A good fight for an eye, though. Lord Flash able to go for the Lycan Pounce as Run the King is able to kite them away. Boxy goes over to knock him up. Mizzy Mink gets the splash of damage to take Run the King down. Boxy again trying to hover over, maybe going for another pick off. Real world inflation, but Mizzy Mink just dashes out of it. Thailand actually won in that skirmish, right? But now, let's take a look at the trade. Felix on that turret will be able to take it. Lord Flash taken very low. And Cambodia will be able to walk away with a little bit of a dub there because they got the turret in the mid lane.
it was a 2-for-2 trade, but like you mentioned, right, they were able to get that turret in the top lane, so it does give them a little bit more say, especially when they start to go for this Lord dance in the 9th minute of the game. You were talking about the Trizla earlier. He goes in for the War Axe, the Radiant, as well as the Dominance Ice. So that damage is coming from that War Axe. And man, like the changes to the War Axe has made this item so OP, right? So much lifesteal, so much spell vamp, as well as that damage coming through with the addition of the War Axe passive. But again, Thailand looking in to go for a better setup over Cambodia. But if we compare both of the gold laners, wait a second.
Jeez.
Sorry, I'm Felix. That's kind of a lot of damage placed onto Nile right before this Lord. They need to look for a proper setup here.
Okay, what will be the proper setup for Thailand? Will they just be to
hard.
go on to Boxy?
2 levels
think-
below.
Yeah, Ra too. You can see the constant poke coming in from that Eve penalty zone onto Izzy. Only just to Izzy. Wild Charge gonna be committed down and actually catches the quad shadow Tuzu. Real Revelation into the implosion. Now goes back to the shot, but isn't able to do so. Good donut. Wolfgang has run the king. Joins in a team fight. Izzy gonna be taken very, very low. Jumps in with a Mistwalker. Able to get rid of Izzy, but he's gonna be very, very low. As Mizzy Ming and the rest deal with the other members in the back. It's just gonna be Run the King who survives that skirmish. And Thailand make a full comeback here in terms of gold as they get the first Lord of the game.
I mean, you were asking what the proper setup is, and it turns out it's to go in for a team fight before they go in for the neutral objective take, right? Because if they went for that 50-50, Tuzu is too far ahead in terms of that EXP, so it makes that 50-50 retribution battle more of a 28 or 70-30. But if they go in for the team fight, if they can shut the members from the side of Cambodia down, then of course they have a little bit more advantage. Not even a little bit, right? A lot more advantage when it came down to that Lord dance. So they did that perfectly. And Cambodia, they were caught off guard with the setup coming through from Thailand. And even Izzy on the Ruby was able to buy so much time in that 1v1 against Run the King that eventually did kind of favor Run the King. But this is the results that we're getting. That Lord is pushing in this top side. We have the Benedetta going in for the bottom side. But look at that! What?
The flicker out of the wild charge, the penalty zone to go for the disengage. Run the King will be able to get the Spear of Misery. Now it's gonna be boxing, looking for a re-engage as the Lord gets taken low. Nile walking on the power of nature. Tuzu goes in for the flank. Now with the quad shadow, gets a dash as well. Another Spirit of Destruction, but it is not gonna be able to connect. Boxy able to get the flicker down now. Down the knock up as well. Tuzu dealing some damage. Mizzy Mink going to fall with the shadow kill placed down, but look at the bottom lane. It is gonna be a trade with a tier 2. Tuzu still going for the chase now onto Nile, but will have to respect the tankiness that Nile has. Cambodia able to defend and able to get a valuable trade, a good trade.
But every time they do get a favorable trade, they forget housekeeping, right? Because most of the time when they're getting an advantage in these skirmishes or these team fights, they're always in a 5v5. They're clumping up as 5. And the fact is, 33 on the Benedetta has been able to find so much value munching down these side lanes. And the fact that they go in for these team fights, they're distracted, right? And so I think. Oh, wait a second.
The Abyss Walker for the orange buff. They get knocked up by the wild charge. Well played by Nile. And for Cambodia, super greedy.
Again, right? A big disadvantage. 2 members taken out. Sure, there's a little bit of a trade by Tuzu in the top lane to get in that tower, but for the most part, Thailand has been able to capitalize over the mistakes and over these decisions that Cambodia have made time and time again. And the Roger so far doing okay, was able to pick up a Sky Piercer along with a Thunderbelt. So he's dealing the damage, but he's also a very chunky fella as here we go, Tuzu and Lord Flash.
Oh, I don't know about this Tuzu. He made a decision and it's gonna be, oh, I can bounce Tuzu. Trying to escape now, but look at that. He can only jump so many times right into the auto attack with the Sky Piercer, eliminating him from the Land of Dawn. 30 seconds for Tuzu. And again, it's Cambodia making these very, very unique and interesting moves around the map that hasn't paid off at all.
I love that quadruple 9 damage, bro. Did you see that?
Balance, bro.
It's so broken. And the fact that Tuzu goes in for such a risky play like that despite Lord Flash already picking up something like the... Oh, wait a second.
Good damage, run the king. Oh, that's gonna be a winner. Crown used up. Good implosion to bring them back all the way to the real world manipulation. Now gonna be caught there. Spirit Destruction does connect, but take a look at Izzy and Lord Flash. They stay objective. They go for the Lord. Sorry, I'm feeling it'll flicker forward. Now the Mizzy Ming doing some damage as the implosion catches him off guard. Still is gonna be Ra doing some damage, taking him out. Izzy able to flicker out with the tough boost tenacity from that shove back from Boxy. Again though, Thailand, they get caught in the team fight right as they get the Lord, and this does give Cambodia an opportunity to perhaps look for their own siege. It's going to be a super mini wave in the mid lane enhanced by the Lord, but now Boxy is looking for an angle, has the flicker as well. Izzy able to defend for now as that's going to be Run the King going onto the purple buff. A good I'm offended to catch Fari and Felix, goes over the penalty zone, has the immortality as well. Now gets popped down. Lord Flash looking for some damage, and that's gonna be the donut. Wolfgang into the wild charge, locking him down. A good Spirit of Misery to disengage. Boxy gets a 3-man implosion, but what is it gonna be for? No one's there to follow it up. Cambodia decide to use that distraction to go and clear out the Lord, and again for Thailand, they get some kills, but they're unable to get any objectives.
Yeah, 0, right? And it's so unfortunate because the fact is Cambodia was able to control that tempo so well in these team fights. The fact that they have a lot of utility given to them, but they've been making a lot of mistakes as well, and Thailand have been able to capitalize. So far the Grok has been doing great, but are they going for the end here? Are they looking for an end? 2 members are down, but it looks like they don't go for it. Yeah,
it just seems like they're just going to go for the base turret. I don't think they could have forced that. There were some major members coming back up in like 5-6 seconds, so Cambodia are still able to defend, but take a look at the objective battle. Thailand this time just winning by a whole lot. They have 7 turrets, so Cambodia's 3. Cambodia have only been able to get tier 1s the whole game.
and right now Thailand is holding a 2k gold lead. And if we take a look at the damage dealt earlier on, again, the Valentina just has so much value and very interesting. From the side of Cambodia, it's actually the Terizla who's been able to ramp up in that damage. A lot more than the Moskov so far, and a lot more than the Iesf as well, despite the real world manipulation, the constant damage, magic damage coming through. It's still the Terizla that holds that #1 position in that damage dealt.
And it's concerning because for the Terizla, for the most part, right, Felix won't really be able to deal damage to the back line. So that 66,000 damage, it's been mostly to all the frontliners from Thailand, and they're very happy taking that damage, and that's why they've been able to win out these team fights, Thailand. They've been able to allocate their damage properly into the Moskov, into the Iesf, Ra and Run. They gotta be way more clinical here in their positioning and in their spacing, because so far Thailand have always been able to catch them. Even Tuzu, technically. Tuzu has been caught off 5 times. Boxy again, gonna be caught in the tough spot. Felix able to disengage for the team. That's a wild charge. Only onto Felix. A very interesting go, and now final flow onto the back line. Able to get shoved back. Run the King gonna be caught, and he jumps forward. Implosion onto 3 members. Run the King still able to survive with one in nature, but finally gets taken down by Lord Flash with that light compounds. 33 traded for Run the King, as now they look for go for more. That's gonna be the cancel on Winter Crown as well. Boxy still able to survive for a bit. A penalty zone stolen away by Mizzy Ming to lock him down, but only gets the immortality from Boxy. Now it's gonna be Felix around, caught in the midst of it all, still tanking a whole lot of damage as Ra and Tuzu look for some damage back onto Izzy. They get a trade back. Lord Flash jumping with the like and pounds, and Tuzu will be able to go back with the quad channel to take him out. A good shutdown. Lord Flash just a millisecond away from that immortality, as the immortality for now will be popped. Mizzy making the wild charge, but Ra is able to space out of it. Flickers out the safety. One last hit onto Nile should do it. Let's see if he can get it done. Slowly but surely taking down the glowing wand, but Nile is still able to survive. Now Tuzu with a shadow kill onto Mizzy Ming. That Sky Piercer with the execute, and 33 is gonna be next to the chopping block. Goes for eye for an eye. Tuzu's waiting for the cooldown for the quad shadow. He gets the kill before he dies, and it turns out to be a win for Cambodia.
And despite the shutdown coming through, the shutdown falls for Nile, their roamer. So not even going on to Lord Flash, and that does give Cambodia a huge advantage in this 18-minute of the game. And you can see that they're going in for the Blitz for the Lord. Nile looking for that proper positioning, looking for that proper moment to get into that momentum, to look in for, of course, but what? Conceal as well as Implosion utilized for Lord Flash there.
Okay, with a wild charge too by Nile. Gets 3 members knocked up. Lord Flash goes for the like and pounds. An interesting move. Spirit of Misery pinning him down. The immortality. Lord Flash. What? It seemed like Nile wanted to disengage, and Lord Flash went in a bit too aggressively. They almost were able to blitz it, like you said, Eterna, but now it doesn't seem like they even need to blitz it. They got a retreat advantage.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm Felix though, still looking to go in for the contest. 33 gonna do as well, but look at that damage onto Felix. Is this a problem?
Oh, 33 gonna go for it. Eye for an eye as well. Run the king gonna chase him. Now Winter Crown as well. It's gonna be Eye taken out of the back line with Rod doing the same thing there as Niall tries his best to go for the steal on the Lord, but it will not happen. They lose 4 members by desperately trying to go for the steal on the Lord, and now only Lord Flash and Mizzy Mink are left to defend against an evolved Lord.
Look at the timers, Miracle. Look at the timers. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 members are up against 6. With the Lord marching down in the mid lane. Mizzy Mink as well as Lord Flash, they're the only ones left. And look at the stage. Look at the damage as it looks like they want to go for a close.
Boxy with the implosion straight into the penalty zone and the execute. In prime Kamai fashion, they get it done. And they'll be able to take a clean sweep against Thailand. I believe putting them a bit closer to qualifying to the playoffs.
Because earlier on, they were actually tied in. If you guys take a look at Iesf.gg and you guys take a look at the standings for Group 1, you will see that Cambodia and Thailand, they're both at 6 points. They're actually tied in with Myanmar as well. So the top 3 are tied in. But man, with Cambodia picking up that 2-0, that should propel them in the points and give them a lot more say to get to the playoffs, a lot more chance and opportunity to get to that playoffs to eventually make their way to WEC in Riyadh in the later portion of this year. But again, right, there were just so many mistakes that were happening back and forth from both of these teams, because initially Cambodia with that much of a lead, they should have been able to close it as fast as possible. But how long did that game go? It went over 17 minutes. I don't know what the last one was. I hope we get 19, a little bit of a replay. 19 minutes. I don't think it should have gone to that 19-minute mark.
I said it right as the crystal was popped there, right as they got the base in prime Khmer fashion. That's just the Cambodian way to play the game, right? It could be a stomp, but it could also be fun. Exactly. Which one do you want?
I mean, we want action and we want entertainment, and that's exactly what we got as we take a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. And again, right from the early stage of the game, that early portion of the game with Tuzu just building up that snowball, building up that gold lead, and building up that EXP lead, you could say that most of the objectives was completely controlled by Cambodia. One of the main things that needs to be highlighted is honestly the Benedetta. Sure, he didn't get as much success in these team fights, but understand that despite the control that Cambodia had, the fact that 33 on the Benedetta kept pushing those far lanes and kept utilizing and was super objective centered, it caused a lot of problems for Cambodia, and that initial plan that they had was brought into chaos with how much that she was pushing.
There's so much pressure from Cambodia all the way from the start, and we were talking about how it was so good for them, but man, there was some of these moments where, Ron, did you really need the third? I mean, like another kill onto Niall there. That was a roamer, right? And they ended up having to trade again in the bottom lane as well. Some of these, overextensions definitely need to be adjusted by them if they want to go and perform better in the playoffs. There's some good, some good matches, some good skirmishes here from Thailand as well, able to just outplay Cambodia, and I think this was one of them where 33 actually just got out, used the Petrify really well, and then Lord Flash to control the fight. But as we saw some overextensions from Cambodia, we also see the same thing for Thailand. I think for 33 going in a bit too aggressive. Lord Flash as well over chasing, because I think in that moment they would have been able to go straight for the turtle had they just backed off after that solid win that they got. But unfortunately, they went in for the fight. They wanted to get more. They were a bit greedy there, and they got punished for it. But all throughout, I think it's kind of the same, a little bit of a deja vu to game number 1, where Thailand were just able to keep on fighting, and for some reason their synergy is amazing too, right? They're always able to get these big combos in together. They're able to go back and forth and make it a bit more 50-50 than it should be. Again, in these fights, it was always Cambodia with a gold lead. You can always see up top in the charts, they always have a 2,000, 3,000. At the start, it was 4,000 gold lead, but I don't know, man. Thailand just played it well.
But eventually, Thailand picked up the gold lead. So it's actually quite interesting. And honestly, I'm a huge fan of Niall, by the way, because with Cambodia holding on, see again, right? Despite Cambodia holding on to so much in terms of objectives, in terms of turrets, in terms of whatever, right? In that particular game, Nile, the fact that he was able to get a lot of these combos in on the Grok was of big value to his team, actually, time and time again.
For sure. I think, these wild charges have been able to turn the tides of these fights. And this is another example of that.
There you go.
Catching Run the King together with Boxy. Like, Boxy being there makes sense. He's a roamer. But Run the King, Abyss walking in front to go for orange buff? Yeah, it's a bit sus. And here we see that as well from Tuzu, overextending way too much. And this could have been bad. It actually did end up being bad because they were able to take the Lord and they were able to take the base turret, I believe, after this play. But for some reason here, Thailand, every single time they go for the Lord, every single time they secure it, they always end up losing 1 or 2 members. And that's why they haven't been able to fully utilize the Lords that they take. They always get traded back. And that's how Cambodia were actually able to prolong the game and to minimize the potential of those Lord pushes from Thailand.
It feels like both of these teams are very trigger happy, right? Like, despite being at a disadvantage when it comes down to a team fight, if they get re-engaged, they're like, okay, let's go. You want to fight? Let's go. And so you can see both of these teams actually catching each other off guard. And so it was quite a ping pong match, especially coming to the later stage of the game. You can even see here, you think initially it was a good moment for Thailand in this particular team fight, but Cambodia re-engages, but then Thailand re-engages again despite them being at a disadvantage. See, again, like Lord Flash jumping back in and he gets taken out. It's the re-engage battle from both of these teams because back at its very core, both of these teams, they love the brawls, they love the team fights, and they love the action.
Yeah, and this definitely showed it as well, right? The fact that Suzu was able to get the kill before he died. You have to give the benefit over to the Sky Piercer for that one, because I think if he didn't have the Sky Piercer, 33 would have been able to survive just with a little bit of HP. But in this final skirmish, man, it was a nice try by 33. He really tried to take the Lord, steal it away, maybe get some damage in. But in the end, they just had more members to play with, way more resources, and they were eventually able to end the game. This was a good engage again by Boxy, though. We were seeing that a whole lot in this game, but towards the later stage, I think Thailand were able to adjust properly to Boxy's engages because these implosions never really connected onto more than 2 members. In the final fight, it's unfortunate, they didn't really expect that. Felix gets the MVP.
Beautiful. 9-3-15 KDA. We saw the impact that Felix was able to have in the first game when he picked up the Yuzong, but coming into a different pick, an entirely different pick onto the Charizla, we saw the impact that he was able to have as well, right? A lot of follow-ups from the Charizla after the implosions that are happening from the Tigreal just really put a spotlight onto him. And at the early stage of the game, he actually even went in for a 1v1 against the Benedetta and won, right? And the damage dealt, we saw time and time again, Charizla #1 with like 60k worth of damage, and it's all thanks to him and of course his intelligent itemization. He actually even went in for the Queen's Wings at the later portion of the game.
Yeah, it was well played by him, man, for Felix as the initiator. And now we get to really see why the Charizla is super prio. With the War Axe, full defense build straight after that. Usually we see the Fury Hammer, right? So you're still going to be very tanky. You go and rely on the Brave Smite. But now that we have the War Axe, we're seeing more and more XP laners like the Charizla go for Impure Rage instead of the Brave Smite because they already have the sustain built in for the War Axe. They would much rather get the Impure Rage to get more mana as the fight goes on. They'll have that additional sustain when it comes to mana already built in. Bloodlust Axe with the War Axe, so get the best of both worlds, Eternal.
For sure, and I hope we get the best of both worlds when we take a talk with the players. And I'm wondering, who will we be seeing? Do you think...
Who's it gonna be?
Who's it gonna be? Do you have any, ideas?
I don't know, man. Maybe Tuzo? Maybe Felix?
I hope we get to talk to, Boxing. I think I'm a big fan now of his Tigreal. Why are you smiling like that?
Nah, I don't know. There's something with you and roamers, man.
No. But it looks like it might be Paragon, actually. Ring, ring, ring. Hi, how are you?
Oh, hello, Mako. Hello, Atanan.
Hang on, let me readjust my audio real quick. All right. Paragon, congratulations for that 2-0, of course. How do you feel about that game? How did you feel about your team winning?
Yeah, today we feel very excited that we're gonna pass the group stage and we're gonna face, I think, Malaysia because they top one in group. So we number 2 gonna face number 1. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So next up, Malaysia, Mirko.
Yeah, Malaysia is definitely, a tough opponent later, so I want to ask you that later. But firstly, I want to ask, Paragon, you're a substitute for the Rome position, yeah? And I just want to ask, we have been seeing Cambodia swap here and there from the jungle as well. Up against Myanmar, it was Lucas. This time it was Tuzu. What was the plan here? Why did you play Tuzu over Lucas? And who's the main jungler for the team?
Actually, they both can play as the main jungler because we want to give them an opportunity to play for national team. So Tusu also can play as a main jungler. Lucas also can play as a main jungler. They both can play together.
Okay,
I mean,
my
they
next
both
question is...
Can play.
Okay, so it's interchangeable, Miracle, their lineup. So it makes them that much more flexible, right? Their opponent, they're going to keep on guessing as to who plays next. But when are you going to be playing, Paragon? We're excited to see you hop in. Do you think we'll see you in the next match?
I don't know, but we'll see later, maybe or not.
Man of secrets. I like that.
Yeah.
They gotta stay secretive, right? Especially later on. But I want to know your thoughts here, Paragon. In the group stages, or no, just the Asian qualifiers in general for Southeast Asia, who do you think is the strongest opponent that you will get to face later on? Because we have Myanmar, we got Malaysia, Indonesia, even Thailand earlier were really, really good. Who do you think is the strongest?
For me, I think Malaysia and Indonesia. As we can see, Malaysia, they beat Indonesia 2-0, and we're gonna face them in the next playoff. And I think it's a very tough opponent for us, Malaysia and Indonesia.
Malaysia and Indonesia. Okay, I'm not gonna ask him to choose between both, right? Because I mean, that was a 2-0 for Malaysia. But Mirko, do you have another question for him?
Honestly, I want to know, right? Because against Myanmar, at least game number 2, when you guys were able to get the dub, it was a dominant run. But here against Thailand, both games went the distance. It went to over 20 minutes for game number 1. Game number 2, it was also quite long. Is that just the Cambodian way to play the game? You want to just go for these team fights? Or do you think, okay, this is just against Thailand. Next fight, be more disciplined. What do you think?
Yeah, actually, it's not goes as a plan. As we think that we can end that game so fast, but we fell at mid and late game that make the game it so more slow. But I think in the next game we will improve and fix all our mistakes, and we hope that we can end the game faster than.
All right.
Great
We
stuff.
also hope, just continuous success on your journey here at Iesf. Good luck for your next match. And yeah, we'll see you moving forward and hope we get to see you in your next match with Team Cambodia. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much and congratulations once again. Bye-bye, Paragon.
There you have it, man. Paragon with some solid answers here, man. It would be really cool to get some of the other members later on if they do get another win. Obviously, they will be qualifying into the playoffs, I believe, with this win. But it seems like they're still going to have to wait, Eterna, a bit. Because if Thailand actually win out against Myanmar, there is a possibility that it could be like a 3-way tie. I think that might be the case. I think that...
Wait, really?
Yeah, possible.
Well, if you guys are, anticipating what will happen next, you guys can, keep updated on isf.gg because everything is updated there. We have the standings,
Yes.
we have the rankings, we have perhaps even the groupings later on for the playoffs. But this is going to be our next match, ladies and gentlemen, Myanmar and Thailand. And remember, earlier on, all three of these regions were actually tied in, Myanmar, Cambodia, and Thailand. But it looks like Myanmar and Cambodia are now both at 9 points. So if Thailand can actually win this one against Myanmar, that will also propel them further up into the standings. And like you mentioned in the early part, right, it could be a three-way tie.
There's a big possibility that actually happens here, Eterna. We'll have to see if Myanmar can get it done, because even Cambodia were struggling. And if we saw, if you guys watched yesterday, Myanmar versus Cambodia, the opening match of the day, it was a really close battle.
Best
especially
of three,
in game
full,
three.
right?
Yeah, a full best of three. We don't get to see that a lot. We haven't seen that at all today. So unfortunate, but hopefully this next match, hopefully Thailand can pull off a great fight. They're fighting against the odds, definitely, because they just lost as well. So they don't have the momentum by their side. I still think though that they will be able to pull off a good fight, looking at how they performed against Cambodia.
So before we get into the next match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, our next best of three between both these regions, we are going to go on a short break. There is going to be a little bit of trade with the caster, so Miracle, we'll see you later on. But thank you so much for tuning in. Stay tuned, and we'll see you after the break. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Asian Regional Qualifiers as we are heading to day number 3 and our third match of the day, once again in a best of 3. But it is important to note that this will be the last streamed match in the group stage, so you can definitely kind of feel out the intensity and of course the value and the weight of this last match between Myanmar versus Thailand, as both of these teams want to be able to get and ramp up in those points in the groups in order for them to make it to the playoffs. Here I am once again, Eterna, alongside with Naisu this time around to bring you the action in this next best of 3 series.
Here we go, Eterna, and also, loving the glasses right now. I heard Mirko mention it too. I'm not used to seeing you in glasses, but for this matchup, you already said it. There's what's on the line here is, I would say, seeing if Thailand can get to, I'm not sure, actually, I don't know the numbers yet. We're going to have to let the stats people do that. But if they win, if they get a sweep or whatever against Myanmar, then they should be able to maybe have a tiebreaker or something should fall into place here, because the points are getting really close. Myanmar is stacked. They haven't been defeated yet, right? So they're most likely going to lock in that slot, and then we're going to wait for the next team to do that from Group A. And it looks like Thailand could possibly do it if they can get a sweep here. And of course, we have one more match later today, but that is going to be going back to Mlbb Women's between Myanmar and Philippines.
We've got a stacked schedule, ladies and gentlemen, on stream and even off stream, because some of these off stream matches also have a big weight as to how the standings go. And you guys can actually check that out yourselves. If you guys want to have a little look at it, you can go ahead and check out it on the website, iesf.gg. You guys can go ahead and go to the Southeast Asia part of it, Mlbb. And if you click on the results and standings, that's where you'll get a little bit more information as to how these regions are actually faring in their groups. Because again, right, we have Group A and Group B, or Group 1 and Group 2, that you guys can, have a little bit of say in. I mean, for the most part, insight, that's the word. There's a total of 9 teams that are battling it out, but these 2 teams are going to be the ones that we will be witnessing later on. Again, Myanmar versus Thailand. Unfortunately, Thailand earlier on, they had to be swept in by Cambodia with a 0-2 loss against that team. But against Myanmar, also one of the main protagonists, one of the main contenders to make it to the playoffs as well. It's not going to be an easy feat. And remember, Thailand going back to back here, so it's a big question of endurance as well for this team.
Yeah, I was watching the Thailand match, of course, just previously, and it was too bad because there was even, I think it was the first game, it was relatively close and almost like a 50-50, right? It took them quite a while to end the game, and things looked a little dicey there. But I will say that for Myanmar, on the other hand, if you're just looking at some of the games that they played already, most of them, I think they only have a 1 maybe game loss, but overall the matches, they're undefeated. And we're going to take a look here at the lineup once again of Myanmar.
It's still the same lineup that they went in when they went head-to-head against Cambodia. We have Ken, Justin, Ruby Didi, Juno, as well as, how do you pronounce this name? Zide?
Zide, we were saying
Zide.
Yeah, Zide.
Okay, Zide. And these are a lot of familiar names that we're seeing, right? I think these are the few players that have a lot of international experience as well. We've met Ken time and time again. Justin, Ruby Didi is a legend in himself, right? Juno as well as Zide are the 2 players that have you seen play?
Only here in ISF, but it's funny because I feel like for both of us here, Justin Johnson back in MSC 2022 is when we started really putting that name to him, that nickname. So it's all the way from there. But like you said, this is a very experienced roster, I would say. And if you just look at the way that they play their previous games, it's definite that they have that. And, as we take a look at Thailand once again, Amizi Mink, Lord Flash, 007, Nile, Izzy, and 33. And just like, Mirko mentioned during their last match against Cambodia, Izzy has a ton of experience. He's an OG, right? He's been around for a long time. Back, he has that MSC title. Now, for everybody else too, their experiences, I feel like probably their experience level probably varies in comparison to Izzy. But overall, I would say they still look like a pretty good team. It's just when they went against a team like Cambodia that was, I would say, as a team, as a unit, Cambodia is very experienced. You know, of course, it's not their entire roster that some people are used to seeing, but Thailand definitely, their play style is there, and I feel like this one is going to be a huge obstacle, or at least a trial for them going against a team like Myanmar, who has been very dominant in a lot of the tournaments that they participate in, you know, and Thailand has to figure something out on how they want to draft and then how they want to approach that matchup, I would say.
For sure, right? Because in the previous match that we saw Thailand participate in earlier on, it felt like there were a lot of mistakes that were made, overcommitments. Yeah. They went in a little bit too hungry and eager for the last kills, very greedy in their playstyle. And with the experience that we know that, of course, Cambodia or Myanmar in this regard holds, it will be tricky because that will be capitalized over, right? That experience, the decision making, the discipline that, of course, Myanmar holds over right now is going to be a big obstacle for Thailand, like you mentioned earlier on. But of course, there are glimmers of brilliance from Thailand. I think I mentioned in the previous stream that I'm a huge fan of Niall now. There were so many moments that he was able to create big opportunities for his team despite being at the goal deficit on heroes like the Grok to find these opportunities to make the plays happen for his team. And I hope we get to see that again.
So I was just, while you were explaining that, because I know, you know, your love for roamers out there in tournament, but I wanted to go ahead and look at this specifically for the lineup from Thailand and kind of see where everybody has been playing on. And it looks like most of them have, to some capacity in their past, played on I Do Not Sleep's roster, you know, out there in Thailand. So honestly, like all these guys, now that I'm looking through it, have experience to a certain degree. Now, we do know that maybe some of them are new, like Mizzy Mink. I don't see much of the background here for him. Lord Flash has been a part of the competitions over there as well, but a different team. He was back in Team Evo, I guess it looks like. And so, you know, I would just say for Thailand in general, they have good experience for here. Even Niall, actually. Niall, yes, was on I Do Not Sleep and competed on a team, it looks like Evo and CRT. So I just wanted to get a glimpse at them on what their experience level was. So it's there. It's just Myanmar. From, you know, these guys, they're familiar because of Mythic Seal. So now that they're here, we're in the draft here for game number 1. We'll see exactly if Thailand kind of has adjusted the game plan from earlier. Like it's literally just a little bit ago where you go back to back for this, and we get to see if they made the right adjustments to go again. And hopefully, like, again, for all the people rooting for Thailand out there, best case scenario for them is they get this sweep. They win this series with a sweep, and we see where things fall into place from there.
So let's get into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, as it looks like Myanmar will be able to get that first pick position in, and they're actually going for a lot of prio bans here. Despite the changes coming through into the meta, into the patch, the chip is still taken off the board. As you all know, Angela is still a big priority in that roaming position, especially due to the flexibility and of course the combination and the synergy that the Angela has with several of these heroes like the Ling, the Baxias, and several other heroes. Meanwhile, Thailand goes in for the Ling and the Luo Yi. So it's still very similar bans that are coming through, very template. Nothing out of the box just yet. If it is a respect ban, it does still prioritize more to these priority heroes so far, Naisu.
What do you think, since you said you were a fan of Niall from that first series, what do you think Niall needs here? Because I believe he played Grok in one of the games, right? He played Grok, and then I'm trying to think of the other roam he played first match. Maybe the Matilda. Was it Cho?
I think it was Cho.
Well, either way, what do you think Niall needs here? Because I feel it's
Matilda,
a big component to Thailand. Yeah, Matilda, there you go. So Matilda and Grok. Well, would it be the Grok if he picks this up? Because that's a Roger first pick already from Myanmar. Is that going to help Thailand have a better time in this matchup?
I think so, right? Because I understand the Matilda. There is a layer that she can go for the engages, but it's not as heavy CC as you would expect from something like the Grok or the Tigreal or even the Atlas that actually experienced the buff. Hopefully you get to see an Atlas. I've missed Atlas in this meta.
You miss him, right?
Yes, I always love an Atlas play and Atlas players, but yeah, I think he needs something that is a little bit more active. right? So we'll see if that actually comes through in the first phase of the drafts, because that's definitely something that they can pick up. And we would even consider that Grok was a power pick for Nile despite him actually losing on it. But moreover, they actually still go for the Matilda and the Terizla that has been finding a lot of success, especially in the early stage of the game.
Okay, so this is already similar to what happened in game number 1 of their previous match. If I recall, they had a Matilda, they had a Terizla. The rest of the lineup, I think in the jungle, it was like a Martiz and then the Kadita combination. So like, I'm not sure if they're going to go with the same game plan, but already with these 2 picks, they already at least locked down a really good roam. Like we were talking about, Nile's probably a big part of this. And then Terizla, who is a mainstay right now in the XP lane. Heard you guys talking about this with Mirko, you know, with this. We're in this area where XP lane is now, it's down to like 2 heroes, the Terizla and the Yuzhong, which Yuzhong is still open. Hayabusa is going to be, I'm assuming that's a locked in, at least for Thailand. So interesting how they want to play this out. Hayabusa is still a little risky. It works. It can work pretty good, right? Don't get me wrong. But I guess that's where you really have to rely on this utility from Matilda. And on the flip side, Myanmar picking up the Valentina, a pick that they love, of course, and they can play around. They get a lot of options actually already. Maybe not so much the Hayabusa, but just these 2 picks from Thailand, the Terizla and Matilda, can help them out. And then the Iesf. The Iesf, I would say with this, you could put it in the XP lane. You could technically still flex it, roam. And even the Roger, I would go and say that the Roger, we actually don't know if this is going to go in the jungle for Ken or if it ends up going in the gold lane. So I like the flexibility that Myanmar did with this. And now we're in the second phase here of the bans.
I mean, technically, if you want to be crazy, the Terizla is also a flex pick. Technically.
Mid lane?
Right? Yeah, we've seen...
We saw him in the mid.
Yeah, we've seen a Terizla in the mid lanes sometimes, right? It does depend if they want to look for that mid power spike, especially with the fighters, a fighter heavy centric draft, then that's definitely something that they can play towards. I'm not really sure if it's Thailand's style, because I think the last time we saw it wasn't by them. I think it was actually Myanmar who picked it up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but still something that they can explore. Meanwhile, interestingly enough, they actually go for the Faramis ban, right? Because I figured them picking up the Valentina was sort of a way to be like, hey, we have the Valentina now.
Yeah.
There's no way you can pick up the Faramis this time, unless, of course, you want to give that over to us to utilize. But still huge respect here for the Faramis. It still gets banned up by Myanmar. Meanwhile, a Fanny as well as a Lancelot. This is huge respect to Ken, right? We've seen him on the international level, on the international stage, do just crazy on these assassins. And there you go, right? A Ling, Fanny, as well as a Lancelot. That's 3 bans taken out for Ken.
And that's what I'm saying. Imagine if it was just flexed so that Ken was going to play the Roger in the jungle. So I think that's part of the upper hand here that they have. But you see they're going to focus on that mid lane, the mid lane options here. They already took the Vexana out. They picked up the Valentina, so that's not going to be available. So for Thailand to decide on what they want to bring to the mid lane, it might pop up here. We've seen a lot of Farsas pop up. Again, they played Kadita beforehand, and then they had the Valentina in their last game for game number 2, I believe it was. And even in some of their other matches, you know, I guess the mid lane has to, because Valentina has been all they picked mostly. If I'm looking at the past matches, they had Valentina like twice in one of their series against Brunei, I think it was. So they lock in the carry instead. They're going to save that mid lane pick for the last one because they're probably still really trying to decide how they want to approach a Valentina when it seems like, you know, they like this hero. So carry's a good option. I think the main thing, though, is you just need to get the carry to the position where she can shine because range is low. You got to build up. You need multiple items for her to get to that portion. If this is a Roger gold lane, we're going to find out here in just a second if it is, then, I don't know, that matchup can go either way, but you kind of have to build up the carry here a little more, I feel like, than even the Roger. Cho's locked in. I believe that is locked in. So for the roam, we're going to go with the Cho pick here. And, okay, Moskov. So it is the flex. So it is Ken going on the Roger, Moskov in the gold lane, and then you have, I'm assuming, Edith XP Cho Rome is what we're seeing here from Myanmar.
I think I agree with that. I think I agree with that setup. And I think Miracle mentioned as well earlier on that despite how priority this Roger is, he does better in the jungle as compared to the gold lane. So maybe they're, working their composition off of that. But yes, I completely agree with that emote that you just made. Xavier comes into the Land of Dawn in that mid lane. Finally, we're going to see exactly what build he actually goes for, because a lot of people have been saying that Xavier on items like the Sky Piercer even has been quite OP, dishing out that damage from the backside. One of his main, of course, weaknesses as a Xavier is definitely his vulnerability. That could be a problem, especially against something like the Cho. But without any assassin in the jungle, maybe the Xavier can actually work.
Xavier is going to be, I feel like, a good presence, because usually, like in this too, like you said with Sky Piercer, I think you just pick it up maybe third item. There's still some other items we want to see him pick up, but Darling Light's going to help out a lot with this lineup. So let's jump into the game.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series. One of the deciding matches as to see whether or not Thailand can move forward into the playoffs and eventually go on their way to Riyadh for WEC. But as you can see here, both of these teams are going to be centering around both of their buffs with a different kind of rotation. But looking at the Xavier, right, he actually still opts for Impure Rage. I thought maybe with the changes, with the new emblems and the new talents coming through, he would go for something like the Temporal Rain to be able to spam that a little bit more, all of his skills, but still Impure Rage, Naisu.
I think it's still up for debate which some of these emblems are going to be better for some of these heroes, but because hold on, actually in the mid lane they already get a flicker out early out. This is all for the Lith Wanderer here that they're battling for, so it's finally secured now by Thailand, and now they might want to go for a fight. Not enough damage though just yet. And as we're talking about emblems here, Eterna, also the other thing that I want to point out is Lord Flash has the Warcry emblem. This emblem has been appearing multiple times actually throughout many of these different teams playing this, different assassins, and I really do like it. I think that extra 8% damage is relatively easy to get the proc off and then utilize, and we saw exactly how deadly a Hayabusa can be, especially once the what is it? SPA? I was gonna say the SPA. The Sky Piercer is locked in. I'm so used to Mirko saying SPA, but once that Sky Piercer is locked in, and then later in the portion of the game that is deadly, just like this. Look at that. Oh, okay. Zeta's gonna be actually just fine again. So not enough damage just yet, but Turtle is up, and you can already see Ken is already there. They know that the Shadow Kill is not available, and they're going to possibly just trade this. It looks like Lord Flash is going to take the buff. Ken and the rest of the boys will go ahead and grab the turtle. So it's an exchange, a buff for an objective. And now Ruby DD not going to be able to find the connection he was looking for. He's going to get forced back out of the mid lane, so that's not going to happen. But right now, objective secured, but relatively even across the board. You can see this too, Justin holding on to that circling eagle himself.
It feels like Thailand are waiting, right? They're waiting for the moment when they can actually go in for the neutral objective contest. Because earlier on, you could even see, you mentioned, okay, not enough damage from Lord Flash just yet, even though he went in with the Shadow Kill and so on and so forth. But there was only one glove being bought in, right? So that's... He's on his way to the Sky Piercer, but he was still halfway there. But now he has a little bit more adaptive damage to utilize. And wait a second.
Oh. Onward into the Earth Shatter. That's a whole lot of CC. 33 will be the first one to fall as Myanmar gets the first blood. Lord Flash does finally pick up that Sky Piercer again. It's only 1,500 gold, so it's very quick to pick up here. And we'll see if this time around he's got enough damage to proc that and then get some of these early kills and snowball through it. But right now with Myanmar getting that first kill, they are exactly where they want to be.
I mean, let's hope, right? Let's hope he's going to be able to ramp up the damage, because it looks like the side lanes severely need help. The Cho has been able to clear a lot quicker in that EXP lane. Meanwhile...
Circling Eagle going to be used. Wow, very quickly. And there is the question, or the answer to the question, rather. And Lord Flash picks up a kill himself, and that's now gives them a little bit of that confidence, I would say. Nothing big of a lead, though, but enough confidence to go ahead and continue to move around the map the way he's been doing it. Now, Lord Flash, watching the previous series, he just has to be a a little careful on some of the timings. Again, when I was watching that game and I saw him on the Roger, he's got to keep that trigger finger a little bit happy because you already see this Away the Dragon going to already be used on him by RubyDD. Turtle is coming up though, so they know that ultimate is down. RubyDD won't have that available, but they might want to still kind of stall this out. Justin does have the circling eagle. Downing Light going to be used right now, so it's up to Thailand. They're going to start the fight up, and at any time, Juno can join this fight if he lands the Spear of Destruction. But it looks like they're just going to go ahead and keep it at half health for now. Both teams going in. Penalty zone going to be the flicker play. Circling Eagle going to be used by Justin, and they go in. 33 going to fall once again, and now the turtle will be secured by Lord Flash. He's trying to run away, but it's a double for Ken, as Niall will fall as well to Justin. And under the turret, it's a triple, as Ken goes up and cleans up the kill. And now they'll take the resources as well.
4 members taken out, 3 members, plus a neutral objective takeover. But it's a trade, right? But with Ken being able to pick up so many kills, now standing at a 401 KDA, by the way, and he was able to deal out most of the damage, by the way, in that team fight. You do not want to see a snowballing Roger, and that snowballing Roger is going to be able to pick up yet another kill, as well as a structure down bottom. So despite Thailand picking up that turtle earlier, Myanmar has been able to get a lot more favorable trades, and that has propelled them to a 3k gold lead in the first 5 minutes of this game.
Yeah, and 33 is not having a good day at this point, and it just seems like, a lot of times he is trying to use that penalty zone to set things up where he's just dealing with the pressure. And he's going to have to kind of just buckle in, it seems, because at this point, he's just going to be whittled down a little bit further. Niall takes that damage. Oh, Shadow Kill already going to be used on Justin. Justin flickers out. Can't get the proc from the Sky Piercer. Oh, Dawning Light won't connect either. And now Lord Flash will fall. RubyDD cleans up the kill with the Circling Eagle committed once again. Juno gonna join the fight. The damage is there. Niall tries to run out, and now it's Izzy. Gets out with the Guiding Wind. Thankfully for Thailand, able to escape. But the mid lane is into trouble as Mizzy Meek gets taken out. RubyDD is everywhere on this Cho.
Definitely 204 KDA and counting. The amount of flexibility, the amount of how much he's been so active around the board to facilitate these plays from happening top, right, left, and center has been so imperative to why Myanmar is holding most of the lead right now in terms of everything, right? Objectives. You can see the turrets falling in one by one. Oh, wait a second. There you go again, right? So active.
RubyDD once again with Way of the Dragon. Is he going to be in trouble? There's the Lycan Pounce from Ken. They want to fight into the jungle again. 33. He's done it all. He's done it again. He's trying to escape. He will with his life for now as Ken gets stopped in his tracks. Lycan Pounce on Niall, but he gets stunned up by the Mystic Field, and now he has to back off. Good thing for Thailand again. 33 having a very difficult time in this game already. Nowhere he can go, but look at this. The fight for the purple. RubyDD, constant threat here that Thailand has to deal with. And meanwhile, this whole time, Ken will go ahead and start up that turtle. Most likely just secure the second one. And once again, the purple is still up. And RubyDD will not give it up. But finally, they might fire back here. It looks like it's going to be it for now as the turtle was secured by Myanmar.
Wow. Just wow, right? The way Myanmar are playing this right now. And it's so unfortunate. Lord Flash opted in for the Sky Piercer, but the problem is with every death, it kind of negates the entire point of the Sky Piercer, right? You need a little bit more kills over. You need to not be taken out, and so far he's sitting at a 1-2-0. So his next item now is a Hunter Strike. Hopefully when he goes in for these assassinating plays, these assassinations, that the damage might be a little bit more evident, because so far we haven't really seen too much from this Hayabusa going with the Shadow Kill and unable to take these kills in a 2v1. There's just a lot of backup coming through, a lot of synergy from the side of Myanmar, and you can see Juno as well doing exceptionally well in terms of damage, and he's not even at his power spike yet, right? Only 2 items. We have the Golden Staff and the Corrosion Scythe. We're not yet at the DHS that he should be building towards very, very soon. But even then, it just shows you that Myanmar, they're not even at their power spike yet. And this is the level of dominance they have over Thailand, who I think needs a little bit more time, right? The Xavier needs a little bit more time. So far, he's only been able to pick up the Enchanted Talisman. It will help with his cooldown, but not so much for the damage. And that's exactly what the beauty of a Xavier is, right? The advantage of the Xavier, that poke damage that you can get from Dawning Light, and the spam ability from the rest of his spells to poke Myanmar before they go in for their team fights.
Yeah, it's for Thailand really to somehow stay in this game. You're talking about a 7,000 gold deficit that they're dealing with, and plenty of time to build up items here is what they need to get on their side. And dealing with even just Mlbb, like I said, they gotta shut him down here. He just goes into the jungle again. Circling Eagle gonna be used, but I don't think they really want to fight this. Justin even holding on to his own shadow kill, and they'll go ahead. They got the information they wanted. They'll start up the Lord here. They know multiple ultimates are down from Thailand, and given the fact that they're so far behind in gold, that's a free Lord now for Myanmar.
And remember, Ken was 2 levels ahead of Lord Flash, right? So even if they wanted to go for the commit, even if they wanted to play that 50-50, it's not a 50-50 with how far behind Lord Flash is. And we've seen Lord Flash pull in these insane retributions, right? I mean, earlier on in the Turtle, it was a really good setup from Myanmar, but Lord Flash was still able to get it. But that was when both of the junglers were at the same level. Now Ken is actually level 14, so Lord Flash is falling far, far behind. And if we take a look at the damage dealt, wait a second, the Mlbb.
Ooh. He actually goes in with a flicker. Way the Dragon 33 again. Faces his 4th death. Can't even use the flicker. Can't use the penalty zone. Gets completely shut down. And now Thailand down a member will have to deal with this Lord on the top side. Already losing the tier 2s. Up to them on the defense with 4 members. Mlbb jumps behind the wall. With the shields are going to pop. Dawning Light's going to drop down as well. Trying to keep them at bay. Doing the best they can. Turret's a 1-hit away. Shadow Kill going to be used. But there's just too much shielding and not enough damage from Lord Flash. As Myanmar gets what they wanted. They got the base turret and they back off from there. Dawning Light won't be able to connect either. And they'll continue to lose some buffs here as Myanmar is so far ahead.
Myanmar slowly but surely, right? They knew that they had a little bit more staying power, but they stayed disciplined. They went and retreated. They didn't want to overcommit. They didn't want to hand over these objectives or these little opportunities over to Thailand. And I think that was one of the glaring mistakes that we saw from the previous match that Myanmar is definitely not doing. It's a wonder why they haven't dropped a single match. And if we take a look back into the items, right? Carry, still 2 items. So he's falling behind. Only Golden Staff and the Corrosion Size at this point. Not enough damage just yet to properly participate in these team fights. Juno picks up a Wind of Nature, so that's going to be additional problems for Thailand, especially for the Hayabusa. But as well as we all know, Carrie, once she gets that item power spike, she does have true damage in her kit, so it should be able to help them. Meanwhile, Nile can still get out of that sticky situation, but again, Thailand being completely asphyxiated into their own base with how Myanmar are currently playing. One small mistake from Thailand can actually give them the game here at this point.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, if it's a one small mistake that Myanmar makes, I don't think it's going to turn the tide completely for Thailand in their favor. They're going to need multiple mistakes from Myanmar to punish before they can really turn this game around. Now, even in the previous series, Thailand has been able to do that. Just when you think they're about to lose, they're able to turn things around like they did against Cambodia. But this is pretty difficult. Shadow Kill going to be used. Dawning Light on top of it. Now Mlbb has the information that he's looking for as well. And now that the flicker is there, he can actually go ahead and force a play. Unless, still, Myanmar takes it slowly. Lord is going to be up now. Thailand knows this. They have to possibly contest it, but I'm not sure if they really do want to get close to that Lord. It might be better if they just defend in the base. They're going to get cut off if they try to engage. That's going to be the Lord now for Myanmar. There's Mlbb going in once again, but he takes so much damage. Dawning Light won't be enough to kill him, though. Mystic Field going to be dropped in now. It's just Thailand able to keep it together for now, but it's Myanmar. They're going to reset and then march with the Lord, so at least Thailand didn't lose anybody. But unfortunate for them that they couldn't even pick up the kill on Mlbb. Got away with 1 HP.
That's insane, right? That's insane. And that Dawning Light, that should have a little bit more damage, right? I think Mizimink already has a Lightning Truncheon. But even then, Mlbb still, with a quick feet, with a fast shoes, gonna be able to weave in, weave out of these team fights. And Ken, That's a winter crown being bought in. That's a additional utility for him to utilize as they go in for the siege.
Gonna have to see if they can do it once again. Thailand holding on by a thread in this game at number 1. A massive lead for Myanmar. Still gonna work with this Lord here. They punch it in once more into the onward, into the Earth Shatter on top of it. Too much damage gonna happen. Nile will be the first to fall, and now the base is just gonna be worked on. Everything else is ignored as Zidis goes in with a Primal Wrath, and they take game number 1 for Myanmar.
14 minutes. 14 minutes was all it took for them to take the game over Thailand, and that was a very dominant display. It wasn't like there were certain moments where, yeah, sure, I think Thailand could come back from this. It was complete domination from the start. And, you know, thinking back on it, right? Myanmar, they're so good with their intelligence and their knowledge of the game that they know when they get to that power spike. And it was quite difficult for Thailand considering the drafts that they actually committed with.
It was difficult for them, and I feel like even when you look at the highlights here in just a second, you're going to see exactly what a tournament means, because Myanmar has done this multiple times. Like, you have to remember, Myanmar is undefeated in their matches, and when you really go and kind of break down their matches, they end games naturally pretty quickly. I mean, I don't know what their exact average game time is, but it's probably around the 15-minute mark. And when they have the lead, they're very punishing. And that's what happened here. I mean, even as you look through this, it was Myanmar just coming out swinging. They established a lead, and then they built up from there. And it was tough for Thailand to come back from this tournament.
There's not much to say, right? Because if you give heroes that snowball onto players like Ken in the jungle, you see what happens. He goes and is able to pick up kills left, right, and center. He was untouched the entire game, by the way. I think towards the end it was like a 6-0, 7-0 in his KDA. Meanwhile, Justin was actually very aggressive with his Valentina, using the IMU for several different types and very adaptive to the situation. Here are moments when he actually goes in very aggressively, because there are moments where he actually has the shadow kill in his arsenal. So he's actually been one of the big factors as to information as well. And Ruby Didi, oh man, on the show as well, finding these opportunities to facilitate the rest of the team. And meanwhile, Juno just having a really good time in the lane against the carry. It was tough. To say the least, right? Tough was even an understatement for Thailand. I don't know what the game plan was. I think one of their main winning conditions with their composition was to try and wait to the late game, wait for that power spike to hit. But these players can, especially, right, 6-0 for KDA, did not even let that slide. They don't even let that happen. Very aggressive with his item build as well, with the Bloodlust, a Windtalker, as well as that Sky Piercer and the Winter Crown. I think with his next item, what is he building towards here? I think he didn't go for Wind of Nature. Is he going for a BOD? What do you think it was?
I don't know. I was going to say maybe BOD, maybe Malefic Roar.
True.
I just don't know if he needed any more magic. Any more physical penetration. But I like, the reason I noticed too at the end of the game, I was like, man, Juno was 0-0-1 on the Moskov. Like, all he did that whole game was probably just farm up and push, because he didn't have to be in any of the fights. And I think a couple of times he probably just like threw the Spear of Destruction to check things out, because at some point in the game, like, they had such a high lead that Juno's like, hey, I want some, so like he was throwing the spear just to go see if he could catch maybe one or two people, and then see if he could go get a couple kills, because he was 0-0-1 on a Moskov for this game, because this was all established really early on, like we saw. And I think at the same time, for Ken, this was a really good idea from the draft. Like, we really have to kind of talk about that. Like, the draft is where this kind of like power play started, where it's like they didn't have to put the Roger in the jungle. Although I think it's agreed here, at least for us casters, that we do feel like Roger fits really well in the jungle, more so than in the gold lane right now. But because of that, I think you could have still flexed it in. So the fact that Myanmar held on to it, it was first pick. You don't exactly know just yet. And a couple other flex picks could have happened, right? We did mention, even I think it was the Iesf that was locked in, could have been flexed over. But yeah, Ruby DD, especially on the Cho, very dominant, very aggressive. And that's always like, if you have ever played against that for you guys in your own ranked games, or maybe you guys are competitors too for MLB, if you've played against Cho players who have really mastered that hero and they're just a nuisance and they're always just like finding the right targets, especially, and doing all the fancy stuff, with the flicker and the way of the dragon, it's tough to work with that. Because like, I feel bad for 33. He couldn't move. He couldn't land a penalty zone. He couldn't even flicker half the time because he was getting just picked off time and time again. And this is a Terizla, a marquee XP lane pick right now. And unfortunately for 33, it was very difficult for him to even establish a presence in this game number 1.
What baffles me, right? There's like an argument to be made about Cho in the roam. Because a lot of people have actually discussed that Cho doesn't have as much value because of his single target CC. Right?
Okay.
Whereas heroes like Minotaur, Minotaur's a little bit too passive, but heroes like Grok, heroes like Tigreal, they're an AoE CC source of utility that has more value. But for some reason, Cho still works. And the greatest thing about Cho now is with the recent update towards his passive, he also can facilitate the physical damage being brought in by heroes like Roger, especially in that composition, as well as the Moskov that, well, technically wasn't as active in game number 1, granted, but that's kind of the idea, right? So Cho, do you think he can officially come back into the meta?
I think yes, he can. Rome is still interesting because of, I get it, like in a fact, it's like, it's a single target pick-off potential, but you have to remember with the Jikundu, right, and the Shumpo, like those are valuable skills that some of those other roamers don't have. I mean, like Minotaur, he has a great setup, but then he just like heals and he jumps. He does have another stun, like I get it, there's another CC ability. Same thing with Tigreal, but I just feel like when it comes to Cho, even though it's a single target, pick off, like just the stuff that you can do with him is, I feel like more value if that's your composition style. Minotaur and Tigreal work really well if you're really trying to get those team fights and you're trying to bunch them up. Cho is great for the pickoff potential where you're trying to get a high priority target, take them out immediately. And sometimes that high priority target might just be a struggling XP laner who's very tanky and you can still get rid of a body, And I think it's a good point that you said with the new passive, right? He travels a certain amount of units and then he gets like a 150 or 180% damage boost on his next basic attack. So that as a roamer, if you think about it, and I think again, most maybe even roll with concussive blast. I'm sure there's still some variations there with the emblems. That's a lot of early damage on a roamer that some won't have, that early in the game. So I think Cho alone will start to creep back into the meta because we're finding ourselves in this position, Eterna, where it's like assassins are coming back, damage and fights are happening everywhere. I feel like it's like, when in Iesf so far have we seen a slow burn game? I cannot recall. I feel like every single game we've had, even the 32-minute game yesterday between Bahrain and Jordan, like it got to that point through a bloodbath. Like it started early team fights and it ended with a crazy team fight. And so I just feel like we're in a position where these heroes like this, and if they happen to be a roam, they can really be useful for any team composition. So I'm all for it. I love to see Cho come back and and win a ton of games for these competitive teams out there.
So with that point you made, right, there's definitely like an underline and like a underline italic bold on early game, right? Because of how all of it, just put everything there to the early game, right? Because like you mentioned, there's so many brawls, everything is very action packed, and it starts from that early stage of the game. And I think that's why Myanmar's draft was really great. I mean, we were talking about the Cho, and on top of everything that he does, he also has fast clear. So addition with the Cho, with the concussive blast, by the way, much faster clear, along with the Valentina as well for Myanmar. They were holding control of that mid lane that eventually led to the rotations that they were able to kind of amount to, and they were winning all three lanes, I think. Wait,
Yeah.
would you consider the Edith and the Terizla a winning lane for the Edith or a winning lane for the Terizla?
I would say it should, like, Terizla, if he didn't go down so many times, I feel like it's almost a dead lane. Like, you can't really kill the Edith 1v1 early on. And Primal Wrath will like hurt Terizla pretty good. But I just feel like it was an automatic winning lane for the Edith because of what happened for 33 on the Terizla.
Yeah.
But I feel like as soon as you, if you have Brave Smite, if you're on the Terizla, and then let's say you go War Axe, especially with the new War Axe, I think you're okay. Like, I just think it's a dead lane. Like, you are going to take poke damage if the Edith decides to do that or pop the Primal Wrath. But you should be able to just heal it back up, you know? Like, I don't think she's going to burst you down or anything like that. But Edith is, I feel like in terms of like these team fights and early team fights and whatnot, because we saw this happen with the Edith where you are able to just do so much more setup potential. Even just think about it, even just with your Onward and Earth Shatter combination. You know, like for Terizla, like you really have to land the penalty zones. And if you're not landing them or you're not using the flicker, then what? You got Revenge Strike. You're just going to like throw the Revenge Strike at someone, you know, and like get the slow on. Edith is, I feel like, a lot more valuable in terms of the CC.
So with that, right? So that's 3 winning lanes for Myanmar already.
Yeah.
So hopefully we see adjustments by Thailand in like the next draft. I mean, letting Roger go was also a big question mark. And I think for
You
Myanmar,
think that was a mistake?
what would you do? Would you let the Harith go instead? Because the smart thing about Myanmar is they went for an Arlet last ban in the first phase. So they went Angela, Chip, and then they went Arlet. So technically they're forcing Thailand into position to choose. And it looks like in that game number 1, they wanted to take away the Harith instead, but then they left the Roger. With how prio and flexible Roger is it really a hero that you want to leave open again for game number 2?
I almost feel like for Thailand, if they were ready for the Roger, that was the Hayabusa answer. Like they were just like, you know what, we'll just do it. And then I think it was also answered with the Xavier pick, who we don't see often, but I get why it was picked up because Mystic Field, especially when it's enhanced, you can kind of stop a Roger in his tracks from like just unleashing. But that's if you're like even with, you know, in terms of gold and everything else, because that just didn't work for them. And I think the safety net for that Eternal was the Matilda, because you should be able to like do pretty well as a Hayabusa versus the Roger matchup, and then you can escape using Guiding Wind and all that stuff, you know. But I just feel like it was just executed better from Myanmar, and they knew the lineup that they had. And Thailand, I feel like in theory they had an idea to counter some of that, because it was that first pick Roger. And then Ken just went ham. You know, Ken just like annihilated all parts of the game. So
He's a monster.
For me, yeah, Thailand had the idea. And even when you look at the bans that they did, they're good bans. There was 3 for Ken, you know, the Fanny, the Lancelot, and the Ling. But I feel like they're just like, you know, well, we'll get the Hayabusa and hope that's enough. Unfortunately for Thailand, it wasn't enough in that game.
No, it wasn't. I don't know. Do they want to go for that again? There's an argument to be made about the Xavier, by the way. I mean, Myanmar kind of forced out the Xavier, right? Faramis, Vexana, Ben, Valen picked up. Xavier is so conditional, and with how important things are in the early stage of the game, it's a big question mark. It's like when you opt for something like the Sicilian that needs a little bit more time to scale.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Xavier needs a lot of time to scale, and you know we're gonna talk about this while we're in the draft here. First band's coming out, but Xavier I think could it could have worked. I would have thought because you were going against a Valentina as well, maybe you want to just go in also with some possible more early burst, earlier burst potential, which we saw this quite a bit so far throughout the Asian Championship. Is the Farsa come through? Not sure, obviously, if Gorda would have been a good choice, especially with the Cho there, but like the Farsa would have been great because then you have an escape yourself with Matilda. That's a whole lot of utility and a whole lot of burst. Like Xavier is good, but you got to get to a game where you're like 18 plus minutes in for him to really, I feel like, shine.
I agree. It needs a little bit more time, but you know, they were caught in a bad position because if they wanted to go for the Farsa, remember, Myanmar had the Valentina. So that feather airstrike could have been utilized as well to their demise.
Who feathered airstrikes harder? That's what it has to be, Eterna.
I
That's it.
guess we'll see if that pans down here in game number 2 as already a very different draft coming through. Sure, the Ling, the Luoyi still the same with the chip as well, but Fredrin banned out by Myanmar in this first phase. What is this hinting
I think
at?
it's Fredrin, interestingly enough, because previous games, I feel like Thailand has tried an assassin, and then if that didn't work out, they also tried like a utility jungler. And so I think part of that is based on what happened in the previous game where, you know, Laura Flash didn't, like, he even rushed the Sky Piercer, but like it was just not enough threat. So
He
like
died twice.
maybe the game plan is just like extend these fights, last a little longer in the jungle, focus on the objectives, because it's still like, even though we talk so much about the changing of the meta and like assassins coming back up and all this stuff, one thing's still the same. Objectives will win you games. Team fights are great, but if you can get team fights plus the objectives, that's even better. So I think you still kind of have to build around that. And you see the Valentina being banned out. So interesting. Harith is going to be open. Thailand wanted it. And I'm wondering if we'll see Myanmar actually go with an Esmeralda. They do get themselves the Roger with it being open once again. And this still could be flex. We're just going to say, all right, what if it goes to Ken? I think even if you locked in an Esmeralda here to kind of deal with the Harith, because we know that there is also the Matilda that's still open, they could even flex those two. Like, it could be a jungle Esmeralda. We saw that earlier in this week. But right now we're going to just have to wait to see what Myanmar's thinking, what they're cooking up with this. But the fact that they already got a Roger, and based off the performance from the game 1, this is already a good start for them.
Do you think the Esmeralda is still a good counter towards the Harith? Because it used to be back in the day, right?
Yeah.
Every time you see a Harith, every time you see an Angela, you always would see the Esmeralda being picked up. But I don't know. I mean, in MPL ID, we've seen them try to counter the Harith with the Esmeralda, but
Yeah.
not to the success that we would expect, like from back in the day.
I think Esmeralda is definitely good again. She's always an option that you could pick up, but it's something I guess you would save for later, especially deciding on where the rest of the draft goes. Because you see, they already picked up the Faramis, so they're willing to go ahead and take that, extend the fights with the Netherrealm. Faramis has been banned out a lot, you know, throughout Iesf in general. So they're going to save that for now. Good choices here from Thailand. I think this is so much CC you could layer on top of each other. We've seen this combination quite a bit, Eterna, where it's like Minotaur with the Vexana, and you either set things up with the Eternal Guard, so it gets that little, you know, mini knockup, or you follow it up after the Minoan Fury or the Minotaur knockup. Like, he has 2 basically that you can use, and so like the enemy team is just in the sky for a while, and you hope that you have enough burst damage to like kill someone from that. You know what I mean? Yeah, literally in the sky. And so they're going with this knockup centric lineup with the Minotaur of Vexana, and you're just hoping, hey, Harith can unleash the Zaman forces within those, you know, CC areas that they do that combination. So Myanmar is going to respond, because as I was saying that, and they want to fight in this kind of like circular area, who better do it than Terizla?
I think it was a good counter, right? The Vexana and the Minotaur. Like, obviously with the Faramis being picked up, they would kind of group up with one another, especially with the Netherrealm coming through. They want to get as much value, and so they are going to be grouping up. And what better way to kind of capitalize over that grouping up than utilizing heroes like the Vexana as well as the Minotaur that can definitely go in for that AoE CC. But it looks like Myanmar, despite all that, they still want to go for the prios in the lane, right? The Terizla, you mentioned, other than the advantage that it has in these team fights with the penalty zone and so forth, they also want to try and win that EXP lane. And that is even more evident with the Exborg being banned out. One of the heroes that does well in lane against the Terizla is the Exborg. And you can actually also consider the Yuzong here, and that's still an option that, of course, Thailand can go for. but it gets instantly taken out as well.
This world desperately needs.
Whew, so what does this leave open for Thailand to bring to the XP lane? Good reads though from Myanmar, because in both the game or the series, at least today, that Thailand has played, they have played the Xborg. They've played, of course, a Trizla, which we didn't see them have much success with in the previous game. They've also played the Yuzhong. So now it's like, what does Thailand have in their repertoire for XP lane? Because so far that's all they've played, Eterna, the heroes that I just named off. So this might force 33 to bring something new to the table that maybe he's not so comfortable with, or it's more so of just like, these are the heroes that work right now in the XP lane. I'd love to see, I know we saw Benedetta in the last series. That was great to see. I miss Paquito, honestly. Paquito is always a fun XP lane to kind of watch, but it's just not the best that you want to go against a Trizla, because it can fall behind here. And I think in a way though, like if you really wanted to, it could be a more damage centric XP lane. And that's why I'm saying it's been a while since we've really seen that, because Paquito or Benedetta will provide a lot of the physical damage that Thailand's lineup needs right now. They have a ton of magic. They have a ton of magic, and they need to be able to get a good physical damage dealer online here. And with the Harith going in the gold lane, you might want to rely on that being on the XP lane, or again, depending on what they put in the jungle too, knowing that you have a Roger there, now that Ruby was locked in. So for Thailand, the options here, I feel like are those are the main things. They need a lot of physical damage to complement this magic damage they've already got in the first two picks.
So what's the answer, right, Clint? Do they go for... Oh, no, they can't.
Clint?
Because Harith, right? Harith should definitely be going into the gold lane. So
gold lane.
Benedetta, Paquito, that's what you mentioned. Edith is another magic damage, but Damas, all right. And a Dairoth.
Okay.
I mean, you wanted physical damage, and, well, Dairoth. This should be a Dairoth jungle, right? Dairoth in the jungle. We'll have the Damas in the EXP lane. I think a couple months ago, Damas was a big lane bully in the EXP lane. That 1v1 is so good. But I don't know if it's still the same story for the Damas in that EXP lane. I think we saw the Damas yesterday or earlier on today.
Yeah.
What do you think about this Damas in the EXP?
I think it's good. It's probably, like I said, if this is XP lane 33 here, that's bringing this against the Trizla, it might have just been an option of, well, all his other heroes are banned out and taken, because it was the Yuzhong, the Xborg, or the Trizla that he's played. And so it seems like that might just be, all right, well, I'm going to go against the Damas because it might work really well against the Trizla. He can at least withstand, some of the sustainability. Also, it's just, how do you utilize this Damas when it comes to the team fights? And that's why you have to rely on this Dairoth pick. And Dairoth jungle is interesting because it can work out really well. Great setup potential. Again, you have to remember that Minotaur and Vexana will help set those Abysm strikes for you on this Dairoth, and you should be able to get pretty easy kills early on. But then again, this Nolan was locked in by Ken, and we saw a devastating game from Nolan earlier today from Indonesia, from Albert, and it was scary, Eterna.
It really was, and now it's getting scary for Thailand as they are headed to match point. One more game away for Myanmar to be able to close out this best-of-3 series as victors as we head, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn. And back to that, right? With Dairoth in the jungle. It doesn't necessarily... Because the great thing about the Dairoth is that I love the Dairoth and Paquito combo. What? First blood already from the Roger onto the Harith? That is a big win now for Myanmar. Taking in that kill, and as we know, ladies and gentlemen, Roger in the gold lane is a snowballing hero. He needs those early kills, and once he gets into that snowball path, it's very difficult for things to go differently, especially Myanmar holding most of the priorities, especially this mid lane with the Nolan in the jungle. But my god, did you expect that?
I did not expect that. But already getting that first blood for Juno is going to be quite crucial in the matchup against the Harith, like you mentioned. Snowball potential is going to be huge. Now in the mid lane, Niall's going to get pulled with a Stampede, and that gets dragged right into Ken to go ahead and pick up the kill himself. So Myanmar now 2 ahead. early point of the game, and now Ken could possibly be looking to make a play on Izzy. It looks like they're getting in position, so they're going to push that in. Now Mlbb going to be the one in trouble, but has that body of Smith to be quite tanky himself, so it does withstand, you know, the gank that came through here. So he's going to be fine for now, and we'll stick in that lane, but Myanmar, how do they play into this? Turtle's going to be up in about 15 seconds.
So we've seen different layers of the Roger and his emblem choice, right? I think earlier on, wait a second, Zides gonna be able to get out of that situation, but both of these teams are gonna be centering around this neutral objective, and they go in.
Oh, look at the damage again. All I can say is big damn Ken, double kill right now onto this Nolan. This is tough because as I was talking about the Nolan we saw earlier today, Eterna, it looks like Ken wants to compete with Albert.
And he's so good. He's been so great at these assassins. We've seen how great he is on these assassins, and he picks up something like the Nolan. I mean, game number 1, there were 3 assassin bans respected away from Ken. And now he picks up something like the Nolan that you mentioned has found success today. And wait a second, in the bottom lane though.
Oh, 33, even with a vengeance. Look at the damage that we've been talking about. And Ruby DD will pick up that kill. But again, a lot of that damage coming out from this Nolan pick. And now there's the Eternal Guard. They're going to be able to pick up Zides, so at least able to get on the board. And now they have to withstand the fight. Netherrealm already going to be used as Ken gets another. Hunting for Nile next. Won't be able to go in just yet, but the Fracture goes in to get the double. Ken already absolutely massive at 5-0-1 in the 3-minute mark of the game.
That was a 2-1 traded, and that was a 2-1 traded only for Zides on the Ruby. So you would say it was definitely much more worth it for Myanmar in this first 3 minute. As you can see here, Nolan actually goes in for the Hunter Strike first. So we don't see the Sky Piercer coming through. I'm not exactly familiar with the Nolan path with the Sky Piercer. Do they usually opt for it? But it looks like that's his next item, right? With the gloves being picked up. But once again, here we go.
On mid lane, look at the poke damage. Ken once again goes in with a burst. Can't get the second kill, but he gets Lord of Flash. I thought the Fracture would be enough to even get Nile, but no. And now they're going to rotate bottom side. They might have to respond because 33 is just going to be pushed out of the lane for now. Ruby DD waits there, and like you were saying, I think he is going that Sky Piercer for the second item. Ken's going to get it quickly, too. Like, it is only 1,500 gold for that Sky Piercer, and now Turtle's going to be up. Flicker in, and they're going to devastate the mid lane once again. The Stampede will not be able to connect on Nile as he burns the Flicker. But Myanmar is going to be happy with that as they now get to this Turtle here. Even on the top side, Juno just completely fine.
Yeah, we saw the same kind of shade from Juno from game number 1, right? It seems like he's a little bit more individualistic in his lane. Maybe he'll participate later on when he gets his items. But for the most part, again, it's looking like it's going south for Thailand. I don't even know if that's an understatement. That neutral objective take is going to be easily given, but look at this.
Yep, he's got the motivational roar. He's going to be fine, but you can already see this. Myanmar continuing to just move around the map. They completely control it. They are in the driver's seat. They're driving the whole car here. Eterna, I mean, even with the Turtles in their favor, Thailand is going to have to pull something out of their hats to be able to stay in this game and not have another quick one under their belts. Zides goes in with I Am Offended, and Ken follows up with the damage. Nile goes in with a Minoan Fury. It's already going to be burnt, but all they want is that purple buff, and Ken will get on out of there. Meanwhile, the bottom lane was pushed by 33, so at least they get the objective there. Bottom side, first turret, actually, of the game for both teams.
It's definitely a small win in for Thailand being able to push in that turret, because obviously they can look for a little bit more on the other side of the map. We do see that 33 picks up the Corrosion Scythe as well, so maybe that's the game plan they're going for. That's a Purify utilized.
Is he? Oh no! Purify or not, Eterna, there's just too much damage. The Shadow Stampede could have dragged 33 once again, even with the Vengeance, not enough to withstand the damage. Penalty zone going to be used by Ruby DD. They want Nile, but he is quite tanky. I don't think they're going to be able to pull him through just yet. Juno and Justin are just around the corner, though. Myanmar, at this point, completely just overpowering Thailand, and that's kind of what's happening here and why Thailand needs to figure something out. They need to be able to keep this game from flipping on its head. It's already almost there, as now a turret finally in the top lane will go down for Myanmar.
But the question is how, right? How do they flip that switch? Because technically, a Harith also requires Snowball, which is why it was so interesting to see a Harith and a Roger go 1v1 in the gold lane. But the problem is, it's not even a question, right? Juno already, 2 levels ahead of Easy. We're looking at a 5, 6, 7, 7k gold lead now for Myanmar. And everyone is just snowballing out of control. What is the winning condition now? But wait a second.
Nether Realm going to be used here. Eternal Guard already committed. Ken waiting patiently in the bush as everything is going to be utilized already. They could re-engage here, and it looks like they're going to do just that. Izzy's in trouble as he goes down to Ken. Judah goes in looking for 33. 33 able to pick up the kill. They do fight back. It's a 2-for-2 trade across the board, but Myanmar just playing around the ultimates here that Thailand has. They utilized everything. So with that, Myanmar will make their way down the bottom side to take that tier 1 turret down.
But it was a 2-for-2, but they had to lose Easy. They lost a gold laner in that process. So if you take a look at it like point value, then maybe it was still worth it for Myanmar. We see that the Harith is struggling quite a bit, only with the boots as well as the Starlium Scythe, right? That's only 1 item as compared to Roger, who's picked up the Skyfiercer as well as the Windtalker and already headed to the next one with the Ogre Tomahawk there being built in as well. What's the winning condition? Because I mean, technically Thailand had a good idea earlier on, right? They were able to combo in. That was the strength of their lineup. We were talking about that in the drafting phase, the way that they can combo in their resources with a guard coming through from, of course, the Vexana, as well as the Knockups coming through with the Mignon Fury from Nile. Maybe if they look for a similar kind of combination and, you know, find a pick but not overcommit into it and make sure that Ken isn't available or Ken does get hit into it, maybe that's something that they can work on. But even that is just so easy to say and so much more difficult to execute. What do you think about the winning condition for Thailand here in the 8th minute of the game?
Oh man, that's tough, Return.
Right?
Like I've been saying here, they have to just hold on for dear life. And that's really hard to do when you're playing against this kind of lineup, because especially with Zidez on a Ruby, he can just choose to fight and force it with an I'm offended. It looks like they're going to go ahead and do this with the Lord already pulling Nile in. He's so low, and he's a Minotaur. He's their tank, and they're just going to have to watch this taken by Myanmar. And as that first Lord of the game is secured now, 9 minutes in, massive lead, 9,000 gold for Myanmar. And with this, they'll go ahead and just kind of get ready to go and march with the Lord. It is going to go on the top side, and they'll make their way knocking down these tier 2 turrets. That's the next on the list here for Myanmar.
It's like you just mentioned it. You're like, he can go in very flexible with the I'm offended, and then Zidez gets the I'm offended and chunks Nile to half health, and that was enough to zone Thailand away. Again, very great timing there. But again, right, Glowing Wand being built in by Justin, you see the value, because even if the Minotaur wants to go in for the heal, it's not as straightforward as it was before that Glowing Wand got built in. But Ken, what? Oh man, stop. Thailand is suffering already as it is, as it goes in again for that damage. And is that a Malefic Roar, Naisu?
That's a Malefic Roar. I'm still waiting for the Malefic Gun to come out more. You know, we haven't seen too much of it, but maybe one day. But right now, Thailand's going to deal with this Lord. The shields are going to be popped on the base. So Myanmar now looking to get as many shields as they can, at least. You know, for now, that might be the best they can do. Even with this kind of lead, 11,000, they still have to respect the fact that the setup potential from Thailand is actually pretty good. And somehow, some way, that might cause them to just have a blunder in the base if the turrets are hitting them. But also keep an eye on Ruby DD. He might force a fight, might be Zidez. He's not going to find the I'm offended with that one. So they do keep it together for now. Not going to be able to force the fight. Turrets take a little bit of damage, but Myanmar won't be able to punch into the base just yet. Unless Ruby DD does something crazy. I don't think he's going to pull the trigger, though. It looks like they're just going to disengage for now. They're happy with getting the shields.
Is this the same Ruby DD that was a legend on the Lunox? I think it is, right? The Lunox Ruby DD play that literally everyone knows from back in the day.
They call it after him, right?
Exactly. So, I mean, the way that he's been able to, even on the Lunox, right? He used it so aggressively to open up the team fight. And we're seeing that come through when he plays something like the Terizla on a setup hero like the Terizla. And it's been a big problem. But wait a second.
Whoa, Niall! He's gonna get dragged by this Stampede. He has to flicker again. This is so tough for Niall because you don't pick the Minotaur to defensively flicker out. You're doing it to offensively flicker in with your Minoan Fury, and time again, Myanmar gets it out of Niall. So this is crucial. This is really tough for them. And with that, Myanmar is just going to wait, stall it out, and let Ken go ahead and take that Lord once it's up in about 10 seconds.
And technically, they can definitely go for it, right? Ken, level 15 at the moment. Meanwhile, Lord Flash still stuck on level 12, 3 levels below of Ken. Do they want to go for the contest? Do they look for a team fight before that? Do they look for a pickoff? Because if they go for a 50-50, they can not definitely go in for that 50-50, and it looks like they're going to let it go. That's a free Lord for Myanmar in this 12th minute of the game, and you can even see that damage coming through. And surprisingly enough, Justin is actually the one dealing the most damage on the Faramis.
Yeah. He's really just utilizing Faramis, and that's why we see it actually banned out quite a bit, because it's kind of, I feel like it's sleeper damage. Like it pops up a lot, and it almost reminds me of Valentina. Because you just poke, like you continuously poke, and you provide a great ultimate with the Netherrealm, and that's why he's 0-0 and 10. So for the most part, he just whittles them down with his, with his abilities, and then the follow-up comes up from Myanmar, and that's the tough thing to deal with if you're Thailand, because it's really good, evenly distributed damage too. It's not just magic, but also the physical damage, obviously. But so now they gotta gear up for this defense. Myanmar looking to take all these base turrets as the Lord will go ahead and charge up. I'm offended. Niall just completely obliterated in the fight in an instant. Myanmar happy with the 1 kill for now. Lord still going to be worked on. They're waiting for the next wave to push in. Eternal Guard already utilized and gone. Oh, goes in with a Stampede, gets multiple members into the penalty zone on top of it. And that might be enough for Myanmar to end the game. Crystal's going to be worked on as they get some more kills, but they will sweep Thailand.
2-0. 13 minutes. In game number 1, it was 14 minutes. In game number 2, it was 13 minutes. But either way, this should propel Myanmar even further up in terms of points. Earlier on, they were standing at 9. Is that an additional 3 points? That should definitely secure playoffs, right? I mean, we'll need clarification later on. Maybe we'll get a little hint into production, because obviously there are still games going on offline that aren't streamed. But wow, complete domination from Myanmar in this group. Not losing, not dropping a single match whatsoever in this entire qualifiers.
I think that's, as I'm looking too, it looks like it is going to be Myanmar. I mean, they should still be top. They haven't lost a match. Cambodia was 3-1 before their match, or they also just played. I think it is Myanmar and Cambodia that are top 1 and 2 for Group A or Group 1, whichever you're looking at here. Again, check out the website iesf.gg for you guys to kind of follow along. But that should, even regardless of the off-stream games, that should lock them in. We'll get confirmation on that. But highlights for this game are once again very similar to what we saw in Game 1 Eterna. It was very dominant from the start. And it really even just, it was that surprise first blood. I mean, look at this. 1 minute in, it's already there on Juno, but then the snowball starts here, especially with Ken just getting kill after kill, especially early game.
I feel like going Sky Piercer first item is actually a big gamble, right? So we actually see Ken going in for the Hunter Strike first, and the damage was definitely there. Here it is. He picks up the Hunter Strike first. Why do I say it's a gamble? It's because of the way that the Sky Piercer works, right? If you ramp up in the kills, obviously the damage is going to be there, but if you start losing and if you start getting killed in return, that's when the passive kind of lowers by, is it 30% if I'm not mistaken? I'll have to ask Mr. Tactical Arashi later on. But I guess that's kind of how it works. And so the fact that he went in for Hunter Strike first was actually a big decision. That, look at that damage, man. Like, what's to say?
Big damn. That's it.
Big damn.
That's all it is. I mean, look at it. It's time. It keeps happening. And I at this point in the game too, I liked how it was just a constant combination of Justin using the Shadow Stampede and pulling them in, and Ken was setting things up based off that. Even with this, like, you're seeing what I was talking about in the draft here, Eterna, where this combination of the Minotaur plus the Vexana is actually great. You get a lot of airtime for the enemy team to knock them up, but when you're talking about snowballs, just like in game 1, you can have the best counter lineup possible, but if it's, if you're so far behind, even if you have great CC potential, but you don't have enough damage to follow up through, it's tough, because then you can't profit off that team fight and turn things around here.
By the way, big props to Justin with that Shadow Stampede. Oh, beautiful by Justin, man. He was amazing in game number 1. I think it was on the Valentina, and then in game number 2. There you go, right? Justin, player of the match, our MVP for game number 2. Game number 1, it was Ken. Game number 2, we get a little bit of a spotlight over to the mid laner, Justin. And that Shadow Stampede at the end was just so beautiful. At every point of the game, his damage dealt was definitely there, and I think that's one of the beauties of having a Faramis. That's one of the reasons why we've been seeing the Faramis being a top prio ban and a top prio pick when he does get left open. 1013 KDA, you can see his damage dealt as well. And as he was able to get his hands on the glowing wand, you can see Thailand just really suffer in these team fights, right? Because perhaps earlier on they were banking on the heals coming through from the Minotaur, but with the glowing wand, it was a lot more difficult and not as straightforward for them to achieve. And we are moments away of an interview. Do you want to guess who the interview is with?
Should I pretend to guess? No, I'm just joking. I'm gonna guess that it maybe our MVP. I don't know, Justin. Well, no, we had Justin yesterday, so it's got to be someone else.
So not Justin?
I have someone else. So not
you want to ring them now? To see who
Let's
it is?
ring them.
Okay, ring. Ring, Myanmar? You there? Who is it? It's Ken! Hi, Ken. Can you hear us? Wait a second. Naisu, you can...
Go.
Yeah.
Ken, can you hear us? Nope, not yet. Ken, can you hear us, Ken?
But I can.
Awesome.
Hi, Ken. Congratulations. How are you feeling about your run so far in ISF? Okay, he can't hear us. Wait, he took off the headphones? Okay, I'll just talk to myself for a minute. Hi, Rachel. How are you?
It's
Hi,
all right.
I'm good. Hey, Eterna.
I'm here for you, Eterna.
Okay, thank you. I was nervous for a bit.
We got to see if we get him back here, but
okay.
Same thing. They'll fix it, but you know what, Ken? I'll tell him this much. I liked your question. I would say, okay, so they're gonna fix it. I'm not sure if we'll get the chance to talk to him or not, but Ken, I'm pretty sure they're feeling pretty good about this series with Thailand, and I'm pretty sure they're feeling good about their entire run so far through the group stage. Again, they went undefeated, Eterna, and they went 4-0 for the matches. They only lost 1 game, it looks like. I can't recall who they lost against in their match. I'm not sure if I can pull that up, but man, they went undefeated.
4-0. Whew. Can they go undefeated all the way to Riyadh? That's the big question.
Oh, they lost 1 game to Cambodia.
Cambodia. Well,
Day 1, yeah.
I mean, Cambodia is number 2 in the standings, so it
they are.
does make
That's true.
sense.
And I'm pretty sure the one thing that I wanted to ask him, I hopefully we get to get Ken back on here, but so looking at it too, it's updated. It is going to be Myanmar versus Indonesia.
Wait, it's out?
So
it's out already?
Well, I'm seeing this based off Liquipedia. Maybe it's going to be updated also on isf.gg, but I'm going to assume, based on also this information that we saw here, that it is a Myanmar versus Indonesia and then Malaysia versus Cambodia. We'll see if that is confirmed, but if that's the case, that is a spicy playoffs here.
Ooh. And the playoffs are tomorrow, right?
Playoffs are tomorrow, yeah.
Oh,
so,
man.
We'll take a look at that schedule later on, but I'm looking at this and it's going to be good. It's going to be a good matchup because I think tomorrow is also just like it's an opportunity for what is the grand final here? I know we only have on stream, we have 3 matches tomorrow, but yeah, this is interesting how things kind of fell into place, because if you look at both groups, Group A with Myanmar and Cambodia, Myanmar was undefeated. And then for Malaysia, I think Malaysia was actually undefeated. I don't know if this is updated yet, but very, very strong showings from both of these, from all 4 of these teams, actually.
Wait, I'm looking at Group B now. Oh,
Yeah,
you're right.
Look at the standings.
It's 3-0. 3 wins,
Right.
0 losses for Malaysia. If you guys are, missing out on what we're looking at, go ahead and check out isf.gg and, look at the standings. You guys can take a look per region as well. I mean, right now we're in the Asian qualifiers. So go ahead and, click that, use your beautiful mouse, and then go to results and standings to see Group A and Group B. But yes, that's what we are looking at. So it does give us a little bit of information as to how these the brackets for the playoffs will look like tomorrow, and that's what I'm so happy about. We don't have to wait too long until the playoffs. We finally get to see it like straight away tomorrow. It's not great for the players, obviously, because they don't have as much time to prepare, but for us viewers and casters, I'm excited.
I think they're ready. I think that when it's time for the players to get to the playoffs, they're ready. And it's interesting because the way that this goes, right, for ISF is there's always games that are on stream, and there's games that are like off stream. And even last year when we had the Asian Championships, and Asian Championships were offline last year. They were actually in Riyadh. Yeah, they were actually in Riyadh. And I remember that was my first exposure to that setup where I was like, oh yeah, there's games happening simultaneously. There's some that are being streamed, some that are off stream. And that's why we also as casters are constantly looking at the updates on isf.gg, because we also want to know what the games, what the results of the games were happening off the stream. So, that's why even some of the teams, of course, still, if they didn't have a chance to get that top 1 or top 2 spot, they're still going to play it out and fight for their nation's pride here. And it looks like, as things fell into place, it should be an interesting playoffs. Really, I don't know who is going to end up winning this. And
drop some predictions, Mr. Naisu.
I don't know. I don't want to predict yet. We'll save that for tomorrow, Eterna.
Fine.
We'll save that for tomorrow. I know we're still waiting to see if we're gonna get Ken back up here too, but also the next match that we have today, the last match for tonight, we go back to women's. We go back to the women's league here for Mlbb. I think that's going to be a spicy matchup as well. We saw it earlier when we came into the stream, right? We showed it on screen. That was Myanmar versus Philippines women's.
Who's playing in Philippines for the women's?
Do you mean which team?
Is it Smart Omega Empress or?
Yeah, it's Omega Empress.
Oh, okay. They were pretty strong back in SPS, so it's a tough opponent for sure. It's a big hurdle for Myanmar later on. Ooh.
I wonder how their women's team from Myanmar is. I actually haven't looked at the women's team from Myanmar. Let's see. Okay. Oh, we got word. I think they were able to fix the thing here with Ken. Let's welcome him back, Eterna.
Ring, ring, ring. Ken, are you there? Hello? Hang on.
Ken?
Output device bar.
Can you?
Headphone.
Ken? Can you
Just
hear us,
Ken?
Ken?
Headphone ကျွလို့နေတာမသိဘူး။နည်းကြည့်ကြည့်ပါလား
Hi,
Oh, they
Ken.
might be fixing it.
Okay.
All right.
I'm so sad.
Maybe at one point we do get to talk to Ken, but there
I'm
we go.
so sad.
I keep switching the audio
sad.
over here.
Me too. That's why I was like, okay, give me a minute. I'm not as fast hand as these pro players to adjust the audio, but man, I'm so sad because do you remember meeting Ken at MSC? I think it was the first time we flew out. He was so shy. I wonder if he's still shy. Because his gameplay is not shy, by the way.
His gameplay
He's a
is
monster.
not shy. Yeah. He is. I was gonna say when we were talking about this earlier, with when we showed the rosters, it's funny because like going all the way back to MSC 2022, right? And that's where it kind of like where we met some of these guys for the first time, and even
was
with
also
like
where we
Justin,
met.
like we talked about, that's where we met for the first time to cast. That was our first. That wasn't your first international event, was it?
Technically, it was because in 2021 MSC, it was like during the COVID period. So it was like a online thing. But hi, we're back. Ken, can you hear us?
Ken,
Jayo.
you got us, Ken. Hello.
He can't.
Oh, he still can't hear us.
Oh no.
Oh no, Ken.
I've been
we
so
want to know why
excited
you're
to
so
talk
strong.
to him. Ken, if you stay silent, that means you know you're strong and you're confident to make it to Riyadh. Okay,
Yeah.
he's confident to go to Riyadh. Do you have another
He's
question?
confident.
Oh man, he's gone
know-
again.
All right, he's confident to go to Riyadh. Confirmed. I don't know. Maybe we'll still get a chance to talk to Ken, but so far 3 times is not the charm. 3 times is not the charm right now.
It's not.
But
Maybe 4th?
Maybe the 4th. I don't know, man. You know, he played so hard on those jungles that they just broke the headphones.
That's true. I mean, he broke everything,
Somehow, some
right?
way.
I think he broke us a
records.
little bit with the way that he was playing. But yeah,
Well-
even the system can't handle Ken right now, as they are going to be able to become the victors of that final match of the group stage that we will be casting over here at Iesf Asian Regional Qualifiers. I think there are still matches that are they still matches that are happening right now?
There are, but they're off stream. There's
But they
only
are
like
off
1 or
stream.
2 left happening, I think. But I guess like looking at this, things should have fallen in place. You know, even the games happening off stream won't really have much of a say for the playoffs because before this match, the Myanmar and Thailand match, it really was up to Thailand. They would have needed to sweep Myanmar, I believe, you know, to get to a possible tiebreaker match or something of that nature. But unfortunately for them, they weren't able to do it. So like we were saying earlier, Eterna, we got one more match today before we head to the playoffs tomorrow. But we are also going back to Mlbb Women's here.
Yeah, so for those of you who are like, no, do you mean that ISF is over after that match? It's like, no, guys, ladies, boys, girls, everyone, it's fine. We still have one more match ahead of us in a best of 3. And of course, who better to accompany you than Naisu and Mirko? So I will be signing out
What?
for this
You're not
match.
going to be here?
No, I can't, unless you want to go for a trio cast, which is great too, but it's very chaotic online. But we can try.
Our production might have a hard time.
I mean, we're up for the challenge.
I don't know if another box would fit here in this frame, Eterna.
I'll be
I'm not sure if it would work.
the icon at the bottom. Just make me small. It's fine.
That works.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
All right.
we are gonna head to a break, ladies and gentlemen, before the final match of the day. It's been a pleasure to see you and cast for you with Naisu as well. So we'll see you after the break, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asian Regional Qualifiers for Iesf 2024, qualifying to Riyadh. We already saw earlier Myanmar take on Thailand, and also before that match, we got to see Cambodia go up against Thailand. But we're going to end things today on day number 3 of the Asian Regional Qualifiers with some Mlbb women. So we got you a banger of a match. Technically tied right now in the groups. We got Myanmar taking on Philippines for Mlbb women's. I'm here together with Naisu to bring you guys this incredible match. So, Naisu, how you feeling, man, after casting the previous match? You know, Myanmar getting it done up against Thailand.
The men's matches have been really fun to watch, of course, and I think the same can be said for the previous matches we've seen so far from women's. Remember, if you guys missed it, we opened up the Asian Championships, this whole leg, with a whole day of Mlbb women's, and it was fun to see some of the newer teams, newer nations, of course, play it out. But I think a lot of people have had their eyes here, especially on these two teams in Myanmar and Philippines, especially, so far from what we've seen, even the Indonesian female team that we got to see in the past couple days really perform. So now I think a lot of people on the live stream now want to see Philippines compete here. And of course, Myanmar, just as strong as their men team is, we'll see if they're able to, go toe-to-toe with a powerhouse team like the Philippines is. And really, I want to see exactly what they bring to the table with this new patch and everything that we've been seeing so far, man. Like, I don't even know. Meta isn't completely set up, but we're getting a better picture of it. And I think it's in a great position.
That's definitely something I think that we'll see here, right? How both teams actually try to utilize the new meta, because for the Mlbb women's stage and the men's stage, it just feels like, for the meta at least, it's a bit different, right? For Mlbb women's, we see more of those brawls early on for neutral objectives as well, but maybe sometimes as well, they like to go towards the mid to late game. They like to go for the Xavier picks, some of these late game picks in the mid lane as well. Not so much as we see in the Mlbb men's, because in Mlbb men's, it's all about getting an early game composition, at least for the trio mid. But then for the gold lane, we have those weak sides. We do have those scaling heroes. But let's welcome Team Myanmar first here. We got Lin, Luna, Lin X, Naing, we got Wint, Chikoshi Lin, Su Ku Zin, Yadanar Hlang, and Chue K Zin.
Wow, I like that. Just use your surname as your IGN. That is probably the easiest way to go about it. How did you pronounce that? Hlang?
Hlang?
Is that right? Hlang?
That's how, Hlang. Hlang?
That's what I'm going. I'm going with that. Hlang. All right. This lineup, though, for Myanmar, I think you put it in a good perspective there. We got to see if, based on what we saw from Myanmar men's and the history and experience that team has, that region has, we know that for a while they were a region that a lot of people saw as like a dark horse, and they didn't really know exactly how they would perform on on an international stage, if you will. And so far, I would say now people see Myanmar as a very big threat, very strong region. And, maybe not as many people have seen the female team play. So this is a good opportunity for those people who haven't seen that to see if it's the same tempo. Because anytime I think of Myanmar, that's what I think of, man. It's like they're like tempo, and they just get on the go right away, and they don't let games slip out of their hands.
And for the Philippines, it's more of that discipline, right? Like a slower paced game, but way more discipline, way more objective centered. And we're going to welcome them as well here for Philippines. We got Fi Amores, we got Fi Perez as well, Philippines Vivero, Philippines Al Puerto, and Philippines Diagon. We're going to see, those surnames, I believe, right? Being used here for the Philippines. I think this is the normal thing to see for the Philippines. I think for even the men's, right? They always use their surnames for their IGNs.
Yeah, I like that they do that. It's a sense of like kind of nationalism and really representing the country. So, they all have their IGNs that they go by. This is, for the people that are familiar with the Philippines, especially the female scene here, it is Omega Empress. So if you guys have been watching their games and the different tournaments that they've competed in, this is pretty much the lineup that they use. And, they might switch things in and out here, but overall, the main point is this lineup from the Philippines is very strong. They're very dominant in the way that they play. I think same thing can be said where, you're kind of wondering exactly how if you haven't watched the Philippines female team, it's kind of like, what is their play style? How do they like to approach these games? And I would say, at least for the women's teams, for a while, for a lot of them, they were kind of adapting that utility jungle type play style, but they also liked these team fights and to clash things out and everything. But I would say, man, we almost have to put it in a perspective of, we've seen a lot of teams shift the way they play, for the most part, to fit this new patch, these new items, these new picks. And I think even for the Philippines here, for both teams, for Myanmar and Philippines, that adjustment will be made. And I know a lot of people have been looking for the Philippines men's team, and I think even by the time we get there to the WEC, because they have a direct shot to the WEC, guys. So Philippines men's are going straight to the WEC in Riyadh. That's later this year. They get that because they're the defending champions, of course, and then you have a slot there for Saudi Arabia because they are the host country. So 2 of those are already locked in, and I think even for the Philippines men's team, there, by the time we get there, man, the play style will probably be a little bit different than what a lot of people are used to.
Definitely. I think, again, right? I mean, for the Philippines as well, the defending champions get the slot. Just like last year, where Indonesia won 2022, they got an instant slot to the main stage in 2023. And so with Philippines able to beat Indonesia, I believe it was 3-1, right, in the grand finals.
Yep.
That puts them into the defending slot position. So we are going to be taking a look at both these teams again. I'm really curious to see whether, for the Philippines, we've been talking about how they've been able to utilize objectives. They've been playing around neutral objectives to get the lead, way more disciplined compared to some other female teams from other women's teams, where they actually like to go for the brawls, like to take these risks in these skirmishes to get the lead, even actually to try to look for a comeback sometimes. I wonder if we're going to see more utility junglers still from Team Philippines, because it's been different, at least with the Sky Piercer coming in. I think most of the teams today as well, if you're on Assassins, you just find way more success. You find so much more value.
You think
with
so?
Burst damage. Yeah, I mean, Ken on the Nolan, Albert on the Nolan, the Lings as well. Even Cambodia, they were able to win out just through getting these Assassins in the jungle, some damage dealers as well. I think if you want to go for utility, it still has to be fast clearing utility. I think even the Fredrin.
It's Baksha, number 1.
Yeah, probably Baksha. Baksha number 1. Even like Fredrin isn't really finding a lot of success. It's been kind of 50-50. Been out-cleared, out-leveled, out-jungled completely by the other assassins who clear much faster. And that's why the Fredrin, I don't know, a lot of teams still go for the Fredrin first pick. I get the neutral objective control, but some of these teams, they go for the Fredrin, but then they rely too much on the Fredrin to go for these turtles. They don't actually add more layers on the CC department to actually help the Fredrin go for the neutral objectives. So I'm very interested to see, again, if the Philippines want to just go back to that normal Filipino style, right? They want to go for the turtle dances, which is still possible, but towards a later stage, maybe that's why we get to see more assassins. Maybe a lot of teams don't want to go utility because of the changes to the Lord. It's not really that easy to go for Lord dances. I think we got to see it firsthand just yesterday, casting a 32-minute game, and the Lord hurt. These tanky junglers aren't tanks to the Lord. They are squishies to the Lord, especially a 30-minute Lord. It was quite disgusting seeing that damage. These utility junglers just get taken to a quarter of their HP after taking, 3-4 shots? And it's not even easy to burst the Lord anymore, right? Like, even in the Evolved Lord, we know that it scales. I don't know if it's some like a shadow buff also to the HP bar, some damage reduction that he gets, or if it's just the damage that makes it so hard for everybody else, to just burst him down and blitz him.
The way that I've been seeing it is we just haven't had too many games just yet give us that opportunity to see how much, I would say, the Lord dance has changed. Maybe in some of the other tournaments going on right now, there's been these longer games, but you and I were counting that 32-minute game that we saw kind of unfold, and it was kind of shocking because even before we got to that mark where it was 32 minutes in, the Lord was already hurting. So I think this is going to really change some of the dynamic, for a lot of these teams on the way they approach that. And I think that's why you're seeing the shift of just battle it out and try to win these fights, and utilizing the Terizla, I would say Terizla for the most part, maybe a Minotaur for the roams or the Iesfs for the roams, and letting them hold the Lord the best they can, and then letting the assassin picks that we've been seeing constantly try to swoop in to secure the Lord. Like that's so far from what I've seen is kind of the game plan for a lot of these teams. And if it is a utility tank that pops up, it usually is the Baksha with the most success rate, I feel like, because like you mentioned, the Fredrin just hasn't really done well. But even the Barretts, man, like where has the Barretts been in the jungle? He's been non-existent, you know. And so I don't want to call, I feel like this is too early to say this, Mirko, but like what I'm seeing possibly happen too is Roger's value becomes even higher, and he's first pick because some teams like to flex him in the jungle and some like to do gold, and that's like the flex right now. So, you know, we're jumping in the draft here for game number 1 in this best of 3, and you can already see some of the bans coming out. Very interesting too, because these are still some different bans than what we're used to seeing, at least from the men's games even earlier today.
Definitely, right? With the Lo Yi ban and the Minotaur. We're used to seeing the Lo Yi still contested here and there, but the Minotaur is a bit different, really. It has kind of fallen in popularity just recently with the patch. Maybe it does feel like for this meta, you do find more prio, more value in the pure initiation heroes. The heroes that can just get the initiation done. More on the proactive roamers over the reactive roamers, but it's also going to be the Art and the Grok ban with the Novaria too, so maybe that's why we see the Lo Yi banned out, right? The Novaria ban at the start basically kind of shows that from Myanmar, they wanted to go for something like a Lo Yi, maybe even a chip here.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen a work not too often here, actually, not at all. We've never seen a chip let go and do well. So that's going to be the chip banned out. We don't get to see the retribution of chip maybe in the Asian regional qualifiers. And the Fredrin, as we were talking about earlier, is, you know, we falling out of the meta based on the win rate, but it seems pick rate wise, he's still probably one of the safest picks to go for as first pick on blue side. Thing is though, we were already mentioning about the Roger. How the Roger's so good on as a flex pick, very, very good in the jungle and also in the gold lane. Preferably, you know, for me, and I think for you as well, it's the jungle, definitely for Roger. You're more active on the map. Definitely. And now, technically the Ling is up for grabs with the Angela.
Angeling!
They could go for the Angeling here and basically try to nail this Fredrin all the way to the ground, all the way from the start, just by out-clearing him, out-leveling him, and then later on, technically out-sustaining him as well. The Ling in itself maybe can struggle, right? The Fredrin can give him a tough time, but a Ling with the Angela, or even a Roger Angela, technically, if they want to go for utility, Baksha is another good choice to go for with the Angela, but they'll go for the safe route first. They know that Fredrin will be picked in the jungle, so there's no way that the Ling will be denied, that the Baksha or any of those picks that we mentioned earlier will be denied away from Myanmar. So they go for the gold lane first, and it's going to be the Harith. Again, setting up for a physical damage dealer.
I'm wondering if this would open up the possibility of an Esmeralda for Myanmar to pick up.
That's
you know, we've seen a couple of different iterations of it. It's been in the jungle, it's been in the XP lane, but they are going to, for now, grab this Roger here, like we were talking about, very high priority pick. Surprised still that Fredrin was that first priority pick for Myanmar, but now that they get pretty two strong picks, I would say, even given the situation where, you know, the Angela and the Harith were picked up first, now you have Yuzhong. Yuzhong, I heard you say this earlier, Mirko, like, XP lane is it's like the new jungle in a way. It's like,
yeah, man.
You got Yuzhong and you got Terizla. You know, so maybe Philippines picks up the Terizla here and they go for it. But instead, they are going to go the Edith. And I think, yeah, we're still waiting for some of these, more of these XP laners to pop up that we were used to seeing before. I know we saw the Benedetta pop up earlier in the series today and it didn't work out too well. You know, I'm still missing the Paquitos that we got to see a lot of before. Even the Minsatars and the Khalids, right? Like, where are they? The diversity that was in the XP lane right now, we're really on the Yuzhong and Terizla track. But for now, that's going to be fine. These last bans coming out, though, I'm glad Myanmar's like, you know what? We see the Angela. We're not going to deal with the Angeling. That is not happening. They might even ban out one more jungle pick if they want to from this. But either way, I think even if Philippines just waits to pick up the Baksha and Angela actually work out really well.
Exactly.
And this is like the classic utility matchup that we're used to seeing, the Baksha versus the Fredrin. So we'll see if that's the answer. Last ban, though, for Philippines is going to be the Xavier, and Eterna kind of shared some of the thoughts with the Xavier earlier. Saw it in the last series, didn't work out too well. Took a little bit too long to kind of scale up and build up. So traditionally, if these games are kind of quick or they follow their like average game time trajectory, you know, Xavier is just not that great. That's why I think the Farsas, Farsa, Valentina's still open. That could pop up. I kept seeing this yesterday. Who is this
CC.
ban? It's okay. It is CC. So it's just the Yuzhong picture.
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe it's different today, right? Who knows? It's kind of like a gotcha. When you see the Yuzhong, that Yuzhong portrait, the new Yuzhong portrait, it's a gotcha. You never know what it's gonna be. But yesterday, from what we've seen at least, when we saw that picture, it was a CC.
It was two, right?
Yeah,
there was two like locked in by both rosters, a Yuzhong and then that Yuzhong.
Yeah,
so it was a CC. Okay.
Okay. Now we'll see for the Philippines at least. What do they want to go for, right? For the Baksha, it does make sense with the Angela together with this kind of composition. They're going to try to force the issue, dictate the matchup, dictate the pace of the game as well. But they'll go for the safe pick first in the Terizla. Not bad at all, by the way. Despite, this being the only matchup that we've been seeing for the longest time. Unless one of these heroes, Yuzhong or Terizla, is banned out. But the Valentina comes in as well. That's going to be great, by the way, for Team Myanmar. They can steal away the Primal Wrath, the Hard Guard, a lot of big ultimates. But we've seen, for a lot of Valentinas at least, when you actually have a lot of big ultimates, it kind of overloads the Valentina. It makes it very difficult for the Valentina to think which one to go for. But, I think this is pretty easy for her. It should be. The Primal Wrath is the most broken one for sure to take as a Valentina here. Maybe sometimes the Hard Guard if the Yuzhong or the Roger ever gets snowballing at the start of the game. Good Ruby pick as well to try to deny that momentum, that full dive that the Philippines are setting up for. And honestly, after looking at this composition, it's way too reliant on magic damage. They have to go for an assassin. And certainly, that's going to be the Nolan in the jungle for the Philippines. They needed that physical damage power, and they do get it with the Nolan. Looking at the drafts, man, the Philippines, they have a lot of crazy fighting power in the early stage of the game. But so does Myanmar. They have neutral objective control. They got a lot of CC. And even for the neutral objective control early, they're really, really good. They're all really good heroes in the early game. So I think this is kind of 50-50 based on the draft, but we've seen that the execution trumps all of the advantages that you have in the draft. So Philippines might be able to just snowball, destroy in the early game, or maybe it'll be Myanmar.
Looking at both lineups, I can see that to be in a 50-50. I think big part of Philippines lineup is what we've seen so far just today is if the Nolan can get the snowball. Like if that happens early on, then it might be an early game here for this game number 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 1. Philippines takes on Myanmar. It's going to be Al Puerto on the Nolan up against K on the Fredrin. The Nolan versus Fredrin matchup that should favor the Nolan when it comes to clearing speed, but when it comes to these team fights, if K is able to lock El Puerto down, especially here, I gotta take a look at the emblems as well for K. Maybe it's a temporal raid to try to catch a very, very flexible and slippery member like the Nolan, but it is still going to be the concussive blast. I think a bit too greedy if she does go for the temporal raid, because we've been seeing, for the Fredrin, the biggest weakness that he has in the game is usually that clear speed. Up against Nolan, Ling, whoever it is, even the Baksha, you get out-leveled so early in the game, invaded as well, but not the normal kind of invade. They don't go for the fights, they just go for your creeps and run away, get that level lead. Cool, in the mid lane?
Okay, I think, they might still go for this. Oh, flicker forward. Vivero not able to find the connection she was looking for. El Puerto is level 4 to K's level 3. But yeah, early possible engage, just gonna be kind of snuffed out for now. Turtle's still quite a ways away as well, 30 seconds plus away from that turtle, so they'll just farm up and try to see if they can still find a kill early on, but if not, then they'll focus on that objective.
Slowly but surely, but also for Diagon, it's going to be the Impure Rage here for Perez as well, but for Diagon, it's really because of the War Axe. There's no real reason to go for the Brave Smite anymore. You already have so much sustain built in your kit, built in the War Axe with that merger with the Bloodlust. So now you just take care of your mana. It's been a problem for Terizla in the early game for the longest time. The fact that now you get to get your hands on Impure Rage. Ooh, in the bottom lane.
Porto once again, but there's just so much CC with Ku here. And I think that's also why they just picked up the Ruby. It's probably one of the best answers to deal with, especially the early aggression from a Nolan. But with that all happening, Turtle's going to be up now, first one of the game. El Puerto going to poke down, has the Hard Guard hanging over her, and also Luna Lin will hold it in. They go in with the onward, pop the Primal Raft, but that's going to be the turtle already secured by El Puerto, plus the kill on K. They find another kill, and they might collapse down even further. Luna Lynx could be in trouble. She's going to be fine. Does back off. Had that Primal Raft stolen from Vero, but she'll hold down the mid lane. But Philippines going to be happy with those 2 kills plus the objective.
That sustained advantage in the early game, helping Team Philippines out so much. And great penalty zone, by the way, from Diagon there. Getting K locked down so that the retribution comes in on point. This setup was amazing for Team Philippines. And I think for Amores, really, she was able to just get all the waves down for the healing. And the hard guard really played a part as to how they were able to just walk in with no hesitation whatsoever. Didn't even care if it's El Puerto on a squishy pick jumping in. On the Nolan, if you get the hard guard, you're basically a tank. And if we take a look at the items here, still very, very basic. But for Chikoshi, at least, on that War Cry, she's already gotten the Sky Piercer too. First item Sky Piercer on the Roger. Not something we're used to seeing all the time. Most of the times we still get to see the Windtalker. Even though, you know, this is a different kind of Roger. It's not in the jungle. It is going to be a Roger in the gold lane. Perhaps with the next build, she'll go for the Windtalker. She needs a bit of utility, honestly, looking at how Team Philippines have so much CC, so much utility as well. Even on that Zaman Force, you get a lot of big slows right as you keep on dashing and basic attacking. So Chikoshi needs to respect this. She does. Gets the tough boots. And it's already 3 tough boots, by the way, at the start of the game for Team Myanmar. Already respecting how much magic damage prowess Team Philippines has.
Yeah, they kind of have to deal with that, but I'm also noticing El Puerto, she is farming out of her mind. She's level 8 to K's level 6 right now. She also got the Blade of Heptacy's first item. So really looking for, you know, those pretty much the assassinations to go through and get that burst damage coming through. I'm also surprised that Amores didn't go with the focusing mark, because sometimes you see the Angelas pick that up and it helps with that burst window a little bit more, but instead goes with the Impure Rage. So interesting kind of how we've seen a difference or a variance in a lot of the emblems now that are playing a part. Like you mentioned already with Chikoshi, already has that War Cry emblem. Now they're going to find out here for the second turtle. Dragon Form already going to be used up. Still holding on, hovering over the Heart Guard. They go in with the Flicker, though. Penalty zone from Diagon. They're going to have to follow it up, and El Puerto will get the turtle. Second one of the game, and now fighting it on as they look for more bodies. K already gone. Chikoshi has to get out of there. Has the speed, and there's the Heart Guard on the disengage. It looks like Philippines will get out with the kill, plus the objective. They still want to put the pressure here in the mid lane. El Puerto waiting very patiently. She goes in. There's multiple members in the mid lane. They're quite tanky themselves. Hilang trying to get out. Flicker on the defensive from Amores, and now fighting it once again. Ku holding down the front a little bit too long as Ku, she will fall in the exchange. Now Philippines furthering the lead they have.
Deja vu to turtle number 1. The same exact way the Philippines got turtle number 1, they did in turtle number 2. They executed the same game plan. It is Diagon who starts it up with the penalty zone, the follow-up instantly for El Puerto, and the hard guard that gives El Puerto all the space necessary, all the resources necessary to walk up and be an absolute menace. It's basically a fighter. Now, like, El Puerto is a fighter that does assassin damage. That's how ridiculous the damage is coming in, and how much sustain you get in the composition coming in from the Philippines is. And you can see for Perez as well, that was a beautiful rotation from Team Philippines. The fact that they actually sent Perez into the bottom lane straight after going to control the mid lane before setting up for that turtle. Perez was able to get a free turret. Kosi was actually tried, they kind of tried to utilize Kosi in this fight, in the turtle fight, and yeah, it really didn't work out because of that sustain, because of that burst damage that the Philippines have. And if you take a look at Perez, this is also going to be an item. Power Spike, second item, by the way. Sky Piercer for El Puerto. Heptacy's Sky Piercer. That's why we can see that crazy damage, and now even more so. Now you're going to have that behind every single engage. You're going to have to think that, okay, El Puerto, once she gets, you know, the fracture in, that passive down as well with the skill 1 and even a dash, you might just get executed straight up the board. Chikoshi needs a little bit more of that mobility, and that's why the Windtalker gets built up here. And both of the teams are going to go for the setup for the third and final turtle of the game.
Yeah, going to hold it there together. Heartguard already to be used on Vivero. They're going to fight under this, and there's a burst of damage coming out from El Puerto, even with the Appraiser's Wrath, but that is going to be the turtle secured for Myanmar, and they actually get a couple kills on top of it, and 3 fall for Philippines. Myanmar striking back in a decisive third turtle fight. And they'll see if they can get more. El Puerto tries the 1v1 versus Koshi, but look at that, the war cry. Mlbb coming out top 4-0 on Koshi.
Oh man, all the leads that they were able to get, all the leads in the early game. Now it's going to be kind of tough. Koshi is getting to that snowball point, 4 kills in the skirmish. And Team Philippines, the target allocation, they try to execute the same exact gameplay from turtle number 1 and turtle number 2, but it was a bit different, right? The penalty zone and the Primal Wrath was used to fight instead of used to go for the free neutral objective. And because they let Kay gets so many of those stacks, she was able to get into Praetor's Wrath while she was very, very low. Yeah. So enhancing that damage, getting her a better way to chain together with her Retribution for that turtle take, and also just taking everybody low. Cool.
Oop. Who's going to go in with the conceal? The Heart Guard's there to help them out. They're going to lose the turret. Already dropping the Dominant Force, but the penalty zone already expended as well. In Myanmar, they're happy with the turtle. They'll disengage from that, so it looks like Myanmar will continue on finding the objectives, crawling back into the game. They've nearly diminished the gold lead that the Philippines had for so long.
Slowly but surely coming back in this game, right? It's only down now to not even 1,000 gold lead. Philippines had like a 2,000 gold lead earlier before the turtle. Yeah. But now it's all gone. And for Philippines, they've got to be careful because the power spikes for Myanmar, it's about to hit. This is the mid-game. So both of them will have their power spikes. It'll become a little bit more 50-50 in these skirmishes. But looking at how much CC and layering Myanmar have, it'll get pretty scary for everybody except for Perez, it seems. Because for Perez, at least, she does have that Purify. She'll be able to actually escape and utilize his Amount Force anyways, even with the layering of CC. But for the most part, Nolan, El Puerto, Amores, Diagon, and Vivero, you can deal a lot of damage. You can also, have a little bit of CC in your arsenal, in your kit, but it's still going to be really tough when Myanmar can layer that CC upon you while also dealing damage. Koshi definitely needs to be the target for Team Philippines. They need they need to find a way somehow to take Koshi down, or maybe pick off Lunalings before the fight even starts. Because for the most part, I think in these skirmishes, Koshi's dealing a lot of damage, yeah, but how is she getting a lot of space? It's gotta be Lunalings. Always playing together with Koshi, using a Terrify to cover her, and even for Ku, she can go for a lot of the initiations with I'm Offended, a lot of the pick-off initiations, but she can also just use Donor or Wolf King to peel for the back line for Lunalings and for Chikoshi. And you can already see that Kay is taking a whole lot of damage from that Lord. This is what we were talking about early on, man. The Lord now, the Lord Dance is a bit tough to pull off as a solo utility jungler, but it seems they want to commit onto this.
Yeah, 4th of the health. They're going to be forced back by the Dragon Form. They're going to have to get in the zone, but they can't get there in time, as Kay will just take the Lord. I'm not sure why the hesitation from the Philippines. They knew what Kay was doing. She's even sitting there at half health, but they just watch as the Lord is taken. And again, a great timing from Hileng to use that Dragon Form to kind of force the Philippines to have a second thought about even initiating.
Interesting choice, right, by Team Philippines. You noticed it earlier. Yeah, they were just standing around, I guess, kind of afraid of that layering, but also hesitating for sure. The Lord was taken. It wasn't even like a slow Lord. It was a very, it wasn't a fast Lord, sorry. It was a very slow Lord. A lot of ways for Philippines to enter in that skirmish. And because Myanmar already got the Lord so low and there was no response at all from Team Philippines, they decided to just go for it. Very decisive plays being made by Myanmar, and now they're on the siege.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I guess for the Philippines, they're going to have to be a little more decisive on this one. Shields are going to pop. They will take the Lord out really quickly, though. So they actually at least should hold on to the base turrets for now, but the shields are going to be gone as the top one also pops. Still holding on to the bottom one, but Myanmar, I think, again, if you've been looking at the past 5 minutes or so, they're playing very disciplined, very objectively, and just happy to get, if it's 1 or 2 objectives here, whether that's a minor thing or a major objective, they're happy with that and they'll back off and continue to build up, because now they're in a good position with a lead, a couple thousand gold ahead, and happy to just walk in with that Lord, that first one, get all the shields they needed, and they can get prepped and ready for the next objective. It is still quite a ways away, 1.5 minutes or so, so unless Philippines makes a play, which it looks like they could possibly go in for that setup potential, then they could just find themselves in a Lord battle once again. I mean, it wasn't much of a dance previously, but there's the flicker from Vivero, but she's not going to be able to find the connection on the onward. And even with that, so they might still have to calculate this. Myanmar knows a flicker is down for Vivero.
And that's twice that it has happened, right? It was I think level 1 or level 2 that she tried that as well. Onward.
Oh, they're gonna fight. Penalty zone already used. Ku's there too. Penalty zone in response to battle it out, but Kakashi gets the kill. Heart guard gonna be used. They go back to the safety of the turret as Ku is quite low. K as well. Luna has to back off. She's the one already using that penalty zone as well. Now Philippines will try to run it down mid, putting the pressure still. They're 20 seconds, 25 seconds away from the Lord. So Myanmar has to go back to the base. They have to reset. You can see Philippines trying to push up the top here, trying to put some pressure in these side lanes possibly, and the same thing is happening with K. So as both teams get ready and is situated, we're 10 seconds away from the next objective. Some big item pickups will play a part in this next fight. But like I said, Philippines has to be a little more decisive. No, way
Agreed.
more decisive with this Lord fight that's now being started up by K.
Oh, Amores also picking up the glowing wand. I would love to see the items here to see exactly what Amores has in her inventory, because has she finished up the Flask of the Oasis? Does she even want to go for the Flask of the Oasis? Yeah, all right, so Flask of the Oasis and the Fleeting Time done. So she's already on her third item, doing a pretty good job on the Angela here. It is an Angela mid, so you do get a little bit more resources, but now they are going to be more decisive here.
Oh, Conceal already going to be used. They get the Dragon form out, so both teams, key ultimates being down, they're going to come down to the Retribution. Penalty zone going to be used on top of it. Heart guard finds the right target. Ku's the one to fall in. Puerto will be able to get the Lord. Can they win the fight? Multiple flickers expended, but K cannot get away from the wrath of the Philippines. And now 2 down for Myanmar. Philippines made up for that one. They'll go down the mid lane, get the tier 1 and the tier 2. It's only Halang left to her devices. She doesn't have a dragon form. She's going to have to rely on Kakashi there. He gets knocked up. She's on the back foot. But they'll try to defend this tier 2. Philippines has the Lord marching down the bot here as they get down and they get ready to knock on the base of Myanmar.
Whoa.
Still, Kakashi taking a couple shots. You see Luna Lynx has the penalty zone. She's going to hold on to it for now, but they have to deal with this defense. Meanwhile, trying to hold on to these base turrets as Lord makes it way in the bottom.
The Filipino team fighting, man, is still just so clean. The fact that they were able to take that once again, just by being more decisive. They got the penalty zone down. Vivero as well, amazing onward. And she's already trying to play with this Lord too that will be able to charge to the base turret in the bottom lane. Penalty zone.
Diagon using that penalty zone. Once again, the Heart Guard is on top of her, and now they're going to force them out a little bit further. Zaman Force already dropped as well, and that's K falling. Looking like Luna as well. The double comes through, and they're still going to work on the base as the Lord is still up. They have to deal with it, but they can. It's a triple, and Philippines will take game number 1 against Myanmar.
Wow. An early crazy start for Team Philippines, an amazing snowball from the first 2 turtles, but then they lose out completely on the third turtle, kind of losing their vision, losing their mission in that turtle pit to the Appraiser's Wrath, and an amazing retreat by K to come back again for Myanmar, and then they were able to capitalize on that by taking the Lord. But Team Philippines stayed disciplined. All they had to do was stay composed, look for the defense, and then look for the team fight again. That will be on their side as long as they stay decisive, like you said, Naisio. And I think they did make that adjustment mid-game straight away. The fact that they, I think, figured out that in the third turtle, they were just a little bit indecisive there. It did cost them the turtle, costed them the fight as well. They now understood that, okay, for the layering at least, it needs to be the penalty zone first, into the onward, into the Earth Shatter, and then for Al Puerto, she needs to come in towards the end of the fight, together with the Zaman Force from Perez. And that's what we saw from the first 2 turtles. That was how Team Philippines were able to play it. It was always the onward, or the Primal Wrath actually. All the abilities used up by the roamers first to engage, to deplete some of these resources from Team Myanmar before Al Puerto eventually comes into the team fight. But here, it was a bit different. We did see the penalty zone, but Al Puerto joined in the fight and targeted the wrong members. Look at that massive Appraiser's Wrath from K, getting 3 members on an Appraiser's Wrath where K was basically almost dead. It chained together so well, got her so much HP back and too much damage really for Al Puerto to try to predict the retreat. But after that, it was a Lord take from Myanmar. There was a few moments of hesitation for Team Philippines there for the first Lord. But after that and the second Lord, they stayed decisive. They adjusted to Team Myanmar's layering. and they were able to just play it better in the team fights, getting the neutral objective and then going straight for the base. They didn't even bother, by the way, going for the other waves here. They went straight for the bottom lane, dove in with their hard dive composition, and utilized the strength in their composition, which is the variety, a massive variety in terms of damage output, with the Harith doing a whole lot of damage, a Primal Wrath as well, doing magic. You also had that physical damage burst coming in from the Nolan. So in the end, Perez as well, definitely the most consistent member on the team all the way from the start of the game, did not die a single time. On Harith, up against this composition, you're kind of like placed in a tough spot. You want to dash in, you have to be aggressive to deal damage, but you kind of don't want to be aggressive, fully aggressive at least, up against Myanmar's composition. They have a lot of CC that can layer, and even with the Purify, you are going to usually find yourself in a tough spot if your Zaman Force a bit too far ahead. But hey, she was able to make it work. Shout out to Perez with the itemization as well. I was very, very impressed that she actually picked up the Starlium Scythe so early in the game. I think it was like 5th or 6th minute already. So she was already on the way to what usually is the Holy Crystal. But even then, she decided to go for more utility. I think she built Blood Wings before the Divine Glaive, knowing that for Myanmar, they have a lot of damage to play with. They have a lot of that layering CC to play with. So she went for a little bit more of the defensive build, and it paid off for her. Really, really good stuff. No Holy Crystal as well. Straight into the Divine Glaive, straight into penetration, because she knows, I think, at the start, the burst damage and the consistent damage will be coming from the Nolan and from the Edith. So all she needs to do is clean up.
Yeah, it's like, aside from that one team fight that went completely not their way for Philippines, I feel like they had a really good control over the majority of the game, and their lineup that they had ended up working out really well for them. It was really well executed and thought out. Part of it too made me think, like, you know, with the way that they drafted and the game plan that they had, and anytime a Nolan is locked in, if I remember right, it was last pick, right? Yeah, the Nolan was last pick. You know that shifts the dynamic of the game, because again, we're thinking Angela was picked up in the first phase, so you have that, and initially you're thinking, all right, well, maybe they go the Angeling, maybe they go some type of assassin for that first phase pick for the Philippines to have, you know, on that red side. But then they kind of waited out, and it's also a decision because you're playing into a Fredrin, and you know, I'll still say the Fredrin seems to be working okay. It's not like for Kay, it's not the way that she played or anything. I think she had some good setups. It was good that she, you know, took initiative on the Lords or the objectives. But when it came to the actual team fights is where the lineup that you saw here from Myanmar struggle a bit. Aside from that one time where they just had a really good team fight against the Philippines. And also, it's like the Philippines' worst enemy is if they hesitate or if they're like not sure of themselves. And even when they had to they had a lead, they lost the lead, they regained the lead, you know, that was kind of a thing they kind of had to adjust to, because they were in a territory where, for example, Sakoshi, she could have snowballed even further on the Roger. We have seen this happen time and time again. And I think at one point she was like 4-0, and she had that Warcry emblem, and we saw how much damage potential she could do. But it was just unfortunate because every time the clashes would happen, the team fights would happen, Philippines, like you mentioned in the middle of the game, their fighting prowess, the way they go about team fights, it's very apparent that like they've mastered it to, you know, the best degree that they can right now. Even for this women's team, they're phenomenal in team fighting, and it shows here. Even the way they kind of dissect the fights, if you really look at them, you know, from the way they use these ultimates, from the way they use the conceal, even from the way that they bait some of the ultimates out, they wait for that to kind of go down. Like, for example, the Black Dragon form, once it was down, then their window to initiate comes through. It was only, like I said, there were some struggles for Philippines on the hesitation, and then really if Vivera wasn't able to get the knock-up that she's looking for with the onward, and sometimes we saw her flicker, like I think it was like 2 or 3 times, and she wasn't able to land it, then they had to like call it off, and then you're left with penalty zone, right? And so I would say that overall Philippines, they did a great job at utilizing the lineup they had. They made some minor mistakes here and there, but still a very good win for them, a very solid win. And I think even the same for Myanmar, they should be happy with that first game, because a lot went well for them in a game where they were behind originally. So they just needed to kind of maintain that. They even went the discipline route, and they got all the shields off on the base turrets, but after that, that's about as far as they could got.
It almost seems like all the way from the drafts, right, from Team Philippines, it was catered towards their one-trick style. In this game, at least, it looked like one trick, right? It looked like they just wanted to go for the burst team fight. If they go for the initiation and it works out for them, they have enough burst to actually just plow through any sort of front line, plow through anything. And that's what we saw. Even when the game was even, by the way, for that enhanced Lord, they were able to do that. They were just, I don't know how they did it. That layering was, again, amazing, right? And like you said, they've mastered it so well. And I just got to give props to the coaching staff as well. If that was, the draft coming in from the coaches, because it seems like he or she knows exactly what the team wants to go for in every single situation. And in that situation, they just wanted to team fight. Because in terms of like the ways you could take the game, I would say for Team Myanmar, they had different ways to take the game. They had a multi-dimensional draft where they could kite, they could try to go for split pushes, they could disengage, they can also go for pickoffs, right? Meanwhile, for Team Philippines, it's more of like, all right, we're gonna try to fight, we're gonna force them to stay in the fight so that the Zaman Force, so that all these, burst damage abilities can land. That's why the Edith was taken. That's why the Terizla is so important to this composition as well. When you have a penalty zone, when you have that Earth Shatter, and on top of that, the immobility field that you get with the Primal Wrath, right? So, in a way, I would say for Team Myanmar, at least around the turtles or just in the game itself, it is a bit tougher to pull off that kind of composition because they have to be very, very smart with it. They have to try to bait out some of these big resources from Team Philippines before then re-engaging. So it's a lot of kiting back and forth before they can ultimately take over the team fight. It's either they stay more decisive, punish the hesitation nature that we saw coming in from Team Philippines, at least from the mid game, or they get completely destroyed in an all-out fight. If they don't kite, that's what we can expect from this matchup. But for a team that wants to play with sustain, that wants to play with consistent damage up against a burst composition, it's just very, very tough to pull off. And that's what we saw from Team Philippines. They were able to read their own gameplay and execute it much better than Team Myanmar. But yeah, we did see glimpses of brilliance here and there for Team Myanmar, how they were able to come back, how they were able to stay decisive despite being still behind them. They only got a win in the third turtle, right? It was 1 turtle to 2. It was a lot of objectives still on the hands of Team Philippines. The 2,000 gold lead too on the hands of Team Philippines. And Myanmar, they decided to just stay decisive, utilizing that utility jungler to go for the Lord and eventually to take it. Even though the Lord dance is a bit tough to see, we also saw that first-hand experience, I think, for Kay as well. Maybe in this new patch, on the Fredrin, she's like, yo, I'm taking a whole lot of damage here. I don't know if I'm up against the Nolan or the Lord, because it seems like the Lord is dealing a bit more consistent damage than the Nolan even can on me. And yeah, that's just the new Lord, man. It's really tough to go for the Lord dance.
Dude, that was even the first Lord.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of watching. I was paying attention to that because, finally we get to see this Fredrin doing that, right, for the first Lord. So, and then I was like, wait, this is a little more damage than I'm used to. And I think Kay even was kind of like, we're gonna need something to happen here, because it was a good thing, at least for that first Lord, that the Philippines, that's where they hesitated. And I think they just weren't sure if they should go in, and then by that time they were just zoned out with the dragon form. So I think, as we need to see more of this, because Fredrins, typically you're thinking like Fredrins, the Barretts, maybe the Bakshas. And now I just feel like more teams so far, if I think even just about today, what they've been doing is just having the roams or the XP laners like hold the Lord. And usually that's why we see a lot of these teams actually roll with sustain heroes. We've seen a lot of Raphaels pop up, Angelas. We've seen a couple Florins pop up now. And I think that's part of it. That might be something that teams kind of adjust to, where if they do want to go and have these extended kind of dances once again, they're going to have to juggle it. I mean, they can't just keep the jungler there, especially now that we're in I would say almost a 50-50, where like we either have assassin junglers or we have tankier junglers kind of fit into these compositions. So I think having a sustain hero or roamer can help, or just holding it in with your XP lanes. I know I've seen Minotaurs do it, where they're knocking on the Lord and they hold it there, or it's the Terizlas, but overall, I mean, even looking at this game, Mirko, like, it is very fighting centric, and I think that's just maybe that's what everybody wanted, and they finally, there was finally a patch that was just like, yep, we're gonna switch this meta up than what you guys have been used to seeing for over a year now, a year and
too
a
long
half or
too
more.
long.
I don't know. It's been a minute and a half. It's been a long time. So let's go into the draft here for game number 2.
Depending on how you see it, right? If you're a human being, it's been a while. But for Naisu, if you guys are a building as well, then it's been a minute. It's been a minute and a half, he says. So that's around a year in human years, right? I mean, in human time. So let's get into the draft. It seems for Team Philippines, it's still going to be Luo Yi, Ban, and the Minotaur. Still sticking to, again, their composition. It just feels like they want to cater towards that kind of composition. They want to go for an instant dive, and whatever heroes that can actually react or be more creative than that dive will be banned out. The Minotaur will be a very, very good tool to utilize up against that kind of composition, right? It's a composition that wants to dive in. Minotaur loves that. You all clump up together, and the Minotaur gets the Mutan's Fury, gets the healing as well to every member that's low with the Flask of the Oasis. And now, it seems they will actually ban out the Fredrin, respecting how at least oppressive Kay was on that Fredrin. Even though she was behind, she was able to get the Appraiser's Wrath on 3 members. So the comeback potential on that hero, the comeback mechanics on that hero is still very, very present. We can see, especially when you combo it together, right? If it's just an Appraiser's Wrath, it's like, all right, very easy ability to dodge. But then you have a little bit of CC, or if you even combo it together with your own taunt, it's a sure hit. It's a certain hit, 100%. And that's why at least for Myanmar, it's actually going to be taking away the Grok again. So the Angela gets left open, and Team Philippines definitely do not hesitate at all to go for that Angela pick. It's been amazing for them all the way at the start of the game as well. For Turtle number 1, Turtle number 2, I think that sustain really gave the Assassin a way to become a tank and an assassin at the same time. We were talking about it. It was basically like a fighter Nolan, but with still the normal Nolan damage, which just makes it kind of unfair, right? Lethal Ignition, Fracture, that passive, and then a hard guard. But the Harith will be taken away with the Roger, so the Roger should be going to the jungle. Good deny pick from Myanmar after, experiencing the Harith in game number 1.
I'm wondering because, yeah, like that shows the cards already, because the Harith and the Roger are there. I'm wondering if it would have been a little bit too risky if they just held off on one of the picks. Maybe so, because then Philippines would have taken it up. Because, I would have seen, like, maybe you pick up the Roger and then you get something else, maybe your Roam, and you leave that kind of mystery there. But I guess you don't want to also just give up the Angela again with a Harith, possibly for the Philippines. So Myanmar might have just been, forced into that, and that's their game plan here.
Oh,
here we go. So Philippines is... This is what I'm wondering. Is this the CC that you mentioned before with this portrait, or is this the Yu Zhong, as that's going to be showing up here? And then, of course, you have the Edith for Philippines. First phase, though, is looking really interesting. I mean, whether this is a Yu Zhong or the CC, and there's just that, kind of that error here. We haven't seen CC in a while, but until that's confirmed, I don't want to talk about it too much, because this also could just be a Yu Zhong pickup. And either way, that's what we're used to seeing in the XP lane, man, is the Yu Zhong Terizla constantly coming up here. So for this lineup, I really want to know this Edith, for example, because the Angela is here. I'm assuming, right, mid lane Angela, Roam, Edith. Again, I could see this Edith being flexed maybe into the XP lane, but this time not, because we have a Yu Zhong here, and even if it's a CC, that's probably going to be the telling sign. So with this, I already like what Philippines is doing. I want to know what their jungler is going to be, and I like that they're saving it for last once again, because this might also make Myanmar ban out the Nolan if they just don't want to deal with that kind of burst damage again. I think even if they don't ban it out, though, the fact that they got the Faramis here, who is relatively banned out quite often, it's good that they locked it in. They get that Nether Realm to work around. They get a lot of poke damage too, and so far from what we've seen, the Stampedes have been phenomenal. When you're able to use it, get the Shadow Stampede off, drag them back to your team, especially with the 2 heroes they already have, the Harith and the Roger. And it'll be even better if they can actually lock in a Terizla. Not sure if they're going to go that route, but now it is. It's banned out, so good call from the Philippines. Ban out the Terizla. And so for Myanmar, they already took out the Ling, so I'm thinking, like, do they take out the jungle up? Do they at least take out the Nolan, or are they just okay dealing with it because they have a Faramis, and that was the plan here?
Yeah, I think the Feramis pick is a really good pick, by the way, for Team Myanmar, right? Because the main problem that they had in game number 1 was that they weren't able to delay enough for those cooldowns to actually be active, for those cooldowns, for that window to open, where they've already used all their initial bursts, all their initial big abilities for it to be on cooldown, for them to take control with the consistent damage that they got. So the Netherrealm is a good way to actually do that. Is a good way to get your team a way to actually, you know, delay that super burst damage, crazy team fighting. But I guess they want to take away the Nolan still. It's a bit too oppressive, especially considering maybe it I don't know, never mind. You know, K is going to be on the Roger. I was about to say that, you know, for Myanmar, it seems they still want to go for the utility junglers, but they've already picked the Roger. And now I believe it's a CC pick for Philippines, right? Because of the Nolan ban and the Ling ban. See, CC is great at going for these prolonged team fights, so that's why they need a little bit more burst in their composition, I think. So, good read by Team Myanmar here by banning out the Nolan and the Ling. We'll see, though. Maybe it is just a Yuzong, right? Who knows?
Yeah.
But if we see the Yuzong banned here by the Philippines, I think that should confirm it. Should confirm that it's a CC. They are going to be banning out the Xborg, though. That's another good ban as well, considering how tanky, how beefy all these members are going to be with the help of the hard guard. And for the Edith, even without the help of the hard guard, you're just really tanky in general. You have a built-in shield as well. Myanmar, now Rome and XP still up for grabs. And then the Yuzong actually kind of fits here. You have a lot of dive in their composition. You could basically utilize what you already utilized in game number 1, but just now with a better composition that actually facilitates that dive, enables that dive with the Zaman Force, and most importantly, the Netherrealm, bro. That Netherrealm will be massive in these skirmishes.
Netherrealm is, I don't know, I feel like not every game we see the Feramis banned out, but when it does pop up, like earlier when we saw watching the Myanmar team play, it was in Justin's hands. It was devastating, man. It was actually the highest damage. This is interesting. A Uranus being picked up here by Myanmar for that XP lane. So we'll see if how this ends up working out. Wow. Okay. Philippines picks up a carry plus a Julian. So again, with that last pick for the jungle, the Nolan, the Ling were already banned out. So this time around, they'll pick up the Julian here. This gives them a lot of, I don't know, man. I feel like when we've watched the Julians in ISF, it's been 50-50. They don't do, you know, they don't scale as hard, I feel like, or get as snowbally as the Lings that we've seen and the Nolans that we've seen, but they're definitely still a threat, especially with that kind of, you know, even like you've mentioned before, the penetration that they get through the enhanced scythe and everything else, and just the setup potential. Like, this is a lot of CC here. And I don't even know if this is a CC, but other than that, if this is Yuzong or a CC, you have the Edith, you have the Julian to help out, but that's a great answer from Myanmar, as their last pick is going to be a Lolita. And, you know, so they have a Lolita, they have a very frontline heavy Uranus there to tank things up, which makes me wonder how this build is going to be, because I haven't seen a Uranus since the patch. So maybe, you know, you get to utilize some of the new items or however this build path is, but they're so tanky. And not only that, but they cover really good grounds for physical and magic damage from Myanmar.
And also for the Uranus, I think we've heard a lot, by the way, about the Uranus doing really good against the CC, right? Consistent damage coming through to you, no burst technically for the CC in that skirmish, so Uranus is going to have a good time. Maybe later on when he meets the Julian, when he gets comboed in by, you know, a lot of the lockdown that Team Philippines already have, plus that carry, then he'll struggle a bit. But at least in lane, it is going to be very, very safe. And it is indeed the CC, not the Yuzong, for Team Philippines. Glad we got that right. Ladies and gentlemen, will Team Philippines get the clean sweep up against Myanmar? Or will Myanmar, with Hlang on the Uranus and a big Lolita pick to bounce off a lot of the damage, to reflect the crazy damage coming in from Team Philippines in these skirmishes, will they be able to equalize? Welcome to game number 2. Into the land of dawn we go. But we're going to take our time here, you know? We're going to take our time. We're going to dissect the draft a bit longer, Naisu.
Yep. All right. So now I guess we can just assume that if we see the new Yuzong,
the new portrait,
I feel like he's the Chad Yuzong. Like, he looks better, dude. Like, you know, if we see that,
he looks more menacing. I don't know about better. I actually don't like the colors, man. I like the old colors.
Think he looks a little cartoony?
He looks kind of like, yeah, he's like an the token cartoon evil dude, you know?
Yeah. Okay, I can see that, but for me, either way, the Yuzong, if it was picked up, I think it could have fit in this lineup as well, but because it's going to be a CC here instead, Again, something that we haven't seen too much of, honestly. Like, we've only probably seen a handful of CCs come to play, you know, whether that was men's or women's. And even in the African qualifiers, like, we didn't even see that, you know, we didn't even see the CC pop up that much. So like I said, it's mostly just these two heroes that we're used to seeing, it's Yuzhong and the Trizla. This time that the CC is here, I think it's really part of it too. Like, how are they going to utilize the current call for this team composition? And, you know, hopefully everything was situated for these lineups and everything before we start diving deep into it. But the other thing that I was looking to see was what kind of emblems they went with, because there's been some good variation. I just feel like too, we haven't seen enough testing of the Temporal Rain emblem. And maybe some of you guys watching have you've tried more of the Temporal Rain and how it works in some of these heroes and everything. But so far, both lineups are pretty solid, I would say. Like, the CC is the big question mark for me on how this is going to be fitting into the lineup, and how they, like, as good as they fought in the team fights of the previous matchup, I think CC just makes it even better to deal with.
It depends how you look at it, right? If we're talking about how they can take the fight, it'll be a different way to go for the fight. We were talking about how they were really good at going for the pure dive, but on the CC, you can't really expect the damage to instantly, you know, come out. It's not that burst type of hero. You need the fights actually go a bit longer. And the fact that she actually went for the Brave Smite too. So it's gonna be the War Axe with that, you know, Bloodlust Axe sustain now, plus the Brave Smite, and then the Hard Guard. So they're really banking on that sustain being able to actually force out these skirmishes. Again, though, we have to remember that for Team Myanmar, even if they want to go for these long fights, they also have a lot in their arsenal to prolong the fights. They also have a way to win out in the long fights. They have another realm. They also have you know, a great Roger pick, and the Lolita, mainly, to reflect any of the damage initially that Team Philippines may be able to offer, may be able to utilize to try to burst down some of these big members, big chunky boys, as we call them. You know, the Roger. Would you consider Roger a chunky boy? Because I think he's like a mid chunk. You know, he's not a big chunk. He's kind of like he's pretty chunky as a marksman.
He's not a high rise.
He's not.
He's not a high rise, man. He's like a mid rise building.
For sure, he's a mid rise building. You know, he's pretty massive though. I mean, his HP bar and even that damage reduction when he is in the Lycan form, it does seem like Al Puerto will be able to outclear K though, at least for the first camp, and that's gonna be the war cry for Al Puerto and QC for K, not the war cry that we're used to seeing with on the Roger. So 3 Brave Smites, by the way, even Perez, something we haven't seen in a long time for the carry. That's a Brave Smite. We usually still see the QC now after the Brave Smite nerfs. The carry Brave Smite, not as popular. But what do you think about this, man?
I'm not sure, but hold on, mid lane, look at the burst damage. Oh, what is that damage, Al Puerto? That's the war cry emblem. And that 8% damage is why people like to pick it. Again, a toss-up. They already get the flicker out from Luna Lane. Holy moly! You know, you were asking me my thoughts on the emblems overall for Brave Smite, but you know, I'm seeing more of what this war cry does in the early game. But yeah, I don't know. Brave Smite, I guess, you know, when you're talking about carry, usually the quantum charge is locked in there, but I think part of that is just to deal with, you know, the fact that you want to sustain yourself the best you can. You're already working against the fact that you have like probably the lowest attack range in the game, maybe for marksmen, you know, you kind of have to deal with. And it could also just be because of the matchup against a Herod. You know, you want to at least sustain yourself the best way you can, and even if that's an extra percentage of, you know, healing back with the Brave Smite, then that might just be the answer for now. Also, what kind of build does Perez go with on this carry? That's something we'll have to see.
What's interesting now is I want to see the interaction between the Guardian's Bulwark and also the Scythe from Al Puerto, because if Ku can actually, you know, reflect the damage or reflect the enhanced Scythe back to the team, it's going to be very, very tough. Diagon, we're going to go in.
Diagon going to go in, has the hard guard. Now the fight once again, the Air Shatter, there's the onward, over the head they go. Fighting for the turtle still, it's going to be Al Puerto, that secures it. They also find K. They might be still looking possibly for more. Luna Lin pulling them through the wall, and Ku left to her own devices. She'll go ahead and back off. I think they want to hold this together the best they can. They're still planning themselves another onward in, over the head they go. It is a Uranus, quite tanky enough to withstand it, but they were trying to buy enough time for K. Will she get it? No, she can't get the orange buff. It's taken now. It goes in the hands of Diagon. So with that, Philippines getting a lead here at early point of the game. There we go. We got the clock. It's 3 minutes in.
And that's great, man, for Team Philippines. The fact that they were able to get 2 kills at the start, the first kill obviously being in the bot side mid-bush, and then the second one in that team fight, it was on to K. Still, Team Philippines, even without the Terizla, even without real ways to fully initiate and lock them down, they were able to just go in. I think it was because of Diagon there, who popped in the curtain call, locked K down, and got the hard guard. We're already talking about that. Onward.
I don't know, man. Vivero, she fixed like whatever she had to do here. She's on point this game. I don't know how many times I've seen her actually land key onwards on the right targets, of course. So yeah, as you were saying, and with that, it looks like Myanmar, they're not too far behind. That's something we have to keep in mind. It is only a couple kills on the board. Their lineup is going to take them a little bit longer also to scale up, I feel like, with everything happening here. Now, K generally, Jungle Roger fits in pretty well. You can scale up pretty quickly. But look at this. Come on, pressure now on the bottom side. Zaman Forest already used. Koshi's going to be fine, though. At least holds down the lane. So going back to it, I think Myanmar's lineup, they need a little bit more time to kind of scale up here, especially with the Harith and the Roger in their hands. And now Turtle coming up. They're going to want to fight this. It looks like everybody will be joining this fight except Perez. She makes her way top side. So this could just be a 4 versus 5. Looks exactly like it's going to be that way. And there you go. Once again, Vero goes in with the onward, goes in with the air shatter too. And now hard guard going to be used. Turtle's going to go for the reset. So they just want to battle it out. Even if it's 4 versus 5, Vengeance going to be popped too. Zaman Force, Koshi going back and forth. They're gunning, they're shooting. Even with the knockup, they'll lose Diagon. But now the push on the top side. They could be just trading the objectives here. Myanmar will go ahead, take this turtle possibly, unless Alberto can pull something out of her hat here to make it work. She does have the retribution. They're going to zone her out the best they can, and look at that full push up top simultaneously. And with that, K will be able to secure the turtle. So enough pressure there, but still, Philippines holding on to the minor lead they have. And even with that, again, Vivero going in with the onward Earth Shatter combination, won't be able to find the kill on the bottom side.
I think honestly for Team Philippines, that was a big win. The fact that they had 5 members in the bottom lane, Myanmar, they really needed a big win there to make it worth it. They couldn't just go for the turtle trade with the turret. Even with Diagon down, it really doesn't really hurt Philippines that much, and they'll still be able to clear it as it seems.
Oh, Euro Blast going to be used already, and now El Porto joining the fight. It's going to be a full-on fight with the Heart Guard too, as Koshi goes down. Not sure if Philippines can even grab anything further, but Luna Lin is here now. She's going to be forced out. Look at the damage coming out from that yo-yo. And now gets dragged into the turret. This could be a mistake. Vengeance going to be popped, though. Netherrealm luckily there to help sustain the fight. The knockup once again. Vivero is on point on this Edith in this game number 2 as Philippines finds more across the map.
Man, no wonder we saw the CC pick early on in the first phase. Something we don't see a lot from, Philippines or any other team. The CC pick, but Diagon,
Koshi.
Cast a curse.
Punish. Yep, again, cast a curse, as you were saying, Mirko.
Bro, I really wanted to, compliment Diagon on the C. I really wanted to. I did not mean to do that. Again, Diagon, just as I say it, she dives in deep, but it's still, the pick is amazing. The fact that she's been able to zone so many members in the first turtle, in the second turtle as well, baiting out so many of those resources to delay the turtle take, and then earlier, the chase down in the bottom lane as well. Some really good stuff from Diagon with the help of Amores, obviously, with the hard guard. That wouldn't have been possible without the hard guard, but still, really good stuff. Now you definitely know and understand why the CC is so prio for them. But back again to that turtle/turret trade, it's still way better for Team Philippines now because they're going to have the better setup this time around to go for the neutral objective for turtle number 3. They're going to be able to delay it. Even if Myanmar try to force it, it should be a trade down below. And so far, they're actually going to go for the commitment here. Perez is still down below.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Heart Guard already expended. Turtle for the taking here. And it's going to be K that's able to secure it. now still fighting for the fight. Philippines, though, going to push them back a little bit even further. Kay already trying to heal back up. NetherRealm extending the fight. Perez now joining the fight for it. No one going down just yet, but they're quite low. The chase is on. Luna Lin trying to run for the hills, and she will get away, and no one goes down in the entire exchange. Not just yet, but Myanmar trying to hold on to this mid lane tier 1 turret. Not sure if they're still going to push the situation. It looks like they're going to do that. Zaman Force already dropped down, doing anything to hold on, and they're in trouble. El Puerto, though, able to get away in the nick of time with a sliver of health.
All right, there you go. That was a good win for Myanmar for the turtle take, right? But again, the main problem for Myanmar is if you take a look at the goal, it's still in the hands of the Team Philippines. They're setting up so well. So even when Myanmar get the neutral objective, even when they win out in these skirmishes, they're actually not going to be the ones winning out in gold. They're consistently losing gold in the waves that they're sacrificing to go for the neutral objectives. Because if we take a look at that turtle fight again, that third turtle, yes, Myanmar were able to commit onto it. They were able to win out technically in the skirmish, having more resources up by the end of it. But if you paid attention to what Perez was doing, she built up a slow push down below Moraes. Moraes is going to be engaged on.
Yeah, I was going to say, she was pulled by Luna. Somehow, Moraes survives the exchange. Did use the flicker defensively, so that's part of it. Now in the mid lane, though, it looks like Myanmar wants to be the first one to get this tier 1 down. Neither team able to get that, though, just yet, and we're 30 seconds away, less than 30 seconds away from that Lord coming up here. So we'll find themselves in a very similar situation, but I would say that Myanmar's power spike's pretty good here. Another initiation once again. Ku taking a ton of damage. They'll back off again. A lot of ultimates expended from Philippines so far, and with that, they'll go ahead and try to reset. They need everything they can for both teams to battle out for this first Lord.
Okay, so back to the point, right? The fact that they are constantly losing waves. The waves are being shoved in towards these tier 2s. And sure, the main reason for that is obviously, wait, another fight, another skirmish.
Oh, another drag coming through. Vero pops the Primal Wrath. Heartguard's going to be there on Diagon. She's going to chase her under the turret, but to the safety of the turret they go. No commitment just yet. Halang also making her way down in the mid lane. Once again, they jump in a little bit further. Diagon could be in trouble. Zaman Force could be used. Numinum Blast will not be able to find any of the targets. Conceal on the disengage as well. And Kay trying to make her way down to this fight, but it's all just going to be at a stalemate for now between both teams. So 10.5 minutes in, it's only 4-2, but Philippines holding on to the lead that they had, nearly 3,000 up.
Slowly but surely, again, Philippines just using their style, man, that disciplined style, going back and forth, trying to threaten some of these pickoffs, but if they don't get it, it's completely fine. They can still use that global presence with the Angela. Again, pay attention to how they utilize this Angela to take control of the far lane. Because honestly, if you take a look at the composition coming in from Myanmar, you would expect that the Uranus would be the one controlling the side lanes. But for Team Philippines, they're constantly building these slow push in the sides while also kind of distracting Myanmar on the other side of the map here. Even in the bottom lane, the tier 1 wasn't taken down. And by the way, if Myanmar continue to do this, continue to ignore that slow push up top, it'll be a free tier 2 turret just taken by the minions. That's why they're going to have to send Hlang up top, and that's also the right time now for Philippines to look for a fight or to possibly get the Lord low.
Yeah, so they're going to go ahead and start it up. Once again, we're going to have to pay attention to El Puerto, how much damage she's going to be receiving from this Lord, and it looks like, you know, with that, they'll keep Amores up there. Obviously, one of the powers of having an Angela on your side, she can go ahead and push out those waves and then just come down to the fight with the hard guard, and now it's going to be initiation once again. It's Uranus though. Wow. No blast not going to connect, but they're going to try to follow it up. Lord goes in for the reset. They're not going to use the hard guard, but the turret finally does go down that tier 2 top side. And once again, Myanmar is going to go ahead and start this Lord up. They've given up some objectives time and time again, but they don't want to give up the Lord again with the Iron Word, but it is a Uranus. Diagon going to make her way down for this fight. It's quite low here. Who gets it? It's Kay securing the Lord, but she goes down. NetherRealm already going to be used. Zaman Force as well. Philippines wants to fight possibly even more, but they have to deal with the Lord, and also Diagon being chased down. She doesn't die. Somehow, some way, Halang couldn't get the kill, and now on the bottom lane, they're going to put the pressure on Halang with the Lord. And in the mid lane, Vivera will hold it down by herself. Meanwhile, Lord worked on by Perez and Amores. Halang there all by herself, but right now Philippines trying to stop this power move, this power play coming out from Myanmar that they got the Lord here. So great job by K, able to secure the objective, but ultimately they haven't got anything just yet out of it.
Running out of the fight right as the Lord gets taken away. It was unfortunate for El Puerto, but again, really good retribution from K to steal that away and to save that team fight again. Another skirmish.
Once again, now Numenal Blast gonna find the target. Netherrealm just quickly worked on. This could be dire for them. Vivero has to flicker out. There's the enhanced chains gonna be used. Ku could be in trouble. Has the heart guard for Diagon as she gets the kill. And now Perez joining the fight. Flickers forward, finds the kill on Kikoshi. And now Diagon pops the vengeance. Couldn't find Luna Lin. But now in the mid lane, they might still try to get the tier 1, but K has joined the fight with Halang, so still no turret down, resources are up, and this Uranus is so tanky that she still survives. Heart Guard once again finding Diagon. They're going to push them under the tier 2. They just want this tier 1 turret in the mid lane, and so far Myanmar has done everything to defend it. Once again with the onward, and there's the enhanced chains finally taking it down Halang, and Philippines will march further down the mid lane, knocking on the tier 2. The combination again as Ku is the next one to go. Vivero on par, on game with this Iesf.
Well played, Philippines, again, just utilizing those small little victories in the early game all the way to the mid game, getting the turret slowly but surely into side waves with the better control over the waves with the Angela. But in the early game, it was with Perez, it was with the carry. The fact that the carry never participated in the fight gave her the opportunity, gave her the space to go and clear these waves, shove it in, making Myanmar miss out a whole wave, plus also dealing a lot of damage onto the turret simultaneously, right? So now if you take a look at Team Philippines, they were already always in the lead. Myanmar have gotten a Lord, have gotten 2 turtles. The neutral objectives are all on the side of Myanmar, except for that first turtle that was taken by Team Philippines. Yet the gold lead was still always held down by Team Philippines. And again, now we're finally getting to see that. Right as those item power spikes start coming in for Team Philippines, when Perez obviously have those 3 item power spikes already. El Puerto getting some more damage. I think a Holy Crystal or a Divine Glaive as well. And for Diagon, that late game CC is definitely already seen. And now, only now do they decide to start clumping up together. This is their time. This is the timers that they usually play with, right? Smart Omega, that's a team that's representing Team Philippines. And usually when we're talking about Smart Omega, there's that timer that always comes in handy for them. And it is looking like they're going to utilize it here with the Lord. Okay, enhanced Lord this time. It does seem like, okay, Myanmar want to just go for it. They want to go for a pure team fight.
Yeah, Amores used that heart guard earlier, so they're going to force it onward into their Earth Shatter again. Numenal Blast will not be able to find the multiple targets, but look at the backside. El Porto going in with Diagon. They're going to collapse in on the backside, forcing it further. Luna Lin will flicker out, and meanwhile, Perez laying down the fire in the backside to fall for Myanmar. Heart guards back up, and now Kikoshi left to her own once again as El Porto gets the double. Halang might try to stall them out from getting this Lord. Meanwhile, Kay and Luna has to join the fight here. They can't give this Lord up. El Puerto will go ahead and keep the Lord busy. Meanwhile, Philippines putting them the pressure on Kay. And they can do just that as Philippines will go and get the Lord. And Myanmar has to get ready for the base defense.
Slow and steady wins the race, and that really is the key for Team Philippines. Just building their lead as slow as possible. I mean, obviously, they would love for it to be faster, but why do they need to go for the risky plays? Why do they need to go for, you know, the bombastic plays if they can just utilize these small little victories to eventually get the same result anyway? It's so safe the way that they're playing, but it's so efficient as well. 16 minutes in, it's not the usual, you know, dominance that we see in the first 10 minutes of the game, but it's the Filipino style of dominance. They just slowly but surely creep up on you, and suddenly, all of a sudden, 8,000 gold lead in your face.
Once again, defense is going to happen here for Myanmar, but look at the knockups. Vivero on point. Both turrets, mid and bottom, will fall. Lord still going to be worked on. Philippines could still just push in on the top. Meanwhile, Myanmar's going to clear this Lord out for now. They take a little bit of damage, but nothing too much, as they'll go ahead and defend successfully, holding on to this top turret in the base. Philippines, do they actually want to still put the pressure in? Vivero goes in, but it's a Uranus for a reason. She can't follow up just on that tanky member, but the Heart Guard used again. They're going to fight for this top turret. Nether Realm Armory going to be used out. Numinal Blast, though, won't find the connection that Myanmar is looking for. And Philippines with a fully exposed base will go in, trying to punch it in. They flicker out defensively. They don't have the minions in just yet. Diagon in the front. She has the Vengeance still available. They could still go for this. Onward, and a huge enhanced chains, but not enough follow-up to follow through. And Myanmar, it looks like they're going to stay in the game with a successful defense despite it being 14-2.
We were expecting the sustain to be insane for Team Philippines, and yes, it is, but my goodness, I think it's exceeded my expectations, especially, man. 3 Brave Smites and a War Cry. With the Hard Guard too, they should be able to do this, but it was just it's just crazy the fact that they can keep up with the base. Myanmar, they're constantly going back and forth in the base to get the HP bars back, and for Philippines, they're just relying on their damage. El Puerto again.
Alporto once again, and they're going to find it out in the jungle. They're going to catch him out. Kakashi could be in trouble. The Heart Guard is there already, but look at the bottom side. Perez all by herself. She might try to push it in. They already got Kakashi down, and now furthering the base assault. Philippines are looking to sweep the series. Myanmar trying to hold on the best they can. Coup comes up, but it might be too late as Philippines will sweep the series 2-0.
A clean sweep and a clean performance in game number 2 especially. Man, we were talking about in game number 1 how they were able to utilize just a full dive composition. Oh my lord, that was impressive stuff, man. The fact that they completely changed their style from game number 1 to what we were known. I mean, what is known to this team, right? We were accustomed to them just going for these skirmishes, winning it out, and dominating the opposition. Props to Myanmar for, for technically forcing this side of Philippines out, because we don't really get to see this much at all in the women's tournament. Seeing Team Philippines having to go for a different route for this kind of gameplay as well. They definitely pushed Team Philippines to show their best here, and my god, so well played by them, always splitting up the composition that gave Myanmar so much problems in game number 1. That was the Harith, right? Kind of the same thing with the Roger as well. They wanted to go for the burst, they wanted to go for the dive, and with the Guardian's Bulwark, with that last pick, Lolita, we thought, man, it's going to be tough for the carry, even El Puerto, and especially Vivero with the Primal Rat to deal damage towards Myanmar, because it'll actually be reflected back towards them. But all the way from the start, it just seemed like Philippines understood the assignment way better than Myanmar. From the start, they utilized El Puerto's damage on that War Cry, getting a crazy kill on Taku, who on the Lolita is a bit squishy. That's something that we have to take note as well. Lolita has been changed in a way. You can provide a little bit more utility, but you are a little bit more squishy than you were previously, right? And then just going for the consistent fights all around, punishing the overextensions from Myanmar by utilizing the sustain that is very, very deceiving. Yagon, she just couldn't die in the early game. I say that, and then she dies right after this, but it's okay, right? She had to dive the turret. That was a turret dive. That was a different kind of death. It's not the normal team fighty way. She dove the turret a bit too deep there, and Chikoshi was able to punish her. But again, take a look at how Philippines are able to split the fight up to like multiple individual fights. Yagon dives into the back, gets rid of K, and then rotates around, kites Halang, while the rest of the members from Team Philippines just deal with the backline, right? And that was just so good, because for Myanmar, they needed to play in a proper dive formation. They couldn't just dive in with some of their frontliners being in the front. They needed Ku, they needed Halang to always be in the front line to take in some of the damage coming in from the CC and obviously from Perez. But the fact that they weren't able to do so because of how the rest of the team for Philippines, like Diagon, and Vivero, how they were able to split out the map, how they were able to split up Myanmar from these team fights, like this. When Halang is in the front line, the back line is nowhere to be seen because Diagon gets rid of them in the back, right? And when the back line is present, the front line is the one that gets displaced. The front line is the one that gets isolated, like you see here. So a lot of these examples is being seen as we go through the highlights, and the fact that they were able to punish so well. Early on, it was multiple small punishes, but as we get into the later stage of the game, it became big punishes. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's little by little that they go for these big punishes, and in these skirmishes as well, it never seemed like, it was a crazy 5-man enhanced chain, never any crazy combos. It was just them dealing damage over time towards Myanmar and then overwhelming them with how much consistent damage they have, how much CC that they can layer, and even how much burst that they have. So many ways to deal damage, and we get this new asset, by the way, 19-minute game duration. Let's take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. For the damage, 95,000 damage dealt by the CC.
By the CC.
The total healing, 116,000 total healing for Hlang. Man, it was really unfortunate for Hlang. It's a counter matchup. It's already a really good matchup, and I think for Hlang, she played really, really well. But unfortunately, Team Philippines just knew how to destroy this front-to-back composition, how to destroy their formation all the way from the start. We were talking about how the Fairness could actually be the answer to the dive composition, and it truly was. If Philippines played the way they did in game number 1, we would be seeing in game number 3. That's what's impressive about Team Philippines. They adjusted so quick to a completely different style, and against a very similar style to theirs in game number 1. Myanmar, Harith, Roger, Fairness, they wanted to be the ones to be proactive in the early game, to get that lead and to get that snowball, but Team Philippines said, no, we're going to weather the storm, wait for those power spikes, and when Perez has her items, after we've sent her down so many times through these neutral objective battles, she will be online. Once she's online, say goodbye to your HP bars, even the Uranus.
It's, man, when I look at this too, I feel like for Myanmar, like the Lolita was a good pick, but there was too many opportunities where the Numeron Blast didn't find the targets that it needed to, you know, and I think that's also just part of the Philippines playing really well around avoiding it. You know, for a lot of times sometimes it was just them using their mobility that they had with this lineup to kind of get out of it, or at least avoid the Numeron Blast as a whole. And so I think just really when you break it down, even when you saw the highlights, man, like the way they use this lineup to kind of cause chaos all around, all around Myanmar played a part, and you saw that really, especially, you know, from the MVP of the match, Al Puerto here, very good decision making on the jungle we don't typically see too often, you know, for the Julian to come through and end up working out. But I think overall, like I said, the fact that they could move around the map so well, or move around a team fight rather so well, is huge. And for me, I it's great Al Puerto gets the MVP here, but Vivero, man, like she was on point. Throughout the entirety of the game. She's my personal MVP because, man, without her landing those onwards and earth shatters the way that she was, then like the whole team wouldn't have shined the way they did for a lot of those team fights throughout the game. So, you know, not to take anything here from El Puerto, she had a great game as well, but man, Vivero on the Iesf, especially after the first game, she really pulled through for the team here.
This, the SPA, man, Sky Pierce abuser. The Sky Pierce abuse definitely there, as the Julian was able to completely take control of the game every single time in these skirmishes, all the way from the start of the game. She didn't even need the SPA to get rid of Ku, remember, right? Together with Vivero, onward Earth Shatter straight into that damage, but it does seem like we are just going to be going straight to the interview, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not too sure who we're going to be interviewing, but I guess we'll find out together. Me and Naisu, let's call her in. Who's it going to be to take this interview for the Philippines?
Diego?
All right.
Okay,
Diagon. Hello.
I always do this, man. There we go.
All
Hello.
right. No worries. Hello. How you doing, Diagon, firstly?
I'm okay. I'm fine. Thank you.
All right. Quick question for me, Diagon. I gotta ask you, right? Especially considering, you know, this is the first time we get to interview you, so I want to ask you for the recent patch. Do you think it's going to, you know, level up Team Philippines? Do you think it's going to help Team Philippines, or have you been struggling to adapt to the current patch?
I think it's gonna help us. I mean, like, you know, for the past patch, we've been with it so long, and I think we adapted very well to this new one. So, I mean, new surprises, and we adapt really fast. So I think this can help us a bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
Right?
Galinho, huh? Diagon, congratulations again to see you guys perform here in this sweep. I also want to ask you a question because I actually thought Myanmar would be able to go maybe the 3-game series with you guys, but I want to ask you right off the bat, Diagon, who are you looking forward to fighting here? Is it going to be the typical answer everybody's waiting for? Is that who you guys are looking forward to face off against in Iesf?
Yes, it is the typical answer.
Okay. Do you think so? Since it's Indonesia, right? Everybody is assuming that, of course. Do you think the difference now with the meta is going to give you guys an upper hand, or is it going to give, what? Or I should say this because I feel like that's an easy answer. You're going to say yes, it gives us an upper hand. Why does it give you an upper hand on this new patch, this new meta against Indonesia?
No, I wasn't gonna say yes. But okay.
Oh, okay. Go on.
Just kidding. I don't know. Maybe this new patch will give us both the time that. Since it's new for the both of us, so then now it depends on how we adapt both of the teams. Unlike the previous meta, like it's been we know it already by hand, but they know it better. But I guess this one is new, so we'll see. We'll see about that. Are
you guys having fun with the patch? I guess that's another question. Like, is this refreshing?
Yes, it's very refreshing, and it's fun to try new heroes, new items, and new emblems as well.
All right,
Awesome,
so me
you.
last but not least, definitely for the question, right? Okay, since it's kind of different now. I know that for you guys, you love just playing around the Lord, utilizing the Lord dance. We even saw kind of a little bit of that, right? You took it very, very slow in these skirmishes, just kept on kiting. But what do you think, especially with the Lord dance changes? Do you like the new Lord dance changes, like now that it's very hard to do Lord dances, or do you still prefer the previous patch?
I personally prefer it now because most of the time when the team who has the lead pulls the Lord, they get the damage more. So I mean, if you're on the side that you don't want to pull it, then let them pull it. They'll get the damage.
That's what we've been seeing, nice. So, right, a whole lot of just damage thrown away by the Lord. We saw Kay take almost all of her HP by the Lord earlier in game 1. But yeah, any other question, Isu?
That's it for me. Galing mo mag-English, by the way. Good luck.
All right, well, thank you so much, Diagon.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you have any last words to say to the fans, maybe? All the, fans supporting? Oh, hold up. Never mind. We're just going to end it right there, right? It's all right, nice. So sometimes the fans will get it when they make it to main stage, right? Sometimes it just happens that way.
Right.
We got to keep the best for
will.
last, right? That was a tease, actually, for all you guys who want to see the message from Diagon. Well, Diagon, you guys got to wait for the main event later on.
I can't wait because I think a lot of people are waiting for those two teams to eventually meet up for the women's Mlbb matches, and I don't know if you and I are going to be casting it, but so overall we'll have to see exactly what that works out, or how that works out, I should say. But it is nice to hear. Like they're feeling refreshed too with the current changes to the meta and some of these changes happening. I'm pretty sure the players, imagine playing Mlbb with that same meta for a minute and a half in human years, over a year, for 8 hours a day. Come on. I know you stream a lot and you do that, but let's think about it.
Yeah.
Do you do it that much? I don't think so.
Bro, even as a caster, right, just watching the games played by these, tanks in the jungle completely dominating the scene, just making it super slow paced, it's been a tough watch sometimes, especially when both teams are super passive. But now even she said it, Diagon getting so comfortable with this new patch with the Lord Dance as well. They're like, all right, if you want to go in Lord Dance, just take the damage. That's maybe why they actually wanted to go in at the later stage. Up to Kay, because Kay, she took so much damage early on with just for the first Lord, which is surprising because we saw the 30th minute Lord, and that was what really impressed us in terms of how much damage you can actually take from the Lord. But the fact that the first Lord can already deal that much damage onto you on a Fredrin, by the way,
crazy.
That's a pick that you should be able to Lord Dance with. That's a pick that actually has a lot of sustain built in the kit. Very interesting stuff, man. And maybe that's what Philippines were doing. Maybe it wasn't hesitation. Maybe they were like, all right, wait. Kane's gonna die to the Lord, right? Let's just wait for that to happen and then engage later. But then they miscalculated a bit. The Lord was taken, and they're like, oh, okay, let's go back, let's recall, let's just play in the base and defend. Maybe look for another team fight, and that's what they were able to do. That discipline is still really impressive from Team Philippines.
It is, and I think part of it too, maybe even for them, they're like, wow, is Kay gonna die to this, or is she gonna get to the 25% threshold, or something? But it was great to see, and a great way to end our jam-packed day number 3 here. We still have one more day ahead of us, Mirko.
One more day, and for you guys, don't worry, all right? You guys now can go and rest. We can rest as well. We'll see you fully energized tomorrow for the 3 matches that we will get to cast. And I think, by the way, there'll be more matches as well. So we'll confirm for you guys for tomorrow what matches are going to be streamed, things like that. So don't worry. Go ahead and check out iesf.gg to get the latest information on the groups, the standings, the matches that we'll have tomorrow, and all the matches that were played here, because some of the matches that weren't streamed were also going on at the same time. And if you guys really want to see exactly how the standings look, you guys have to look at the results, maybe even see which teams are going to be dark horses later on in the tournament by looking at their stats, right? Because some of these teams, they go unnoticed because they're not streamed and they're really, really good. But it's been nice, Sue. It's been Mirko. Thank you guys so much for watching. Catch us tomorrow again for the final day of the Asia Regional Qualifiers. Goodbye.